Good morning, everybody. Trial has just started, so let me bring it up for everyone. Let me share my screen real quick.
And it sounds like from talking to the attorneys that document she was given will be considered as proposed today. So I don't think it'll create any issue.
Okay, so here we go.
The other thing that I wanted to address, I had a chance to talk to the attorneys in chambers yesterday about a couple of topics. I want to talk about the sequestration order in the live stream.
Here it is.
Obviously, it's an easier thing for
they've complained
about the sequestration order only applies.
Yeah, us, the live streaming.
The attorneys can see everyone in the courtroom and they're aware of who's in here, if they're a potential witness, and all of that. I also understand why somebody like a family member, for example, may want to watch the trial on a live stream, even if they are a second witness. The reason for a sequestration order, and I have done it in every case where I've been a judge, and it's been a part of every criminal case that I've ever been a part of, no matter what point the criminal justice system I was working. And what I would tell those folks is that it's to ensure the integrity of the process. It's not meant to not let somebody watch. It's not meant to.
Yes, they complained about family members watching my channel.
Ensure is the integrity of this trial, that it's a fair and just trial, and that all
fair and just would be allowing them to mention entrapment.
The way that we do that is to ensure that the witnesses are only testifying, or the way we do it in part is to ensure that witnesses are only testifying as to their personal knowledge. That's the reason that they can't watch someone else testify, because then they may put their testimony in reliance on what they've heard from another witness. So I certainly understand a family member wanting to watch, but I would just simply let them know that it is about the integrity and making sure that this is not compromised, and then ensuring that they can in fact testify, because if they were to violate the sequestration order, then it becomes a potential issue that the court has to deal with in determining whether or not that person can still testify. So I assume that will alleviate any potential situations, but let me go through the attorneys. Mr. Ralston, let me start with you. Anything you need to address from the people's perspective before bringing the jury back?
No, sir.
And Mr. Nutter?
No, thank you.
Mr. Sauer?
No, thank you.
Mr. Barnett?
Just that Mr. Ralston was kind enough to bring this up to in chambers, and Eric's mother was watching yesterday. She understood the.
They're talking about
that, her testimony is extremely
our channel
as to any facts. In fact, it's unremarkable and won't have much of a relevant difference to anything other than character. So with that said, is the court okay to allow that family member to, that witness to watch? She has watched the opening, which actually I don't know that sequestration counts for an opening, but she also saw some testimony.
I wasn't made aware of any specific issue that would lead me to believe any action needed to be taken at this time. That's why I left it as a generalized warning, so to speak. But obviously, the warning was put in place to ensure future performance.
Thank you.
Please all rise for the jury.
crazy. Good morning, everybody. Hello. Yes. That's right. By the way, guys, we should be live here and on Odyssey. I don't know if Odyssey is working. I tried to set it up yesterday, so hopefully we're live there too. Yeah. Let me just put out the word that I'm live for everybody, so maybe we can get more people in here.
Everyone may be seated. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. Morning, before we get started, as you'll recall, we're still in the prosecution case. We left off in the middle of our portion of the testimony, so in a moment I'll call him back up. just so that you all are aware and parties know this, the court will re-swear in a witness each day if their testimony carries over. If, let's say, his testimony were to continue until after lunch or a break, the court will simply confirm with the witness that they understand that they're still under oath. But I will re-swear something each day. The other thing is, we did talk about the note that we sent out with the question. The way that I would phrase that is that piece of paper or document was simply given to that juror inadvertently. It sounds like that may be a future exhibit that's coming in later, but that's simply the thing inadvertently. So at least for this portion of it, disregard anything that you may have seen. If it comes in later, then obviously.
So I don't know why, but my stream is being limited to 720. I don't know why they're making it low quality. I'm going to try to go in and manually fix it.
You swear that the testimony you're about to provide will be true?
I do.
Okay, go ahead. And Steve?
Here we go with
Thank you,
Impala
Judge.
again.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Let's starting off today, I'd like to talk a little bit about Dan. We heard yesterday that he received payment for what he did in terms of this investigation. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and can you tell the jury how much money he received for his services?
Well, the total amount of money I gave him was $54,000 and some change, but it wasn't all for services. It did include a lot of expenses.
Okay, let's talk about that. And so it sounds like it breaks out into a couple of different buckets. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so what's the first bucket?
The first bucket would be there's $24,000 for directly reimbursable expenses. So receipts for things such as a computer, a watch for safety, a computer to prepare and listen to the recordings for trial, reimbursement for some travel expenses.
The $24,000 that you're talking about, this is money that came out of Dan's pocket?
Yes, so Dan paid it and then got the receipts and provided them to the FBI.
Let me just stop you there for a minute. You said there was a watch. Why would he need a watch?
Well, during a lot of these
It's the smart
meetings
watch.
and trainings he was going to, phones were taken away prior to discussions. And we were concerned that he might be in trouble and we wouldn't have a way to reach him. So we paid for an expensive watch that had capability to transmit from the watch, a cell phone signal, so that he could send an SOS if needed.
Okay. So $24,000 in expenses. Did Dan miss any work for this?
Yes, sir.
And then backing out, you said you met Dan March 17th, 2020, and the arrests occurred October 7th of 2020. Is that correct?
Yes.
It sounds about close to 7 months there. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. How much work did Dan miss?
He missed about 15 weeks of work during the time based on our tasking to work on behalf of the FBI.
Okay. And in terms of this tasking you're talking about, can you tell us a little bit about the travel that was involved?
Sure. So there was at least 11 FTXs or field training exercises, and then 3 meetings around Michigan. He also went to Wisconsin and Ohio.
Okay. As Dan's handler, after the arrests occurred, were you concerned at all about his safety?
Oh, yes.
How come?
Oh my gosh, you guys are great.
Well, an associate of Barry Croft had posted a contract for information about Dan shortly after the trial, and I was very concerned that folks would try to target him.
This question is timing. What he's talking about is nothing to do with the investigation. He's talking about the trial. I don't know how he can be concerned with the safety after the trial, and he's flopping it back to the time of the investigation.
What is the time frame of the trial you're referencing?
So I'm sorry, I misspoke. It was not. I wasn't.
By the way, the
intended to say
volume is
arrest
up all the
at
way.
trial.
This is as loud as it is, unfortunately.
Correct. After the October 7th arrests, we were concerned about his safety.
And knowing that, Mr. Barnett, we still have the objection.
Okay.
And you were saying the reason for your concern?
One of Barry Croft's associates had posted a contract for information about Dan.
That's
and,
not true. This is a
worried
lie. They're
that
repeating a
as
debunked
key
lie.
witness, his life might be in danger.
Okay. Did you make any suggestions to Dan about what he might do to enhance his own personal safety?
Yes, I told him that he should relocate, he should move, and that he should sell his vehicle. He should try to get cameras around his house, and he should stay in a hotel for a period of time and not go back to his house.
Did he do those three things?
Yes.
Okay. And does he have to come out of pocket to do those three things?
Yes.
Okay. Now you told us about $24,000 for, direct expenses that he had receipts for, right?
That's correct.
Okay. And paid him 54. So the other 30,000. Can you explain that?
He's lying.
Sure. So that was just to cover his missed work time and any expenses he would have had on work or purchasing ammo or food that he may have had during those 7 months to make sure he could pay his bills.
A debunked claim, by the way.
Dan ever ask you for money?
He never did.
Okay.
Back to the meeting, make sure the questions.
Calls for a yes or no answer. I'm not sure it's suggested.
Well, I guess there have been a couple of, what I would phrase leading questions, but they've been introductory in nature. And then once agent was getting into
Oh my
the
goodness.
substance, maybe the wrong word of the testimony for the issue, then they are no longer leading. So as long as it's for introductory matters going forward,
Thank you.
Did Dan ever ask you for money?
No.
Okay. So why'd you pay him?
We were asking a lot from him.
Bull crap.
And
Bull crap.
I was worried that he
You paid to
wouldn't be
relocate
able to
him.
continue if he couldn't pay his bills.
Fair
Oh,
enough.
please.
Okay, let's
How
talk a little
much
bit
money
about.
did he make in 7 months? 54,000
We talked
cash.
about your role as an
Laptop,
investigator
smartwatch,
in domestic terrorism.
paid to
cases.
relocate
That
him.
you've spent quite a bit of your
Paid
career
for
there,
his
is that correct?
car
Yes, sir. Okay.
repairs, paid for
Um,
gas.
And we,
paid for
you remember the
food.
subjects of
Get
the
outta here.
investigation chart that we went through yesterday?
He got
Yes.
another
Okay, it's exhibit number 1, I believe.
23,000 cash
Yes.
bonus
And,
in December of 2020.
Tell the jury a little bit
Please.
about your role as the investigator in this case in terms of, is it important to assess each subject for their level of dangerousness?
So yes, absolutely. That's the core crux of investigating counterterrorism cases, is to assess the level of dangerousness. If you think somebody's not dangerous and then they go out and conduct an attack, obviously you've dropped the ball. And that's the whole point, is to make sure that an attack is not conducted. And so that's a big portion of being a counterterrorism investigator.
Tell the jury the kind of things
You
you
can't
look for
stop
when you're
lying.
trying to assess the dangerousness of
All he
somebody.
does is lie.
Well, you try to gather as much information as you can about what they say, but ultimately it's what they do. You have to look at how they act. And the concept here is when the rubber meets the road, what are they going to do? Are they going to go out and shoot somebody? Are they going to be a trigger puller? What types of
Exactly.
things are they going to do
This
rather
man
than
is
just
evil,
what they say online?
and he commits
Obviously, there's
perjury.
freedom of speech and people can say whatever they want, but assessing
He has committed perjury numerous
their level
times.
of dangerousness
And multiple
is really what their
investigations.
actions say.
So, and you said in terms of, I think you mentioned there, what they say is one thing, but what they do is another, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And is there a term of art or phrase that's commonly used to describe a person that speaks but doesn't act?
Yes. So they're called paper patriots or keyboard warriors. Those are people who are prolific online or say things but don't actually follow up with
So
what they're
all of
talking
these
about.
people, before
In the
the
subjects of
FBI got
investigation
involved,
there, I mean, does anybody on the
All of
subjects
them
of
are like that.
investigation fit that model?
Yes.
Can we put that exhibit 1, please? Thank you. Tell us about that.
Sure. So the third from the
This
right
guy.
here, Sean Fix. Mr. Fix.
Oh,
was
the guy
Adam
who
Fox's
took a
XO,
plea
or executive
deal.
officer, his second in charge, and he claimed to be a Navy SEAL.
He
claimed
was
to have
lying. Yes.
50 caliber rifles. He claimed to
Have
work with
Hueys,
SEAL teams.
Blackhawks.
He gave Adam Fox
Lied about all of it.
ideas and helped refine his plan, but he ultimately
was
never
no
showed
Adam's
up to
plan.
surveillance. He
This
didn't
was the
show up
FBI's
to training
plan.
in Luther. He talked a big game, but it was all pretend. It was just a pretend SEAL.
Amanda Keller, there in the lower right-hand Keller.
Oh, another one most likely
rather,
working for the
right-hand
FBI.
corner. Where did she fit in?
She talked a lot. She was at a lot of the field training exercises, but ultimately she got scared as
Isn't
the
she
fight
the one
escalated. And
that
came to law
introduced
enforcement and reported
UCE
a
Mark
plot
to
the FBI.
Adam
Okay.
on the internet, on
I mean,
Facebook?
she actually came in and reported.
Yes, she called in, and then also she came in and met with the FBI.
Okay, and yesterday we heard from Mr. Barnett that Mr. Molitor was very scared. And did he ever come to law enforcement and report what was going on?
No.
Okay. You talked about, I think you used the word trigger pullers, right?
I don't
Yes,
know
sir.
why I'm
Okay.
glitching out. Let me try to fix that.
What
real
does the word
quick.
operator mean?
I'll be right back.
Operator is a category of a role that terrorists play. So in the FBI, we categorize people into recruiters, facilitators, fundraisers, radicalizers, and operators. So an operator is the trigger puller, the one who's willing to engage in violence when the time comes.
Okay. During the course of the investigation, yesterday you testified over 150 hours of recordings that you listened to. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And was Michael Null on some of those recordings?
Yes, sir.
How about Mr. William Null?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Did you ever hear any statements from either Michael or William Null about being concerned about what Mr. Fox and Mr. Croft were talking about in planning?
No, absolutely not.
Okay. Did you ever hear anybody describe the Null brothers as paper warriors?
No, absolutely not.
Who's Phil Robinson?
Phil Robinson is another leader of the Michigan Liberty Militia. There's three core leaders, the Null twins and Phil Robinson, who are the face and leaders of the Michigan Liberty Militia.
Okay. Did you ever hear either of the Null brothers describe him in some fashion as an operator or accelerationist or a radical, any of the categories you've mentioned?
Yes, I heard the Null brothers talk about Phil Robinson as a peacock. He was talked about as somebody who was friendly to law enforcement, who just wanted to get in front of the cameras, who wasn't actually willing to step up when the time came.
Okay.
Okay, hopefully that fixed it, guys. All right, so for people just joining, just coming in, this is the FBI's Governor Gretchen Whitmer Fednapping hoax. This is the third trial
let's talk
associated
about
with this.
proposed exhibit
And this man on the
129.
stand right now is a
can you tell
liar.
us what
He's
that is?
perjured himself numerous
Sure.
times. This is Special Agent Infobot,
129
or
is an
Special
animated
Agent
exhibit.
Impotent.
It shows the route of travel during the daytime surveillance. On
By the way,
August 29th,
welcome everybody from
2020.
Meme Copium's
Okay.
channel. Thank
And,
you for
can
rating.
you
If you
tell
want
us
to come
how,
in, Josh, let me
you were
send you
able
the
to
link
produce
real
that?
quick.
Sure.
If you want to come
So
hang
as I
out for a
mentioned
little
before,
bit, and VP
during
too, if
the
you're in here,
surveillance,
because this is
CHS
going to be
Dan
a full
had
day.
a transmitting device which provided his
I'm going to send you
GPS
guys
location.
invites on
And
Twitter.
I was following behind him, doing surveillance myself. So I took that data and the timestamps, and I put together a demonstrative exhibit to show how the travel occurred and where they were when certain conversations happened to help with.
Oh, you got
my
work to do?
testimony.
Okay.
Okay. Accurate as to the location and the route traveled.
Yes.
Because they're
Okay, I move
evil.
for admission of 129, please.
It is his job to lie. He's paid to lie. He is a liar, and he's been caught lying more than once.
And published based on the testimony introduced in your book.
Max, oh, by the way, guys, I made new stickers for channel members. So I'm gonna upload
Thank you,
them
Judge.
later.
Let's,
They're
before we
very
go through
silly.
that.
I have a Bobo the cat one.
On the daytime surveillance, remind the jury what date that happened.
This is
That was
nonsense.
August 29th, 2020.
This is all
Okay, and
made up, by the way.
Before,
The FBI
whose
planned
idea
this
was it to
surveillance.
conduct the daytime surveillance?
That was Adam Fox's.
It absolutely
Okay, we heard
wasn't.
yesterday
It was the
FBI's
FBI's. They
That's
coordinated
not true.
a convenient time and place with Whitmer's detail and
Did
team.
Adam Fox
He's-
invite
they're
Eric
lying.
Molitor on this daytime surveillance?
Yes, he did.
Okay, and was Dan part of this?
Yes, he was.
Okay, tell us how he was involved.
Their informant
So
was
Dan,
leading the
Drove
Wolverine
and picked up
Watchmen.
Adam Fox
the
in
group that they
Lansing,
set him up.
in Grand Rapids.
I'm gonna
And
have a
then
heart
headed
attack.
north. He drove during the entire surveillance.
Okay.
Yeah, the FBI
Uh,
drove the
Did you know
surveillance.
this surveillance was going to happen?
The FBI
before
was
August
driving
29th?
the car. That's what he just said.
Yes, Dan was invited by Adam Fox
No, he
before August
wasn't.
29th. And
Dan planned it all. I have the
Okay.
text messages between him,
What-
the
and
FBI
was there a
agent,
reason
and his
Dan
buddy
drove, is
Jason
what I'd like you to
Chambers,
explain
the
to the
other
jury.
handling agent,
So I
texting their
required
informant,
Dan to drive.
planning it and saying,
During
try to invite
course of
this
the
person, try to
investigation,
invite Brandon
there was
Caserta, invite
discussions
Daniel
about
Harris.
attacking law enforcement.
Oh,
and
I'm going to
I was
scream.
concerned that if any local law enforcement happened to pull them over, there could
You
be
were-
a shootout
Please.
at that time.
Oh
I didn't
my,
know what
yeah,
Adam
right. They
Fox's
had
plans
agents
were.
stationed all over the area.
Initially, Adam
They
Fox
had
talked about
drones
going
and
to Lansing.
airplanes flying
Initially, they thought
overhead.
it was,
This is ridiculous.
mansion or ceremonial office.
These
for
people
the
had no
governor down
idea
in
where they
Lansing
were
first.
going. They didn't
So I
even
didn't
have
know
the
what
right
his plans
address.
were. He ultimately did
Eric's
not go
told they're
down
going
there.
to do
But
something
in either
else.
regard,
They lure
I
him there under
didn't
false
want
pretenses.
there to be a chance
Adam
for any
thinks
violence
this is
if-
all a
if
joke.
Dan
He
was
doesn't
involved
think it's
in,
serious
some sort of
because
operation that they're
informant
pulling out
Dan
for
is telling him, oh, this is just for training. This is just to get guys focused. When I was in the
The,
military, we had missions, and these missions would help get the guys cohesive and focused.
Adam,
That's
can you,
literally
queue
what
up,
happened. And
129,
Adam
please?
thought
We're
this
gonna
was all
play Exhibit
LARPing.
129 now, and we may stop it as we move through it a little bit.
We also, I showed you guys yesterday, I read from the transcripts of the previous trial, his previous testimony of Special Agent Schweers, where he admitted that, in fact, the shoot house had already been constructed before these men arrived at Cambria, most likely set up by Steve Robeson's friend and him. And then Agent Schweers had to admit that, oh, maybe I helped construct it. No, these guys didn't plan any of this. The FBI did all of it. And now we're going to pretend that didn't happen. And the Michigan Attorney General, Dana Nessel's office, filed a motion
Just a little bit
barring,
further, please.
requesting that the judge bar these
Thank
men
you,
from
Pause.
being able to raise
Um,
entrapment as a defense or
The
even
time of
utter the
pickup
word
down in Grand
entrapment.
Rapids,
So,
that was
yesterday-
what was happening in Grand
Excuse me,
Rapids.
I'm
remind
going
us.
to turn this down for a second because this point has to be made. Yesterday, after the defense opening statement, the prosecutor, when the jury was taken out on a break, the prosecutor complained to the judge that the defense lawyer, William Barnett, told the truth. He said Dan Chappell, the FBI informant, was the leader. He was the XO commanding officer of the Wolverine Watchman group, and Dan led the training. That is a indisputable fact in evidence. The government does not dispute that. That's what happened. But the prosecutor complains that, well, if he tells the truth that Dan was the XO of the group, Dan led the training, well, then people are going to think entrapment. And it's like the judge says, oh, yeah, he almost crossed the line. So you can't tell the truth. You cannot show facts and evidence because Dana Nassel doesn't want entrapment to be able to be mentioned. Excuse me, 2 men were acquitted in the federal case because they mounted a successful entrapment defense. By the way, the jury isn't allowed to hear that 2 men were acquitted for entrapment. So that happened yesterday. Just so everyone understands that this is a show trial. These men are not allowed to raise
Arrive at 131.
a proper legal
Go
defense.
ahead, please, Adam.
They can't even admit facts and evidence in the government's own exhibits. Can't say it. It's insane.
Pause.
Sorry, I'm going off.
Can you tell, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, there's a red circle around the Birch Lake area. What does that indicate?
So that's the entire area that they surveilled.
Dana
So
Nassel should be
they
in prison.
started on the west side of the lake, then they went down around the south side of the lake over to the Oasis Red Bull Tavern. Then they went through the neighborhoods on the east side of the lake and came up to the north side of the lake where they found the boat launch. So they circled that area during their surveillance around Birch Lake.
Okay. Go ahead, please, Adam. And pause. The times that are indicated there, 1:33 through 4:33, my math is 3 hours.
Yes, sir.
What's going on during that 3-hour time period?
That's their surveillance around Birch Lake. It also
Theirs?
includes
You mean the
lunch they had
FBI's?
at the
The
Red Bull
FBI
Tavern.
driving
Okay.
people
We'll
around,
talk about that more in a little while, but
buying them,
so
getting them stoned,
he
getting
spent
them
3
drunk,
hours around the
and then
area of
filming
Birch
them.
Lake.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Go ahead, please, Adam.
That's entrapment. I'm sorry, but it's ridiculous. I have no problem
pause.
sleeping at night. Impala
There's an
believes
now
that
red
he is
circle
superior
around the village
to
of Elk Rapids.
the rest of us.
What does that indicate?
He doesn't have the ability to self-reflect.
That shows the surveillance
He
they did on the
probably
way out
doesn't
of
even
town
know
after
that his story
after
changes
Birch
every time he
Lake
tells it. He
surveillance. They headed out
embellishes
of
it
town.
more
They stopped
because
by
the man is a
Elk Rapids Police
pathological
Department
liar.
and then,
Probably
Gilroy's
lies
hardware
so
store
much
there.
it's second
Okay.
nature to him. I bet he
were you able
believes
to
his own
determine
lies.
from listening to
That's how he sleeps at night.
the surveillance why they were going by Gilroy's? Got it.
We talked about supplies when they were up there
Okay. Supplies for what?
for the kidnapping operation.
Okay. Go ahead, please, Adam.
I guess I'd ask for some clarification, who they is, Your Honor.
Agent, what did you describe?
Pause.
Audio you're referencing?
Sure. So this is CHS Dan's vehicle with CHS
Night,
Dan,
Max.
Adam Fox, and Eric Molitor in the car. I recall hearing discussion about the hardware store, but I don't recall who said what, which exact statement occurred. I just remember hearing discussion about the hardware store.
Exactly. There's never
The,
consequences for Agent Impala's
The route
lies.
is now it looks to be traveling south again. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Go ahead, Adam, please.
Oh, they're going to try to make this look like it's something real.
Pause.
I love how they do
Okay.
this stuff.
If I'm
Good night,
correct,
Max.
the earlier portion of this exhibit indicated that
Kadecki is
Dan,
right.
and Mr. Fox arrived at Mr. Molitor's home at 12:18. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
I believe they departed at 12:36. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and now they're back at Mr. Molitor's at 5:40. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay.
They won't call Robeson. They burned him as an informant
Did they
because
go
they have to
anywhere else,
conceal
do
his
anything else
role
besides
in
go to Elk Rapids and do
hosting
what you
all of these
described so
events
far?
and organizing it
No.
all and introducing people to
Go
each
ahead, please,
other.
Adam.
This is just tragic. This is a miscarriage of justice happening right now. It's not a fair trial. Yeah, he was a huge part of it all, though. Exactly. And if the judges cared about the truth, they could compel Robeson to testify. They could give him immunity if he's worried about, his Fifth Amendment right against self-incrimination, which is why he refused to testify the last times he invoked his Fifth Amendment right. Well, the judge could say, hey, I'm going to offer you immunity. So if you
Thank you.
incriminate yourself, it's fine. We just want your testimony because we want to hear the truth. In the interest of getting the truth, we'll give you immunity in exchange for your testimony. If this was a legitimate search for the truth,
Look at 198.
you would want as much information coming in as possible. So why are they hiding everything? Why is all this evidence under seal? Why can't, the defense raise entrapment? Why can't they tell the jury about two men that were acquitted successfully because of that? It's because
I have it here.
it's not about the
Okay.
truth.
Um,
This is about, as Impala said,
what is it?
a story.
This is a photograph off the internet
Thank
that
you
I
so
found.
much. I
It's the
appreciate
Elk
the
Rapids
super chat.
Chamber of Commerce
You guys are
photograph,
awesome.
And it is what I recognize as the Elk River
Oh,
Bridge
he's got his binder again.
31.
And remind us why that bridge over the Elk River is important.
I'm going to make this full screen
This
again
is
so
the
y'all can
bridge
see his
that Adam
special
Fox
binder. He's a
scouted out
very
to place
special boy
explosives under,
with a special binder.
during the nighttime surveillance. So this was part of the plan.
No,
to,
the FBI has planned that surveillance.
deter
They
first
told Barry
responders from
he was
malpractice
going
police department.
to land navigation training.
There's obviously 2 bridges that you could use to get from the village of Elk Rapids up to Birch Lake. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
I
Okay.
know.
They
do.
At
Yep.
the time, on the first time that you heard Adam Fox talking about that, did it appear that he was aware of the second bridge?
When he went down to scout out the bridge, he noticed the second bridge and stated that he'd be blowing that one too.
And that was
Yeah, right.
during at what point in time?
That was
Adam,
during
like,
the nighttime
said all
surveillance.
kinds of goofy things.
For the first time we heard of it.
None of
on
it was
September
real.
12th that night.
Good,
And
thank you.
the FBI sitting there goading him
was
on,
any, picture
encouraging him,
captured of,
suggesting
Mr.
worse
Fox doing
things.
that?
Yes,
Okay, and who took
Yeah,
that
the
picture?
that was
Told him.
Undercover Red. He
Yeah,
went under the
The
bridge.
FBI
Undercover
agent
Red
literally
was
is in the car
FBI's
with Adam,
explosive
says, hey,
expert.
Adam,
Should
Adam's
be
so
set.
naive and trusting of everybody. He believes these people are his
Okay, I'm gonna
friends
come
and have
back
his
to
best
that in a
interests
minute,
at heart.
okay?
They've lured him
Um,
out here.
all
You
right,
know,
when you
Adam
see
is
that
there.
picture?
He's high out of his
Yes,
mind.
after
He's
the
stoned
surveillance, I
because the
met with
FBI
Undercover
gave
Red
him
and
marijuana.
collected recording
And then
devices and any
Special
evidence.
Agent Timothy
Okay.
Bates,
And,
going by the
obviously,
undercover
brief or
name,
speak with him about
Red,
what happened?
tells him, hey, Adam, get out and
Very good.
pose under the bridge. I'm going to take a
The,
picture of you.
uh,
Then he tells Adam, hey, I want you to post
move
these
on.
pictures in the encrypted group
Like,
chat.
one
So
more
Adam
page.
does that, again, completely naive and just doing what these people are telling him. And then the FBI uses that against him as evidence later. Adam's plan. Adam posted this in the group chat. No, you guys were telling him what to do, and he's just sitting there going, oh, okay. Yeah, okay. Sure, guys. Can we go get some hot wings now? Oh, sure. Here's some more marijuana. That's what the FBI does.
Thank you, Judge. You mentioned
Thank you so
Mr.
much.
Fox
I
going underneath
appreciate
the
it.
bridge
You guys are awesome.
on the nighttime
Hello.
surveillance, right?
Yes, sir.
On the north end of, or the north side
Yes,
of the river
Red is
there.
probably
what do we
still
see?
operating undercover.
Right.
Special Agent
Side of the
Bates.
picture is
We're going to
more.
name and shame them.
And there's a boardwalk that goes under the bridge, so you can see the allotment of the bridge.
Okay, all right. Thank you very much. Can you look at I'm sorry, exhibit rather, 202 in your book there? It's actually, it's not going to be. Are you familiar with exhibit 202?
Yes, I am.
And what is that?
This is a dash camera video that was provided by Brian Higgins. Brian Higgins was from Wisconsin. He came over to the
Friends
Luther
with
training.
Steve
He was,
Robeson.
on the nighttime surveillance. He is
Steve's
the one
tech
who had
guy.
a fixed dash cam video to his truck.
Yeah, the
and he
dash cam
recorded the
video.
surveillance for
Was-
the operators.
He was recording it
And
for
where
who?
did that video project?
FBI,
what was it
maybe?
covering?
So there's a
I don't know.
camera facing out in front of his truck and a camera facing
let's
towards
do a
him.
big
So
thing.
there's two cameras.
Why
on
would
that
he put a
video.
dash cam video
Okay.
up there?
And,
Was it maybe because he was
tell
told
us
that
how
they
you
were
came
going
into
to
possession of
arrest
that.
child traffickers as part
After
of
the
Steve's
nighttime surveillance,
charity? His
on
charity?
Sunday in
Steve the
Luther, so this
informant.
was September
So is this because he
13th,
lied to these
2020.
people about what they were
There was a
doing?
meeting, and
Hmm.
following the meeting, we call it the Circle of Trust meeting. Brian
Oh my
Higgins
God.
gave CHS Dan a thumb drive
How come?
with the recordings he captured, so that the team could use
How
it for
come he
further
gave
training.
it to Dan? No, for
After,
training.
That
Please.
day, I met with Dan and obtained that evidence and
Evidence
this
that would.
dash cam
Oh my
video.
God! The
Okay.
whole thing they just set up. They call it
and
evidence now.
generally, what does it show
Unbelievable.
us?
So generally, it's about a 2-minute video, and it shows the front of
It's
Brian
a video
Higgins'
taken
car,
out of
which
context.
has
This little clip.
Ty Garvin and Caleb Franks in it.
Oh,
as
the
it's going
two
down
rats
Timberlake
that took
Drive,
plea
and they're
deals.
looking for the governor's
Along with
address,
Higgins, rats.
based
They
on
all
Adam
lie
Fox's
now.
description.
Whatever the
This is
government
what we're
says,
calling
they have to
the,
parrot in exchange for
signal
that
car.
plea deal.
Later, this is the first trip down, and then subsequent trips, they'll flash their lights going down Timberlake Drive.
Okay. And
The
Timberlake
FBI
Drive.
was
is
giving them
that
militia
the,
training.
is that the street that the governor's cabin was on?
Yes, sir.
Okay. The video, I'm going to move for admission of Exhibit 202, please.
Stand on objection. No objection.
The court will admit these exhibit 202, vision is what is specified as the video of creation, his knowledge, explain how he portrayed it, so it will be admitted.
Thank you
All
very
right,
much.
let's get it
Adam,
going.
can you
Come on,
play that,
guys.
please? Oh, yeah, that's a good idea. Thank you. Thank you, Sergeant.
Thank you. Thank you,
Yeah.
Sergeant. Wow. I know I'm being snarky, guys. I'm sorry, but when you know that they're trying to take these men from their children, innocent men, I have no sympathy for him, and I'm gonna make fun of him because we're supposed to expose wickedness, and I'm gonna expose it, but I'm gonna laugh at it too because it's pathetic. These people are pathetic.
Here's some fireline numbers, these green signs up there.
So you got two FBI people in the front seat here.
8, 9, 3, 6. Is that one of them?
Lots of brainwashing.
Oh, yeah.
That's right. That is our right as Americans to make fun of the government. We don't have to like them. Yeah, this is the GoPro dash cam put up by Brian Higgins, who was best friends with FBI informant Steve Robeson, who took a plea deal. Very interesting that he put this dash cam up there because he was told a story about, oh yeah, we're going to go arrest child traffickers for Steve Robeson's charity. Steve told people that, well, I'll save that for the documentary. It does, right, Isabel? It's like, what are we even looking at here? This is so dumb. And there's multiple people recording on audio as well in this vehicle. Richard Booth is for people who don't know, one of the foremost
spotter
experts
car, is
on
that correct?
OKC. You should be following
No.
him.
I mean, I'm sorry,
Signal car.
signal car. How many vehicles were part of the nighttime surveillance?
Very
3
sad.
vehicles.
Okay, you've indicated the signal car. What were the other 2 cars?
The spotter car and the lookout car.
Okay, who was in the spotter car?
The spotter car was driven by CHS Dan. Barry Croft was in the car. Adam Fox was in the car. Obviously, CHS Dan. Steve Robeson was in the back seat. I believe there was one other person in the car. Oh, undercover Red.
Yeah.
Undercover Red was in
Oh,
the car.
you might think that's important, right?
Let's come back.
Come
to
on.
Undercover Red for a minute.
By the way, for people who are
You
wondering,
mentioned that using undercover agents.
This is,
yesterday, your testimony, I think,
direct.
was that
this is
it's an
still
exceptional
direct.
thing.
He's not under
Is that
cross
correct?
yet.
Yes.
It will
Okay.
get more difficult for
And I think you
Impola
mentioned
to
there's obviously
maintain his
danger to them.
lies.
Yes.
Okay. Can you tell the ladies and gentlemen on the jury why Undercover Red was introduced into this investigation?
So Undercover Red was an explosive expert, and he was introduced because Adam Fox was
No, we
looking
needed to
and
wrap
claimed to have
wrap
found
this
his
up
own
and roll these guys
explosive
up, and we had
expert.
nothing
didn't know
we
who
could
that
do,
was.
so we had to
Adam Fox
introduce
was in
this.
contact with somebody he called the Baker, and Adam Fox had described to CHS Dan what the Baker could do, what his capabilities were to be able to make cakes and send cupcakes We were concerned because based on Adam Fox's description, it sounded like the baker knew what he was doing. And so we didn't
What?
want actual explosives.
No,
in
there
Adam
was
Fox's
none of
hands.
that. It didn't
So
happen.
I determined that we needed to
I
get an
determined that.
undercover agent into that
No.
role so that Adam Fox would only be buying explosives from us.
No,
for,
that's not what
safety of the
happened.
public.
He's lying. They
Would
needed
Adam
to
Fox-
arrest
would
these guys. They
Red or,
admit in
would Red
September
ever
that there's
sell
still
or
no
provide
plan and they're
real
trying to
explosives
arrest
to
them
Adam
before
Fox?
the
No, that
election.
would never
So they come up with
fly.
this idea to introduce undercover Timothy Bates, UCE Red, posing as a
all right.
explosive
And then, so we're
expert
going
to
back
offer
the-
them
the nighttime
that and
surveillance. We got a
requesting
spotter
money
car,
from
I'm
them,
sorry, yeah,
and none of these people gave
signal
him
car,
any money.
spotter car, and
So
then I think you,
it's
the
it
third
they
car
didn't go for
was-
the bait
lookout
that was
car.
thrown
Okay.
out, just like the
And what
FBI
was the
putting
role
out
of
the
the lookout car?
$5,000 prepaid
Lookout
credit
car,
cards
was
and dangling
in the
that in front of
neighborhood
these guys,
looking
including
for,
Adam, who's
anything that could be
living
wrong
in
with
the
them.
basement
So,
of the vac
law
shack.
enforcement,
He could have used that money. Adam was broke. He didn't take the credit cards. He didn't
they're
use it to order
performing
beer
surveillance at
because they
night.
wanted to make it look
They'd
like these
already
guys were
obtained surveillance
stockpiling
in the day.
in preparation
So
of
you need to
something.
know
They
they
were
could be
literally,
in the
that's
neighborhood,
framing
the
people.
pattern of
That
life,
isn't even
at
entrapment, it's
night,
framing.
as, be looking
But
for law
they didn't go
enforcement,
for it.
because it's a lot different when you're doing surveillance at night than it is during the day.
Okay. Who was in the surveillance car?
The
That
FBI.
was Mike. Oh, I'm
The
sorry.
FBI
the
paid
lookout
for the
car.
gas.
I'm sorry. Yeah,
bought them,
the lookout car.
food.
Thank you. I
Okay.
conflated that.
and
That was Mike
alcohol.
Null, Bill Null, and Undercover Mark.
Okay.
And not the other
And,
undercover. Possibly more.
did
I mean, who
you,
knows? We only know about 12 informants, 3 undercovers, 2 to 3 undercovers. There could be more.
Tell us what exhibit number 5 is, please.
Exhibit number 5 is an animated route of travel with some times
I'm
on
sorry,
it, similar
I'm
to the one we
like-
just saw with the daytime surveillance. It's the
I
nighttime
find him
surveillance
tedious.
route of travel.
He can't help
And
but
how did
embellish
you
everything.
put that together?
So I put that together through my knowledge from actually following behind, performing surveillance myself, and then listening to the audio live as it occurred. And then,
Who was in the car?
corresponding where
Well, the
vehicles were,
FBI was in the
during the
driver's
live audio.
seat, the front passenger seat,
Um,
and
the,
in one of the back seats. And then the other guys,
so the travel
targets,
animation
they're in the
does it
back
show
seat.
the
And the FBI's
the
driving
route,
everyone around,
where
paying
the
for the gas,
does it accurately show
taking them up
what
on
happened that evening in
excursions,
terms
setting
of
up
surveillance
obstacle
on the route?
courses, and then
Yes,
filming
sir.
them go
Move
through
for
it.
admission, please, of exhibit number 5.
Unreal.
Just for purposes of clarification, is it 1 vehicle, 3 vehicles? I'm not sure.
Yeah.
You know what? Joshua makes a very good
Thank you.
point. How many times have they done this and not gotten caught?
I'm sorry.
Oh, that's okay. You wonder how many vehicles were traveling.
Probably.
And I'd ask,
They didn't know what it was.
Yes.
Yeah, so it shows 3 vehicles. It shows one
The
route
FBI
of
was
travel,
training
and
them.
then
They
it'll
didn't
pop up with
know
a spot,
what-
and
that's
it'll
what
show the
was
location
happening.
and timestamp of those 3 vehicles, and then the route of travel will progress up north. And it'll show the 3 vehicles, and then it'll keep going.
Would stand on objections, Judge.
I have the exhibits, by the way. Let me get the link for that again so everyone can look at this.
It has been testified that it's an accurate description and representation of the route of travel for the night surveillance as testified to by Agent Nicola based on who's there. So it will be admitted it can be published.
thank you. And go ahead and play that if you would.
Yeah, go ahead and play that if you would. All right, let me get the documents for people. So just so you guys have all of this stuff. Where did I have it saved?
You pause that for a minute.
Documents. Yes. Here's the
Thank
link.
you, Adam. Go ahead.
Government exhibits. So remember, when you're looking at this stuff, this is the government's evidence, and a lot of this stuff is cherry picked, to paint these people in the worst possible lights. But these are the exhibits, and now y'all have them.
And pause. What do we see here, Agent Impla?
Agent
So this is the
Impala.
location of Ty Garvin's remote hunting property. It doesn't have a physical address, but it's
Out in the
there
middle
off
of nowhere
of,
in
just west
Luther.
of 3
Ty
Mile Road
the
and
rat. Ty the
Luther
first
Road.
guy to
And
take a
this is
plea
in
deal,
Luther.
whose
So
lawyer
this is
used
the
to work for the
training
FBI.
field training exercise that weekend that Ty Garvin and the Wolverine Watchman and Fox had put on.
Okay. And again, Barry Croft attended that training. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
And Mr. Molitor?
Yes, sir.
How about Mr. Michael Null?
Yes.
How about Mr. William Null?
Yes.
Okay. Go ahead, please.
So this is, eyewitness comment. Oh yeah, Pinkerton, the Pinkertons.
Pause. We see here the Walmart near Cadillac. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. What happens there generally?
This is the staging location where they all met. and
Yeah,
waited
Barry
for
wanted to
people
leave.
arrive.
He didn't like
As
this.
people left,
He thought he
Luther
was going to
training
do
areas,
land
people grabbed some
navigation
food,
training, and
people
he's
changed
like,
their
"What the
clothes.
hell?"
So they all generally left and then staged and waited for everybody to arrive in the Walmart parking lot in Cadillac.
Okay. Go ahead, please, Adam. Ooh.
Just remember that, they're watching. Our friends and
And
the
pause.
FBI are watching the stream.
What are we looking at there,
Our
Agent
friends
Impla?
at the U.S. Attorney's
Well, this is the
office
East Mark.
are watching.
It's the mobile
Hello.
just off 31, but to the west of it is the AMVET Post 149. It's
What's up, Cool
the
Frog?
parking lot of the AMVET where the 3 vehicles met and got instructions prior to heading north into the village and to the Birch Lake.
What type of instructions and by whom?
So Adam Fox gave instructions. He got out of his vehicle and he gave rolls to the vehicle. I think he was walking 2 different vehicles. It was raining out at night, so some people tried to stay in vehicles and minimize their time outside.
Okay.
The FBI
go ahead,
planned
please,
this with Whitmer's team. They picked the best time that would be good for her. They installed a pool cam in advance at her house.
And
They said,
pause.
"Oh, try to invite this person. Try to
What are we
invite
looking at
that
there,
person. We want to
intern? We saw
maximize
the time,
how many people
stamp
are
there,
showing
I
up
think
for this."
11:02,
Because
if
what
I'm
this
not
was
mistaken.
about was trying
What are
to
we
get
looking at
them
there,
on
Mr.
evidence, doing something they could say was some type of
So
plot.
this is the
'Cause they have
location
nothing.
of the
There is
spotter
no
car. So
agreement.
Adam Fox's car with undercover red and Dan Barry Croft. So this is where they pulled off on the left side of 31 and then went down through that
This is
boardwalk.
probably true.
And they took a picture. Adam Fox in undercover red went under the bridge and
Yeah,
took
'cause-
pictures of the bridge.
Yeah,
above
the
it.
FBI told
Okay.
them to. And
Um,
Adam has
the,
no
um,
idea what's going
let me
on. He
pause
just
for a
thinks
moment
these
here
people are
and
his
ask-
friends.
Uh,
Sick.
you mentioned the spotter car was going to flash its lights when it found the governor's address, I believe.
That's the signal car.
I'm
that
sorry,
flashes its
signal car.
lights.
I apologize. The signal car was going to flash its lights as it went by the governor's address. Is that
Yeah, so the signal car was gonna flash its lights. They also had an IR illuminator, which is infrared light. They had a flashlight that they were gonna shine. And the spotter car, which was on the north side of Birch Lake on the boat launch, had night vision, and they were trying to look across
Hi,
the lake and
Anonymous.
see if they could see the signals from the headlights and the IR illuminator, so they could determine the route across the lake. for
This
the
is
governor's
no.
location.
okay? Go ahead, please, Adam. Thank you.
Yeah, this is the FBI stuff.
Pause. The picture we see there, what are we looking at?
So this is Adam Fox
Poor
under the
Adam.
bridge.
Under the
abutment
bridge,
here on
stoned.
31. So we're on the west side
The
facing.
FBI is
east,
all surrounding
across
him,
on Elk River.
photographing
And,
him, telling him what
that
to do,
box
and he
going up
doesn't
under the
understand
bridge
what's
to take
happening.
pictures
So
of
he's
where
just
the place is
believing
closest.
people who he thinks are his friends.
Please play.
But look, the FBI made this lovely video for us where they show a map and they have little
Pause.
pings and they zoom
As we
in
look at
and they
the
show the
screen
pictures
now,
they took.
where is the Governor's Street?
So the Governor's Street is just north of this,
No, the
purple
FBI
location
got all
marker
this
that says
gear for them, I'm
1129.
sure.
That's Timberlake Drive right there, as the purple marker is driving down Williams Road.
Okay. And we look to the north
Yeah,
end
the
of the
night
lake
vision.
there, and what is that?
That's the boat launch, so that's the location where the spotter car went.
Okay. Prior to this nighttime surveillance, Agent Impla, did you make any contact with
Where's
your
Chambers?
partners at the Michigan State Police?
Chambers
and,
isn't going to be
Governor's
called in to
security
testify,
detail?
though he was the main agent
Yeah, so
here.
prior to both
Because
surveillances,
he had a
I
private
contacted the
intelligence
commander of the
company
Governor's
called
Protection
Exa
Detail,
Intel.
Trooper.
And Exa Intel was seeking to make a lot of money advising the government on DT cases. And Chambers was trying to use his this case to transition from the FBI into the private sector. He himself said that and made that clear in emails that we have with him and other agents where he discusses this. That's why Chambers has never been called at any of these trials. None of the three agents have been. Or, I'm sorry, out of the three lead agents, the only one who showed up is Impola, the liar who's committed perjury numerous times.
Here's some fireline numbers, use green signs up here. What's number you're looking for?
Let's get this one, sorry. Yes, anyone could be Adam. That's what people need to understand. It could happen to anybody.
Say it one more time.
Yeah, I would too. I'd be showing it. Again, this video shows nothing except the FBI's driving the vehicles. You know, this is the FBI driving, so we're watching them.
Oh, yeah.
It is heartbreaking.
So my order is 683.
It's from their perspective doesn't even make sense because they're the ones in control of everything and planning it all. They're the ones inviting people to the FTX. They're the ones hosting them. They're the ones doing the training. It's literally them doing all of this. So it's not even that they couldn't prevent them from attempting something. Nobody attempted anything. Towards the end, because no one had done anything and no one was going to, and they knew that, they had to do this little setup, what we're seeing here. Oh, and by the way, check this out. Y'all love this. This happened at the federal trial. It's actually quite amazing. The pull cam that they installed at Whitmer's vacation cottage, they wanted that pull cam to pick up these guys driving by, right? They didn't want to just have this poor quality dash cam thing. The pull cam has a night vision and all of that. And that's what they were hoping for. This video of these guys driving by, real scary. Look how close they got to her cottage or whatever. But they didn't get close to her cottage. So the pull cam didn't even pick up them doing this drive-by with the FBI literally driving the vehicles there. So what they did and what they presented at court in the federal trial is they made a reenactment video. I'm not making it up. They presented a completely fabricated video that they called a reenactment, and they were allowed to play that to a jury. It isn't even evidence. It's just them claiming that they're reenacting what happened because it didn't get picked up by the poll cam. And people don't understand that these men were facing basically life in prison. And their lives are on the line and they have families. It's very serious. And this is the games the FBI plays. We're going to present a completely fabricated video that we just made up and call it a reenactment. and the judge will allow us to admit it as evidence. What? That happened? That's real.
Of the high beams and the signaling with the infrared flashlight as they get by the governor's house.
And if you could just, before you play that, Adam, we had video of the first trip down Timberlake Drive. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, and remind us again how we came into possession with that?
Brian Higgins.
I don't know how that was allowed to be submitted.
Provided that video to CHS Dan for use in training.
Okay.
Yeah,
And,
this is what it would have
and Mr.
looked
Higgins
like.
is on the subjects of investigation chart, exhibit
crazy.
number 1 there, right?
Yes.
And we
So
don't need-
he's the third one over from the top,
Okay.
next to Adam Fox
Okay.
and Mike Knoll.
Okay, did you or
Absolutely.
Dan or anyone else in the investigation have any control of what Mr. Higgins provided?
No,
Okay, did
Yeah.
Mr. Higgins provide the video
On direct.
to Dan,
Impola.
any video to Dan that captured the second trip down Timberlake Drive?
he just provided select clips of video for the team that he controlled. So he didn't have any control as to what he gave to us.
Okay, all right, so go ahead, please, Adam, and play. Why is the icon blinking?
So this is when they're flashing their high beams and using the IR illuminator to try and signal over to the spotter team on the boat launch, which had the night vision.
And your monitor, do you have any coverage of the spotter team on the north end of the lake?
Spotter team.
Yes,
It's
CHS
literally
Dan
the
and Undercover Red
FBI.
were there, so I was able to monitor that live.
Okay.
Oh,
and
he was
the
monitoring all this
signaling
live.
From the signal
Yeah,
car
this was
successful
so
to the spotter
scary.
car?
It was so dangerous that we're monitoring it live. We've got 30 different agents stationed around the area. All of this is being transmitted in real time. It's also being recorded by secondary recording devices from multiple people recording, not just informants, but undercover agents themselves. Whitmer's team's aware of everything. Everybody except these guys knows what's happening. Yes, it was so dangerous we had to do a reenactment of it at the federal trial.
You were live monitoring again means you can hear. Tell us what that is exactly.
Yeah, so Undercover Red is wearing a transmitter, and as is Undercover, CHS Dan. And so I'm live monitoring the traffic on those devices during the surveillance.
While you were monitoring that, were you able to hear Mr. Fox make any comments about seeing any of the lights flashing from the signal car?
Yes, I was able to hear Mr. Fox say that he saw the signal car through the night vision that he was looking through.
Okay. Go ahead, please, Adam. Continue to play. And I'm sorry, Adam, can you go back a little bit? I got ahead of to the pickleball courts. And pause, please. Okay, what are we seeing there, Agent Impla?
That
This
is what
the
it was. It
debrief
was a
location. So following the surveillance,
T
15 minutes that they
military
were,
operation,
going up and
military
down the
style
street,
operation.
and that signal
That's what it
stopping.
was.
They met here at
Exactly. How
That's
many
where it's a
times has
pickleball
Impola
court,
perjured
right
himself?
across
Not
from
just
the,
in this case,
Oasis Red Bull
embellishing the story
And,
every time he gets on the stand to
spoke
tell
briefly,
it, you know,
talked about what was
trying to
going on
make
before they
himself
got-
sound more important. But prior
The,
cases, as I
is that
stated,
same
the
spot?
former
You
U.S. Attorney
mentioned
for the
Red Bull
Western
Tavern,
District of
the
Michigan,
Oasis
Brian
Red Bull
Lennon,
Tavern yesterday
wrote a
during,
letter to the Assistant Director of the
daytime
FBI. He copied Dan Tuono, who was head of the
Um,
Detroit field
I
office at
did,
the time.
yes.
He accuses Impola of committing perjury in a prior case twice
during the day.
twice in violation of 18 U.S. Code Section 1621. That letter was sent in February of 2020. I have the letter, and I also have copies of the FedEx receipt, so we know that Platt and D'Antuono got it.
Okay. and
They
this
got
is
the
same
letter.
location?
1 month later,
Yes, okay.
Impala, rather than being referred to the FBI's Office of OPR, Office of Professional Responsibility, to be investigated by Internal Affairs for misconduct, as this U.S. attorney requested, Mr. Lennon. No, they promote him instead to be a lead agent in this case 1 month later in March of 2020. We need to ask why he wasn't investigated for
Where'd the cars
breaking
go
the
to
law
after that?
twice in a prior case.
Two of the cars went back to Luther, and undercover Mark took off.
Oh yeah.
Look
how
Thank you.
he-
Can you
he's
look in your
such a-
book, please, and tell us
How
what
he's
exhibit
sitting there
number
like
6
he's a
is.
gangster.
That's a good time. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take our morning break. So if you could, for the minutes that you have, use this time to make your selection for lunch. And vote. We're coming back. Oh, you guys do this. Okay. We'll take a break for 10, 15 minutes. Give everybody a chance.
We're gonna do a morning break now.
All right.
We're just going into morning break. Yeah, I'd ask why he perjured himself exactly. Who? Oh, Struck and Page. Exactly. They did nothing about that from Crossfire Hurricane. This is no different. In fact, it's just worse. He is in the biggest gang. Yes. Oh, yeah, that's true. The FBI is in the biggest gang. Yeah, everyone should do an email campaign to them to cover this.
I had one question about, is it 202 in the book that I was given? There was a 202.
10 a.m. break, yeah.
Is that going to be a
Funny, huh?
also separate exhibit or is it not being used?
Let me catch up with you, Judge. I'm sorry.
This is. Would you like it?
Yeah, no, I'm, yeah, I got it. Thank you. Give me a moment during the break, Judge. We'll think about how to cope with that. I think the audio was fairly clear. I may move for it.
No,
I
it's
think,
not
you know
clear.
what,
The
when
audio is
jury comes
awful.
back, I will move for that transcript to be admitted. I'll
Yeah, the
foundation.
audio is awful on these
Yeah,
videos that
thank
they're
you.
playing, and they know that. It's very poor
Yeah.
quality.
Yeah.
And in 2023, audio can be
Yep, no, I
cleaned
understand.
up.
Thank
Like,
you.
it's not like they don't have access to the
Yeah, we come back.
the most advanced tools. This is the federal government, guys. They've got unlimited resources. We can't clean up the audio on this stuff. Come on. Yeah, but just trust the transcript and the jumbled tin can that you just listened to.
Thank you.
Oh my gosh. Unreal. All right, guys. So we're on the morning break now. I don't know why we need another morning break, but evidently we do. So I think Jeremy's in here with me, but I think you're muted. There he is.
Hey, sorry, just give me a second. I'm wrapping up something and then I'll be in here.
Okay. All right. So I've got Jeremy in here we're going to talk about this in a minute. The FBI has to get their lies straight. I should why are we doing a morning break already? Does this make sense to anybody? I think it's goofy, but it is what it is. Maybe they need a break. I mean, to be fair, if I had to listen to Impala in a courtroom and not in the comfort, at least, of my own home, it'd probably be much more difficult for me as well. And maybe I would need a break. I think that's more like it. I think that's sort of more or less the reason. Also, the jury probably wants to get up and stretch their legs and stuff like that. So, boy, it's just, bathroom breaks and stuff, and it is so frustrating listening to them lie in real time. So, the other thing is we know that they're watching everything that I do. I kid you not. I didn't think I was that important either. But remember, during Barry's sentencing, they brought up his interviews with me. They quoted directly from an interview we had done the night before his sentencing, where he compared these agents to stolen valor, to people who put on the vestments of patriots and claim to care about this country, and that they claim that they're civil servants, but they don't serve the people they are entrapping and victimizing them. And so he said he likened it to stolen valor. And Nils Kessler, the prosecutor, was so mad about that he decided he was going to try to get Barry even more time than they gave Adam, who they called the ringleader for the 2 years prior. Then at Barry's sentencing, Mr. Kessler comes up with a new thing that he just made up from whole cloth called the spiritual leader of a crime. Has anyone heard of this concept? How is it possible to be the spiritual leader of a conspiracy that never manifested? That was really just the FBI conspiring to do these things and then trying to get a bunch of unwitting people into compromising positions and situations, and cherry pick little things that they said at different times, that they were being filmed over 7 different months, going back years on their social media to find posts they made to try to justify this idea that these men should be arrested for some bizarre kidnapping plot that we don't even know what the actual story is. That changes. It's, they were going to fly her over the lake on a kite. Adam literally said that. He talked about, this crazy stuff about, getting a Black Hawk helicopter and getting her out on the boat. And then they were going to go from one Black Hawk helicopter to another one. And it literally sounds like a scene from a movie of somebody that is just incredibly intoxicated going on rants. That was it. That's all they have. There's no actual anybody taking acts in furtherance of a conspiracy. Now, here's another thing, and I want you guys to pay attention to this when we come back from break. If these men were actually plotting and conspiring together, right? Where's the evidence from their phones? If Adam's the ringleader and he's calling the shots, wouldn't he be messaging people and giving directions to them, telling them what to do? And then there'd be a reply. Is anyone seeing evidence like that? Is anyone seeing any communications from any of the phones between any of these co-conspirators, these defendants? If they're plotting together, why is it that they're not even calling each other? They're not texting each other? But you see hundreds of phone calls and text messages between informants and Adam, between informants and Barry, but we don't see Adam and Barry talking. What's going on with this? There should be, if this was a real investigation with actual evidence, that would be presented. They'd be like, hey, look, here they're talking about doing this. Look at all the communication with them. Oh, here's where it looks like they're using code words, blah, 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 blah. Like, they don't have any of that. They have people in chat rooms posting memes, and they have the FBI telling people to post this, post that, say this, say that, and that's it. But there's no actual, like, there's no communications between these people. Like, they didn't even know each other prior to the FBI introducing them to one another. And again, the common thread is always the FBI. If you remove the informants and agents, it's like these people don't know each other, and they live in different areas. Barry is a truck driver from Delaware. Why is he even mad at Whitmer? He doesn't even live in Michigan. And if Barry was so angry, he met a politician during the summer of 2020 while he was armed. He met Doug Mastriano and shook his hand at Gettysburg. Got a picture with him. He didn't do anything. And it's the same thing with those guys in the building at Lansing. They didn't do anything. Nothing happened. They were in the same building as legislatures, and they were carrying their arms. They didn't do anything. Nothing happened, despite, the FBI's best efforts in orchestrating the whole thing and, telling the Lansing Capitol Police to stand down, open the doors, and let everybody in. And then the media getting the pictures of the guys, posting it everywhere, which the FBI tried to use to recruit more people into these groups that they were controlling. And like we saw yesterday, as soon as the jury left the room after the defense did their opening statement, the prosecutor complained that the defense told the truth about the FBI's informant being the commanding officer of the Watchmen and leading the tactical training. That is a fact and evidence. And they're not allowed to say the truth at trial. You heard that. You heard that. Anyways, I think Jeremy's here now. What's up?
Man, good morning. Another morning that we get to have our blood boiling from the stupidity of our government. For the folks who don't know, who aren't as familiar with this case, every single time the government has had to go to trial, whether it was in the federal or the state courts, they come up with new lies. They come up with new labels for these guys. 1 minute Barry's this kingpin. Then when it's time to sentence Adam, well, he's the kingpin. And then when it's time to sentence these other guys, they have all of this importance. And the thing is you don't have to believe me in Radix. You can actually go and look at all of this. You can read their own words, where all of a sudden, if this is the person that's getting sentenced, they're the most important thing in the world. Listen, these people are full of it. When if this case was legit, okay, if these were actual terrorists and these people were bad people, there's no way any of them, regardless of if they pled guilty or not, if it was legit, they would not be on the streets right now. But Ty Garbin is, right?
Yeah.
Two of the other people charged are because they couldn't find them guilty. How much, you know what I mean? Like, how much, where's the continuity? When is this going to make sense?
And here's an interesting fact for people, or here's just something to consider. Why is Ty Garbin not on the BOP website at all? If he's, I don't even know if he's in a halfway house anymore. I know that he's no longer in prison, and he was supposed to go into a halfway house, but he may even be out of that because there's no information about it on the BOP website. It doesn't say like that he was in custody and was released on this date. Like, there's nothing like that on there, which I think is just insane, because you would think there'd have to be some record of that.
Absolutely.
Why is that not on the BOP website? And are people not paying attention or asking these questions? And you're not going to hear this on anyone else's coverage of this, because no one's covering this. How many people are covering this trial? Like nobody. A few local media there, but it's just not getting national coverage.
Julie Kelly and all of them, they've relied totally on us. They've relied on me and Thomas and you and everybody else to give them their story, to give them their information, but it's not being covered. Remember, and like you said yesterday, this was supposed to be the nation's largest terrorism case in a generation.
Yeah, they said that.
Yeah, I mean, those are their words, and here we are. Nobody's covering it. Nobody's covering it because they lied. You know, this is their media. It's their news. They can spin it however they want. And if they don't have their news covering it, there's a reason for that. And it's because they lied. It's because this case is, well, think about it. If you had all of the professional analysts watching and listening to what the judge did yesterday, saying you don't have a constitutional right to freedom of speech in this courtroom, I mean, not only excluding you from using a word, but you're not even allowed to, you're not allowed to infer, insinuate. You cannot even allude to the fact that this was entrapment. So you're not allowed to defend your clients the way that you know, Constitution says that you can. And, you know, all of this, it's a complete mess, dude, because they lied. And now they're having to cover up for all these lies.
Yeah.
Every time somebody's in court, they're the most important thing. Well,
yes. Oh my gosh, did you see yesterday? So Impala's showing his chart that he made, and he literally, I'm not making this up, he's got Barry on the chart, Adam, he has Bill and Mike Null, he's got Eric on there. Then he has, I'm not making this up, he's got UCE Mark, or Special Agent Mark Schweers. He's got Special Agent Timothy Bates on there. He has Robeson on there and Dan Chappell on this chart that he made. And he has Chappell and then the two undercover FBI agents in the middle of it. And it's like, so he puts together this chart, and then they're asking him, well, why aren't some of the other people on this chart? Like, how come some of the watchmen aren't? How come, you know, some of these other defendants aren't? And he goes, well, that's a different stream of investigation. And for this case, I wanted to focus on this story. He literally is talking about how he's creating a story for this case and these defendants. And it's like, what? He actually said that.
Yes. They're so revealing. And it's, I believe it's a culmination of arrogance and ignorance. They believe that they can do whatever, that they can just, they're feckless, they can act without impunity. And it doesn't matter if Henrik Impala lies all the time on the stand. There's no one to hold him accountable. He's doing the job for an agenda, so he's protected, just like Judge Yonker, when he violated all civil rights, international rights, constitutional rights, court proceeding. Yeah. These guys do what they want.
Yeah, and what's going to happen to Yonker? He's got a federal appointment. Like, nothing's going to happen. They're not going to investigate him. Even if these men are successful in their appeals at the Sixth Circuit, they're going to give him a new trial, but no one's going to say, oh, well, now let's investigate Yonker and maybe bring him up on charges. Like, it's not going to happen. What we need to push for it, though, at least with these agents, you know?
Yeah.
All right, this is so frustrating. We're still, for everybody, there's maybe new people coming in. So we're still on direct with Special Agent Henrik Impala, one of the lead handling agents, but the main handling agent was Special Agent Jason Chambers. Then there was Richard Trask. Now, they will not be called to testify for various reasons, but mostly their misconduct. Although Impala has been accused of perjury, as I said, you know, he was credibly accused by a former U.S. attorney for the Western District of Michigan. It's not just somebody like myself who has accused him of lying. Like a U.S. attorney that works for the government accused him of lying, that committing perjury twice in a prior case, right before his last case, before taking this one. So this is a pattern of misconduct with Impala, it appears. And then
That's the
people will say, well, okay, he referred him to be investigated for perjury, but nothing came of it. So they act like that means that Impala has been exonerated. No, he was never investigated. They never investigated him. They never cleared him of committing perjury. There was no investigation. They just ignored it. That's what happened. So
They
he's
knew
not
they
been
could.
cleared of anything.
Yeah, if they investigated him, they were going to find crimes. So they just filed the report and never investigated. They know what they're doing, man.
Yeah.
And the only way to convict these guys is by lying, cheating, stealing. That's why they're doing it, because
Omitting
there is no
evidence.
case.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's right. It's ridiculous. This is an agency that did surveillance on Aretha Franklin in the 70s. Wow. I didn't even know that. For what? Like, for what? That's so funny.
Judge.
Because she wanted
good morning
respect.
again.
Well, they couldn't have that.
Right.
Oh, God, let's look at them. He's got his binder again. No, Bobo, get down.
I have it here.
Can you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what that is?
Come on, Bobo, get down, honey. Catch you later.
Yes, this is what I call a comms chart. And it is a chronological chart showing what I consider to be significant communications between Eric Molitor and Adam Fox.
Significant communications. What does this
Tell us a little
mean?
bit about, how did you get the information to make that chart?
So this information is a compilation of results from search warrant information. So search warrants to Facebook and a review of Eric Molitor's phone and Adam Fox's phone, as well as audio clips,
A comms
events
chart, yes.
where they met in person, such as the daytime surveillance, and listening to audio. And trying to think if there's any other things I used to compile this. Also logging into Dan's account. So what I did during the course of the investigation is when CHS Dan was having encrypted wire communications, he gave me his username and password. And I was able to take a tablet and log into his account and then monitor.
Yeah, he was
what Dan was
literally
saying to Eric
in
Molitor,
the Facebook
what was
watching
being,
all of these
said
conversations
on
in real
encrypted
time.
chats that were self-deleting that Dan was part of.
He's telling everybody he
Let's take it
violated
kind of
the
one chunk at a time there.
Yeah.
You
privacy.
mentioned some
And-
Facebook
Yeah, that's
accounts,
right.
and I think you
He
mentioned
lied.
search warrants again.
They put somebody in front of us who said he was our friend, said he's, like us, and then he starts to say he wants to commit crimes to set us up. I mean, then he uses that guy's communication. This is nothing special. He's admitting to crimes.
You mentioned
Yeah.
cell phones. I think you mentioned Mr. Molitor's cell phone and Mr. Fox's cell phone. Is that correct?
Yes.
Now-
So
Go ahead. I'm sorry.
So I did.
Look
receive
how he
search
looks
warrants
at
and
the
I did
jury.
review Adam
Like I
Fox's
said
cell
yesterday,
phone and
he's
Eric Molitor's
trained
cell
Now,
to
let's think about
look
that
at
for
the
a minute.
jury
I mean,
when he answers, not the
you said
person
the arrest
asking him the
occurred on
question.
October 7th,
He's
is that
highly
right?
trained
Yes.
to try to
Before
make
October
himself
7th,
appear
did you
credible to
have
the
either
jury
of those two
and
phones?
also relatable and
Were they
authoritative.
seized during
Because he
the
made
arrest?
himself look like an
Yes.
idiot in the
And
other
then
two.
did you seek a judge's
Oh, yeah.
permission to look at them?
He's still, I
Yes.
mean,
Okay.
I can't wait for
Okay,
Cross.
And then let's talk a little
on
bit
this
about
fool.
Wire there.
Yeah.
You said it's an encrypted chat of some type.
Yeah, so Wire it's an application, it's a social media messaging application that's end-to-end encrypted. And it has the ability to have self-deleting messages.
Do you have the ability to use this, to seek a judge's permission to look at a Wire account?
No,
Why?
Wire is not located within the United States, and then, so they're not.
But
don't
you were in
respond
there.
to legal process from the United States, but also
They're
because
mad about
Wire,
encryption.
it's encrypted,
They
so
hate
Wire
it.
doesn't have the actual content of the message. Wire manages the account with end-to-end encryption so that it allows the users to be able to communicate, but there is no content that can be seized.
Did you say that Wire, that application in particular, is US based or is not?
Is not.
Okay.
But they have to
How
be
did, okay, so
watching
you said you
everything
went
you're
in, the
doing
way
at
that you
all
were able to
times.
access that, I think was, you were looking at it through Dan's account?
Yeah, so I was logged into an FBI tablet into Dan's account while Dan was logged in.
And so that gave them
So
the
Dan's
ability to
communicating
document all
with the
this
rest of
stuff,
the
which
group
they
chats or
didn't.
directly with Eric Molitor. I'm able to see what's happening and then capture that before it gets deleted or goes away
How often did you have to do that?
daily. There's a
They didn't
24-hour
have to.
timer.
He wanted to.
On the group chats.
They wanted to because they were
and,
driving this whole thing.
I can't recall for each individual chat if there was a timer, if it auto deleted right
Keeps
away,
looking at the
or
jury every
what
time.
the timer was set to.
Okay.
I think they
The,
thought first they were going to be able to set us up easily.
capture,
And what
Right.
they found out was that we weren't these dumbass terrorists or a bunch of hillbillies that they wanted us to be, that we're not a bunch of criminals. We didn't want to commit crimes. And when they saw that, this is why he's like, well, I was on it every day. He was on it every day because they were already allocated the funds for a terrorism enterprise
DEI.
investigation that was never approved by their superiors. And because they had that funding, they had to justify it. So now this dumb son of a bitch, and I apologize for my language, he's doing this every day, violating our rights just to try to find something contextual that they can manipulate. And that's what you're seeing. Period.
That's
End of
exactly
story.
it. Yeah, they just look for anything they can take out of context to paint people in a negative light.
Yeah.
Wes,
Yeah.
and the involvement for another second view.
Second hearing.
Yep. And while we're doing that, Mr. Cyber,
Please say that my objection.
Mr. Brennan, you can take a minute.
I just want to place an objection on the record. We're welcoming these exhibits. Sure. We'd like to respond to them. I would just note that a lot of this has to do with exhibits that are not here yet. Going to come in, or maybe not, but this is probably premature in that way. They have some worthwhile here to engage in type of. Sure. Hey, you said there was a certain one for Mr. Monitor's phone, and that's where you got some of the stuff.
Yes, sir.
You showed he gave up his phone and his password going to the statute and his house.
Well, we had a search warrant for his phone, but he did provide consent for his phone during his interview at the house.
Wow.
The car, there's something in here as well, correct?
Wow.
Yes, I believe he consented to the search of his car.
Back to the
Oh, you
phone.
believe, but you're not sure?
He provided a password as well.
He did.
So there was. a
So
search
he
warrant
gave
that was
them the
also
password
consent to
for his own
their
devices
password.
because he knew
Yes,
he
sir.
hadn't done anything. And-
No, he's
Yeah. go
supposed to be a terrorist.
Right.
You know what I mean? Because all terrorists do that, right? When
Don't
you
say
arrest,
that word though. Just say T because of the. Yeah.
Yeah.
We'll
he's supposed to be
bury
a
it.
T, but he,
But he gives them
gives
his
up his phone.
password. It's like what?
Come on, man.
This is so ridiculous.
That's what innocent men do when they're like, "Hey, we're here arresting you for something," and they're like, "We need your
Thank you.
stuff." You're like,
Can you,
"Dude, I didn't do anything."
Commission
Yeah,
Public
which
Session.
is
Thank you.
Investigate it.
And also I've got handouts for the jury on this one. I did, actually. Yeah, thank you.
oh, here's his other
Okay, thank you.
chart. This is all of the communications I bet that they had. Like this is literally it, and they've got to make it look like whoa. They were talking so much. It's like really over a period of months. That's not actually a lot of communication.
This whole place is about making something out of nothing.
Yeah, that's right.
This is history that we're watching. It's just that it's some of our most unfortunate history.
That's
This is-
true.
I feel like we're watching the end of our nation because when a nation falls, this is what happens. The courts are always used for tyranny. And so
Right?
here it is in real time.
Yeah. All right, so we're gonna get some zooming in here. Molitor deploys to Michigan. Look at how they talk. Deploys
Just before we leave
to?
Exhibit
This
6
is-
there,
he's not
Agent
like
Nicole,
a combat mission.
is this
He
all of the communication
traveled
between
and
Mr.
drove
Molitor
in
and Mr.
his
Fox?
car.
Oh, no,
He
definitely not.
deployed.
Tell us about
What?
Well, if he deployed on the federal dollar
Well,
because they made the
the
meetings paid for
Phone
him and
search
everything.
warrants, only
Deployed.
when we did a
Oh,
phone
God, these
dump or
people
a
are
forensic
dorks.
extraction of the phone,
They're
it only
dorks.
shows you what was recent on the phone. So if you're having encrypted communications or phone calls that are months in time, your phone memory, the cache overwrites it. There's no ability to go back and collect all of that data. So as you're using the device, your phone is like a computer. It'll keep some messages in its memory cache, and you can extract some things from the phone, but you can't get everything that occurred on that phone. So in this case, we got some sort of information on the phone, but I'm not aware of all the phone calls and messages and the early communications that Eric Molitor had with Adam Fox. I just have some portion of the electronic footprint, and most of that is through the Facebook messages, because Facebook did keep all their messages. I had put in a preservation request to Facebook early on, so they kept those messages. So we have more of the Facebook messages than we
Why
do
did
of
Facebook
any calls
delete
and
some of
chats
their
directly.
messages, though? Why was the
Okay.
FBI literally
Let's
wiping
turn to
them
Exhibit number 7,
from
please.
messages they
Can
sent
you
to
take a look
their
at that in your book?
families? They were being
what-
deleted.
That's what
Yeah.
they did to
Facebook messages
Can you tell us
deleted.
what
Yeah.
that is?
So
This
why
is
wasn't that
a
preserved?
similar comms chart to the last exhibit. This comms chart is between the Null twins and Adam Fox and Barry.
We're going to
Cross.
deploy to the
And,
supermarket.
tell us, if you will,
We're gonna deploy to the
how did
kitchen.
you gather the information that's in there?
Oh
So in
my
this case,
this guy, I
it's
swear.
via search warrant of their phones and a review of the phone dumps of the Null twins. It's also a review of the phone dumps of Adam Fox and Barry
He's
Cross.
watching.
to
Remember that
review
man's
of
face. That is the
Facebook
face of an
search
enemy,
warrants.
a
So
traitor.
Facebook search warrants there was a
Face of
number of
evil.
accounts for Bill
You know,
Null.
this is the thing that
numerous
people
accounts
often
on
get
Facebook,
wrong.
and then one
They
Facebook account for
misunderstand
Mike
what
Null.
Ardent meant by the
Barry Cross
banality of
had,
evil. This is what is meant by the banality of evil. It is people like Impala, tiny bureaucrats that act like little tyrants and think that they're special boys. You know, this is it. This is the banality of evil. It exists every single day. This man is evil, yet he doesn't outwardly appear to be a monster, but that's what he is.
It's exhibit 6 with the Eric Molitor comms chart.
Stop there for a minute and talk about that. What's the name of that group again?
It's the Michigan Patriot 3%ers.
Yeah, created by the
And,
FBI. Who
what is
created that?
3%ers
Steve
refer to?
Robeson.
3%ers is a reference used in the Boogaloo community or the
What?
militia extremist community, and it's
What's he talking
refers
about?
to
Oh my God.
the American
Always making up
Federation
new
when
shit.
the
He
concept
does this
is that
every time. He
3%
can't
of
help
the American
himself.
population was armed and fought against the British in order
What?
to overthrow the government, and that everybody else just kind of came along
What is
after
he talking
3% of those
How does he get
militia
that?
members started to fight.
There are law enforcement that wear that symbol. That's not what
okay.
it means. He's, oh my
I'm gonna
God.
move for admission of,
That is a
proposed
gross
exhibit number 7, please.
misunderstanding.
How in the hell do you have professional people that are teaching you how to be on the stand, but every time you get on there, you make up new stuff? How does that happen? He makes up new lies every time.
I know.
Unreal. And he can just get away with it. He can do it, and
Yeah.
he will.
That's the sad part about this, is that he will get away with it.
He has no idea what he's talking about still.
I
He's been
know.
doing this for 3 years on this case, has no idea what 3% means. Are you kidding me?
Thank you. Can you put that up, Adam?
Oh my gosh. Here we go again.
And Judge, it's
More
I-
arrows and
we have
charts.
17 copies here. We're gonna have an 18th copy by the end of by the beginning of the afternoon.
I mean, it's just like, what?
That dude needs to deploy some intelligence. For real.
Right? Oh my gosh. And Leo's right. He has no problem with lying, with committing perjury, because there's no consequences. As we saw, a U.S. attorney tried to refer him to the FBI's Office of Professional Responsibility, like their internal affairs division, for committing perjury in this prior case, which this prosecutor thought amounted to gross misconduct. And rather than even investigate him, they promote him. Let's put him on this case. 1 month later, this is what he is doing. And this is the results of that, of allowing people who violate the law to do so with impunity. It's how you get people like the Biden crime family.
It may be.
That's how they get there. It's because along the way, they're never held accountable or stopped, and they're only incentivized to continue what they're doing. And so, of course, they're going to do this because they're only incentivized to do so. He will be promoted. I guarantee you, after this trial, Impala gets promoted. How much do you want to bet? Mark my words, this man is going to be the head of a field office soon.
Yep. This is
He will get
assassin.
Okay.
a commendation.
Agent Impala,
He's a hitman.
Yeah.
His job is to go in here and lie and make up stupid stories and things, and just to make these guys look bad. Period. No professionalism, no honesty, no nothing.
During your investigation, was that a date that stands out?
Yes, sir.
Can you tell us why?
Sure. So June 6th, 2020 was the date of the National Militia Meeting in Dublin, Ohio.
We got Jeremy on just for this. Jeremy was there.
And,
The
did they
FBI
have
called
Fox
and
attend?
shared this
Yes, he
meeting.
Did any of these defendants attend?
Yes, Bill Null attended the New Founding Fathers meeting.
That's not what
Okay.
it was. It's
And,
the FBI's meeting. Let's be
on
real.
Exhibit 7 there.
The meeting for targets.
Is there any
People they
indication
wanted
on
to
June
target.
17th about some encrypted communications?
Yeah, so on June 17th, there was a Signal group chat that was started for the attendees of the New Founding
By
Fathers
who?
meeting.
Who
and
created
the name of the
the
Signal
FBI
group
started
chat
by
was New Founding
The
Fathers.
FBI? Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
And let's talk about operational security, or OPSEC, for a minute.
Oh God.
During your
Here we go
investigation,
again.
did you determine whether or not the Knolls practice operational security?
What does this even mean?
Yes, they were very paranoid about operational security.
No.
They frequently discussed limiting their online communications and having in-person meetings.
So
Okay.
normal people do that.
What effect did
That
this have
doesn't
on the
mean anybody's like
investigation?
deploying OPSEC.
No.
We didn't know
This
when
is
the
That's
Null
ridiculous.
twins were
misrepresentation. That's
attending
not
events,
true.
what their plans
The whole
were.
reason that we wanted to change into in-person meetings was because BLM and Antifa were tearing up the cities while the cops watched. And we decided, like, listen, this needs to be more serious. Let's take this more serious. Let's get together, look at each other face to face as militia leadership, and see what it is we want to take back to our people. It was less about OPSEC and more about just the seriousness of our situation. That's a complete misrepresentation.
So,
That's
yeah.
a lie.
He lies. And he knows he's lying. These guys, there was no OPSEC at that meeting or
No, we
anywhere.
had a sign-in sheet.
They had a
we had a
sign-in,
sign-in
exactly.
sheet.
If everybody is, we're being covert, why are they bringing their kids and swimming in the pool?
Yeah,
I mean, this
my
was
daughter was
not-
there.
This was not clandestine, as he says, and their own evidence shows that. So, like, he'll contradict himself. He'll contradict what actually happened.
Of their respective militias across the state of Michigan.
Bobo,
And
come on.
on what
Get down,
kind of
honey.
platform or application was that?
That was Facebook.
Okay.
Literally had a sign-in sheet.
Yeah. Our names, our phone numbers, and an email.
Oh, so clandestine. OPSEC. This is so dumb. Bobo, come on. Put your tail down. This cat is not leaving me alone. Come on, honey. You go down. Go lay down.
Thank you, Judge. Turner, if you would propose exhibit number 8, please.
That Bobo.
I have it here.
What is that?
So this is a chart of the significant members of the Wolverine Watchmen. This is the chart I was referring to earlier yesterday when counselors were asking for additional pictures. So these are the driver's license photographs of the Wolverine Watchman as that militia was created.
Okay. And approximately how many members are displayed on there?
Yeah, if he says more than 2, he's a liar.
$33, if I did my math right.
What?
Okay. And were those the known members of the Wolverine Watchmen in terms of the investigation?
This is ridiculous.
Yeah, so these were the significant members. The Wolverine Watchmen
If
had a
there was
vetting
32,
process where
30
they called
members,
people
then
out of
30 of
they
them were
weren't going to
cops.
be considered domestic terrorists. Or if
Exactly.
they didn't show up to in-person training. They were just a keyboard warrior and just
No, they
posted
all
online
of these
and never
guys
showed
were
up. They would call
keyboard
members
warriors.
in and out. So there was
Oh, so that's how many members there
throughout the
were.
investigation, members coming in and members coming out. But these
It's
are
not
the
even how
significant
militia
members
works.
that contributed the most.
He
and
doesn't
seemed
know
to
how militia
show up
works.
and be not just
Obviously.
online guys.
Okay.
Yeah, and for people who don't
in
know,
terms of the
Jeremy, who's
ideology
with
of the
me,
Wolverine
he was the
Watchmen,
Ohio
what that was.
target that these guys
That's
were
an
trying to
anarchist
entrap.
ideology.
He was
They wanted
invited to this.
attack
And all of
women
these
and
guys that were
Wolverine
invited were
people who
targets
are
of the
on
FBI's
responsibilities.
investigation. The
And
FBI
then,
wanted this to be a
if
multi-state
traffic
plot.
stops,
They had agents from 15 different field offices coordinating this meeting on June 6, 2020 in Columbus, Ohio at the Drury Inn. Their informant, Steve Robeson, the convicted PEDO, he booked the hotel room. He called and chaired the meeting. He led the meeting. He led everyone in prayer.
He brought the weed. He brought the alcohol.
Yes. And then he tried to rile people up.
Yes, and I'll try to answer
And
this
he'd
as
ask
best I can.
hypotheticals, and then what they'll do is they're going to play a clip. I know they're going to play the one of Barry when he went on that rant,
So there's
and he
three
was
levels
almost
involved.
crying because he was
The
emotional.
original Facebook
After
page, which
Jenny
is a
Plunk and
cover
Robeson
for
got him
recruiting.
riled up outside, they bring him back inside, and this is
I
when
believe at
they
its height, it got to
they
about
set him up.
145 people on the Wolverine Watchman Facebook page. And then as members were recruited from Facebook, they were invited into a vetting chat, and they were invited to join the Wire group page for the Wolverine Watchman after they passed the vetting chat. So at that peak, it had about 45 members of the encrypted Wire chat. And then after they had in-person meetings, they had a mandatory meeting on June 14th where they called down the membership and they kicked people off the pages. So they then kind of
Oh, that's because
shrunk
that's
up
what
the group after that.
that's what Dan told him to do.
what?
That's why he says that, because
CHS
that's what
Dan.
Dan told him to do. He said, when we have this meeting, we'll go through the crowd and we'll pick out. Remember, him and Steve, they were trying to look for vulnerable people. He just admitted that.
That's amazing.
That was on Dan's orders that everybody gets together, but then they like pick the
Then
group.
Yeah, and then they act like these people chose to do it on their own, like it organically happened. That's
like
how
the
he
militia
presents it.
structured it. Like he's trying to make us look like something we're not.
Yeah. Bobo, come on, honey. I like you, but you're a good baby, but you can't put your paws on all of my things. And you're shedding your fur.
So there's 9 members of this chart that were arrested.
Out of 45,
Yeah.
Correct.
How many were feds? In one way or another, you know.
I'm
Come
sorry.
on,
That was
Bobo,
25.
stop, honey.
they could never produce 45 names, dude. That is a lie.
Yeah, they know that. This is you're not going to get names. This is nonsense. Oh, Bobo, come on.
Who's from? I'm gonna start cussing at this dude if I just don't.
I
My
know. I'm trying
medication.
not to,
Thank you, Judge.
but it's so
Let's talk
frustrating.
about Mr. Burnett's question there. I mean, why didn't you arrest everybody? Did everybody
Yes.
do the same thing?
Hello?
Well, certainly everybody didn't.
Didn't what?
Hold on, where in the hell's my picture?
I I know. You're not even on there.
I'm not on there.
And who are half of these people? I don't even know half of these people. And
No
same, I
idea.
asked Brandon, I asked Adam, I asked Barry, I said, do you know who some of these people are? And they're like, I've never even met half these people. No clue who these people are. You know, like, oh, I saw that person once. I met this guy maybe one time at this one place, and I said 2 words to him. Like, these people were not members of that group.
Did
He's
everybody
talking
do
about
exactly
they
the
were
same
part
thing?
of a Facebook page. You
Well,
know,
certainly everybody
that's
did
it.
not do.
And then they
And look,
went and
it's-
grabbed
the
everybody's
same
driver's license and put together a
Part
chart
of the reason,
to say
well,
now
the
they're all
reason is
associated.
I'm trying to make those assessments.
And to
that I
keep
was
it
talking
funny,
about.
And
they
that's where I
either
wanna go
put
to. Thank you.
Waldo or a picture, a drawn picture, a drawn
part of the
picture
job
of Matt
here is not to
Walsh
just
in the
go
middle.
arrest everybody.
What? Yeah. What? That's Dan, by the way. CHS Dan. They put the Waldo picture in,
So if somebody was aware of
even
the
though we
law,
know what he looks like.
they
Okay.
knew the governor
Good
was
Like,
grief.
come on. It's that information is out there. It's open source, public record information that is out there. I'm sorry. People could look it up if they wanted to. I'm not going to voluntarily put it out there yet, but it is open source information publicly available. We know what he looks like. We
Yeah.
also have the courtroom sketches of him, you know, as well.
Well, and plenty of militia have
help
pictures.
others conduct violence.
Yeah.
We're trying to stop the actual threat. And so
No, they
there is
weren't. They're
really,
trying to manufacture one.
no goal in or point in arresting somebody who got scared and left or had
What?
personal knowledge and didn't report it to anybody. We're really trying to look for people's actions and significant criminal activity.
Okay.
What?
And while we're on
They
the-
admitted
the
that
point of
Barry
arrest
committed
there,
no
Agent
crimes
Angela,
throughout
in-
this.
in this
This is
case,
ridiculous. Neither
with
did
these
Adam.
defendants and
What
really,
criminal
all the
activity?
defendants that were involved in this
Oh,
investigation.
God, I'm going to scream.
Prior to arrests, were arrest warrants sought?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
If you guys get a chance to share this out, please do. You got to understand, nobody is covering this.
Yeah.
And I am one of the unindicted co-conspirators. Radix has covered this from the beginning. You're not going to get this type of commentary anywhere else, period, concerning any of this. And I do feel like we're watching one of our most unfortunate parts of history. And I do want you guys to be part of it, man, because no one else is doing this. No one else is covering it. No one else has the commentary we do. If you could share this out to people that think, feel, and believe the way that we do, that this is obviously wrong, please get this to them, please.
And I also have us
if you would,
live
please
on
turn
Odyssey
to,
as well. So
close
even
the
if they
video.
take this down, it's preserved there also. So I would actually recommend
here.
sharing that
And,
link too if you're sending it
tell us
out
what
to
that
people,
is.
because that I
Sure.
know isn't getting taken down.
And how many pages?
But yeah, this is just crazy.
This is a
Imagine
5-page,
too, if you are watching
document that
this
I
and you
created
don't
from
have
Facebook
the
search warrant
information,
of
the
Joe
background
Morrison's
information,
account
you might
and the
believe this
Wolverine
guy
Watchman,
because they're that good at lying.
And as we look
If you looked, yeah, if you were looking at this on the presumption of honesty and just thinking this is another court case, you would never know.
Yeah,
Right?
that's right.
Again,
No.
second from the one.
yes, second from the left.
And remember too, guys, that they're trying to set a very scary legal
And are
precedent
they
right now.
related in any
That
way
is one of the
or
things
by
that we're
blood?
very, very concerned about. And one of the things that I have been hammering in on is that what they're doing now is making guilt by association a
Making
thing.
Mr.
Look,
Musico
there's
Mr.
Jada.
Morrison's father.
Jada was
Yes.
never a member
fair
of this. Oh my God, they're
And,
saying now
what
that
role
Joe's
did Joe
wife.
Morrison have in the
What?
Wolverine Watchman?
Oh God.
It's messed up. That's
She's
messed
like-
up.
Of the Wolverine
Yeah,
Watchman.
she's a mom. She's not
That's like-
part of.
That's like saying my 12-year-old daughter is part of the militia
Right.
because Steve Robeson was swimming in the pool with her saying, "Call me Uncle Steve."
Oh gosh, I'm
what I
sorry,
mean?
but
Like,
that's
okay,
just
so-
awful.
It's something that I have to live with. You know,
It
the
is.
fact that the FBI put a PEDO
Sorry, it's
next
Facebook
to our daughter.
communications, But just to be clear, what I've done is I've taken the original Facebook communication, I screen captured it, and then I put a black box on it. So these exhibits have a black box that is
Yeah, it's-
my creation.
I love how he just makes
And
stuff
why
up.
did you do that?
To draw attention to what we were going to be talking about, but to provide the context in which these chats were created. So I didn't want to take away the before and after statements around what we're talking about, but I wanted to highlight the statement that I wanted to bring to the jury and the court's attention.
Okay. Forgive me if yesterday you testified about the volume of Facebook records that you got back.
The Facebook records.
You remember that?
Yes.
Okay, and if my memory serves me correct, I think it was in the tens of thousands of pages.
Yes, per account.
Okay. And
Yes.
is every page
I've been
of
saying
each
that.
account relevant to
Indict
the
these
trial?
agents.
No, absolutely not. A lot of those communications are just getting all the communications that were captured on Facebook after I sent Facebook a preservation letter. So
Bobo, you're out of control.
And why don't we tell the jury what a preservation letter is?
Preservation letter is a notice that law enforcement sends to that company to not delete the Facebook account.
I love how they
What
keep
happens a
referring
lot
to
of times is
themselves
that the
as
investigation
law
goes,
enforcement.
Individuals can delete their accounts.
They're
before law
criminals. They
enforcement
are just
prepare a
allowed to
search
be
warrant.
criminals. They have
So
like
what happens
permission
after
to
I
be
send in a
criminals.
preservation letter,
But he's no
Facebook
different than a
freezes
gangster
that account, and then
Probably
I follow
worse.
up with a search warrant, and then I
because
get
he has a
contents of that
badge.
account.
Preservation letter does just that. It preserves evidence.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Right.
Does a preservation letter give you permission to look at the account?
No.
Oh, did you
Still have to go
preserve
and ask for a
Barry's
judge's
phone when you
permission?
wiped
Yes.
it, when you
Okay.
arrested him?
All right.
Hmm.
The 5-page document, proposed exhibit number 10.
What?
You said
I
it
don't
was
know
5
what that
pages in length,
means.
right?
But thank you
Yes.
for the
And
super
generally, what does it
chat.
show us?
It shows us the creation of the Wolverine
Yeah,
Watchmen.
he's you can see it
their
on his. He's wearing his.
ideology
He's
and
very
how
proud of
they
his badge
recruited
pin
and wished
on
to
him.
target the governor.
Okay, I'm going to move for admission of proposed exhibit number 10, please.
Mr. Savage.
State and objection.
Mr. Barnett.
Okay.
Court will admit people's proposed exhibit 10 is relevant. It's not given the overarching aspect of what we're talking about. Usually what it is the backline
Where's
their explanation of the issue at hand. So it is admitted and can't be watched.
Thank you. Adam, if you can give us page 1, please. Okay, we're going to have to, can we zoom in on that a little bit? I don't know if that's possible.
okay? So these are exhibits. Remember, guys, I gave you the
and
links
before you
to
do that,
exhibits. You have all of
Agent
this
Impla,
stuff,
what are we looking at?
and you can look at it in more
So these are
detail.
2 pages of the Facebook return. So this is how I look at it from Facebook. And the screen captured 1 page on the left that's labeled 501, and 1 page on the right that's labeled 107.
And let's start with the flag in the upper right-hand corner. I mean, it kind of looks like the American flag.
Yes, so that's a Boogaloo Boys version of the American flag. This was the profile
Yes, I'll get the
picture
link again.
of the group page created by Joe Morrison back in 2019.
Okay, Boogaloo Boys. I mean, what do you mean by that?
So those are people who believe in the Boogaloo or the Civil War.
What?
Or Mujahideen fighters.
What?
Or patriots. Those are all
What did he just
part
say?
of the movement, the anarchist movement.
What?
Okay,
If you're a patriot now,
what's
you're an
the-
anarchist and
what is the symbol-
mujahideen.
What does the igloo signify?
Oh my
So the
god!
igloo is code for big igloo, which is a code word for the Boogaloo.
What?
So online, a lot of times threats will be and references to war and killing will be taken down. But if you use code words, the
This is
Facebook
direct,
and,
Jamie.
and
This is Special Agent Impala
Instagram,
on direct
these
film.
companies will not take down those references.
I noticed a horizontal stripe in the
There-
flag.
Not a
It
reference to
seems
that.
to
You
have
just
some
made it
flowers
up.
and some colors in it.
You're
What
saying
does that
that's what it's
signify?
a reference to. That
Well, that's
doesn't mean
the
it's
location
true.
where law enforcement would often.
Did he
put a
actually
thin
said
blue
that?
line,
We heard
and
it.
that would signify support for law enforcement. But in this case, we're putting a floral pattern or a Hawaiian motif pattern, which signals Boogaloo or the
What?
Civil War.
That's not
Okay.
true.
And you said we put it there.
The big
I think
boys,
you
I've
said
stood
that.
with the big
I mean,
boys,
is that something
I've
that
rallied
was
with the big
organic
boys.
to the
He said
search
we
warrant, or
put
did
it
you that
there.
I did not put that there, and what I was trying to say and kind of stumbling through was when I say we, I mean I'm a member of law enforcement.
That's like what
So
he's
when I
saying.
say we, law enforcement will put the thin blue
No, the
line
Boog
across
Boys are a
their
bunch of,
flag.
they were a bunch of
But in
young
this, I'm not talking about
combat
that in this
veterans.
case here. Sorry for the
Yeah.
confusion.
They
This
were a
is
fluid movement. They
the
were
flag that's
decentralized.
produced
So
by
you could just call yourself a Boog Boy and put on a Hawaiian shirt if you were in California or Ohio or Florida, and you could kind of make it mean whatever you wanted to. It was very much
Yeah.
like
That's
anonymous.
what I thought.
But it was
it's just
started by young combat veterans who wanted to try to bridge the gap when they came back home and saw all of this disunity. And they were trying to stick to the tenets of the Constitution and say, listen, BLM, Antifa, you have a right to feel the way that you do. Everybody else, you have a right to feel the way that you do. And a lot of times they try to be a buffer in between groups.
yeah.
And obviously the government is good.
Yeah.
And that's what happened.
Yeah.
These were taken from the full Facebook records.
This is Joe Morrison. You can see created the Watchman on the 25th of November, 2019. This is his message he wrote on the 26th. And this is
That's
so
correct.
this
And
is
just
the founding of the group.
You
it's
can
an
see the page
online
number on the
group
top from the
just
Facebook
created
return, but like this
in
left
November
page
2019.
is a different page
Remember,
from the right page.
by
They're two
March of
separate pages that are
2020,
copy
the
and pasted.
FBI is
they're very
completely
independent.
controlling the group and is the commanding officer and has taken over basically for Joe and Pete, who are, really not interested at that point.
Creation date of the
Oh
page.
gosh, what is Bobo doing now?
Why don't you read that into the record, please?
Sure. So this is from page 501 of the Facebook business record. And this is from November 26, 2019 by Joe Morrison. It says, well, boys, welcome to the Wolverine Watchmen. I can't stress this enough. Recruit, but vet. We do not need bad apples in the group. We need to establish regional QRFs. I'm the unit commander for now, unless we find someone with more experience or knowledge. I will establish regional commanders as we grow. Right now, at the Facebook profile David Norris, you are in charge of our region.
Get down,
and
Bobo.
at the Facebook profile.
So this
James
is the
Coleman II,
FBI
you are in
trying
charge
to
of yours.
create an
Reporting major
apparatus
police,
to
fed,
set up.
military movements.
Yeah.
This is the FBI where he says we'll set up regional command and all of this. Think about what they're doing. Think about what that means. If all of this is guided and directed by the DOJ via the FBI, then it's their apparatus. It's their network that they are pitting on patriots. That's actually what you're seeing and hearing.
Yeah.
Boogaloo Bunyan out.
Okay, let's lean into this for a minute. It's been a long time since I had any Latin, but morte semper tyrannis. Are you familiar with what that translates to?
Yes,
Go ahead.
it's death to tyrants.
Yeah, it's literally the
Tyrants.
state
You've
of
heard a
Virginia's
little bit about
motto.
that. I mean,
He's going to
is the
now
word
claim
tyrant,
that's
in any way
DVE
associated
language.
with the Boogaloo movement or the Civil War?
Yes.
Tell
What?
us about that.
So tyrant refers to the government, police, or politicians who
What?
are preventing members of the Boogaloo or anarchists from doing what they want.
That's
So
not
anybody
true.
who tells them something they don't want to do is a tyrant, and then
That
once
is
you're a
not
tyrant,
true at
it's
all.
justified to kill you.
He's lying. That's literally the motto of the state of
His
Virginia.
indication of he's going to make a
Six
wire
Semper
bill,
Tyrannis,
and
death to
this
tyrants.
Facebook is for
I don't know.
networking
I
only.
could say that on the
How does
stream
that
though,
fit
because
into operational
apparently
security?
these things from our
So
history,
that's
the
part of
founding
the,
of our
the
country, are
stage
now
vetting and
considered
recruiting
scary.
process that I was explaining earlier. The point here is to get the right people, the people who are willing to be trigger pullers, the people who are willing to show
Exactly
up.
right,
And
Leo.
so this vetting process is a way to find people. So obviously anybody can join the Facebook
No, he
group
made a
online,
Facebook
but
page.
then
It's a
as you
Facebook
go
group.
through the in-person vetting and into the encrypted chats and show up in person, by the time you come out, they're just trusted individuals who are part of your team.
What?
The handle at the bottom
Comment
there,
on that.
Boogaloo.
Yeah,
So-
go ahead.
Who is that?
Big reason for us moving to encrypted chats was because if they're private, then we didn't have to worry about us losing our accounts and getting censored.
Okay. Yeah.
Because at the time, even in Facebook Messenger, they were just deleting our accounts, and it didn't matter. Everything was gone.
Yep.
And we were like, all right, what is an alternative here where we can actually just chat and talk, and we don't have to worry about like keywords setting off Facebook
Oh
or
yeah,
something.
that's true. Yeah, a lot of people use encrypted chats just because of stuff like that, because they can't even speak privately in DMs without getting flagged and censored and stuff. That is
Exactly.
a very, very good point. A lot of
And
people do that just to be able to speak freely.
And at the time, they were deleting and erasing all of the militia pages, the group pages, the personal
But
accounts.
they're creating their own, creating their own pages, administering their own pages.
Yeah. Yeah. And that preservation letter that he sent to Facebook, what he didn't tell is, and with these guys, it's always the same. It's the scariest things about them are not what they say. It's what they do not say. It's what they omit.
That's
And
right.
omission of the truth is a lie. And that preservation letter where he says, that it was meant to tell Facebook, don't delete the account.
Yep.
Well, what they're saying is take the account from the user and preserve it for us, then give us only access to it. Do not give the user access anymore. And that's what that is. It's a violation of all kinds of rights. The Fourth Amendment, right to privacy, of course. But, they use a little bit of truth to tell lies, and they do it all the time. And again, we were in encrypted chats because all of our accounts were being taken down. And it's not like we could use Twitter at the time. That was all liberal. So, we just went to encrypted chats.
Yeah. And he won't give people that context. Jamie says, I appreciate this coverage. The importance cannot be understated. Thank you so much for the super chat. I appreciate that. I'm glad that you guys are watching it here and getting the commentary, because you're not going to get it anywhere else. They're just going to lie. He's going to lie. And
what's the date on this message?
that's what it is.
This is November 27th, 2019.
Thank you.
Okay. And read the message rather into the record, please.
Everyone, here, download Wire. We will no longer be planning anything on here. All comms to move to Wire until further notice, and message me usernames to add to the group chat.
Ooh.
Okay. Is this a form of operational security?
Yes.
Okay.
Oh God,
And,
here read more about that.
Tell us what this is.
This is a statement by Joe Morrison from November 27th, 2019.
And go ahead and read that into the record.
No, I'm Michigan living under Governor Whitmer's tyranny, fixing to change all that.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's Joe Morrison.
He went to the sheriff's office right after that.
That's the other
the
thing. Yeah, go ahead.
And asked the sheriffs if they would arrest the governor, if they would
with a valid warrant. Yeah.
And
go ahead.
All of this based off of the fact power she didn't have. And then we find out just 2-3 months later that they were right. The Michigan Supreme Court backed them up and said that she didn't have that authority, and they took it from her. There you go.
Yeah. Yeah. That's true.
This is on November 28th. That I am. Doesn't seem like anyone else is taking charge in Michigan.
Okay. The quick response
team, because BLM and Antifa were tearing up cities, and we didn't know when we were having events if they were going to show up in huge George Soros numbers and try to just take us out. So we did have teams, and this was everywhere. This was in many cities. This was just standard protocol for militia. If you think your guys might be in an outnumbered position, in a bad spot, you make sure you have a team close by to pull them out. We have moms and dads there. We have kids at our events. We have handicapped at our events. You're damn right we have quick response teams. For the speakers and for the elderly, yes.
It's really just justification for.
It gives me chills. It makes me so mad.
This is from December 6, 2019.
And again, that's before COVID, right?
Yes, sir.
Go ahead.
Pete Musico said, the one thing I've learned about living, I'm not about 42 years old. The one thing I've learned is you don't mess with a man and his family. When you start messing with his family and his home, things within his home, and it's time for the man to stand up and take action, take arms and take back what is rightfully his. I personally believe politicians right now that are in Washington and in Lansing and in our local municipalities should be hanging by the end of a rope right this moment for everybody to see publicly. That way, the next set of politicians that come in next know
Okay.
not to commit treason against we the people.
So let's pick this apart.
I pray to God Almighty, I pick up
Yeah.
my
I personally believe that politicians right now that are in Washington and in Lansing and in our local municipalities should be hanging by the end of a rope. Okay, that's a belief. You're in America. You're allowed to believe whatever you want.
Right.
And it says right this moment, and he goes on, and you have to understand that, okay, right this moment for everybody to see publicly. That way, the next set of politicians that come in next. Now you have to understand what he's also doing is he's referencing history, because this is what was done everywhere, all through Europe. It even happened here in America. You know, this is a reference to going back to the things that worked. Now, is this because he's a terrorist, because he hates this nation, and that's why he's doing this? Because they commit treason against we the people. So they're painting him as Al-Qaeda, Al-Nusra, ISIS in Iraq. But what you're actually seeing is that this is somebody who's saying they're the ones that are violating this nation's constitution. That's something very different. That's something very different. You know, these are the people that are actually standing up for the nation, and they're allowed to have whatever beliefs they do.
Oh, and by the way, I want to say that by this point, so we are right here. The date on this is January 3rd, 2020. By this point, the FBI's informants are already making contact with these people and influencing them. In January of 2020 is when Robeson and Plunk were ran at Barry very hard. So people need to understand that some of the things that he's saying in this, who knows if he was in contact with some of these people by then. We really don't know.
Well, and you also have to know that when you're sitting there talking about what's going on, right? We've watched 23 American cities burn at this point, with the cops and the National Guard literally standing there watching. And so we're really thinking like, look, it's coming. This is about to be really bad. So we're having conversations based off of that premise. That we're seeing this, we're pretty sure it's going to escalate. It's going to come to our homes, and we start to speak in the lines of that hypothetical. Okay, if that happens, what do we do? Where does that put us? And of course, that's a logical conversation. But then you have the cops in there that are like, yeah, we should shoot up the governor's winter cottage, and you know we should. And it was the cops that were saying that. It was Adam Fox and all these other guys that were saying, no, dude, I'm not kidnapping or killing people.
Yep.
You know, so, you know, and it's all there. You don't have to believe me and Radix. You can actually read all of this. You can see all of this. You can research every bit.
That's right. And that's what you'll see too. Like, they don't have any messages of people saying that stuff. I asked you guys in the beginning of this, I said, pay attention to what you're not going to see. You're not going to see people communicating about doing the K&K or planning anything, taking steps in furtherance of it. All you're going to see is they have these messages that they're just cherry picking out of context to try to make people look bad. But this has, again, nothing to do with what these individuals are charged with. You know, this is just free speech posts that he made. And,
I mean,
you know,
you can either support the liberty of all people, we the people, or you can support the system and the jackboot tyrants and their goons. There it is. I mean, you know what I mean? These are patriots.
This is a lot. By the way, a lot of these messages are stuff I see all over like social media. This is not even a unique sentiment. It's not like this is a fringe belief or something. I see comments like that all the time.
These guys seriously went to prison in Supermax facilities because of memes.
Yeah.
Not for crimes they committed, but for words that they said.
That's right. And Joe Morrison could possibly be in there for 42 years for nothing. He has
Oh, but
two
wasn't
young
Barry
children.
the leader? Wasn't Barry the leader, and then Adam was the leader?
Yep,
And
and then that
Dan, do you know anything
changes.
about
It keeps
Wolverine Watchmen?
changing.
I never heard of him.
Okay, and
Who did he just say he never heard of?
exhibit book. Thank you. Remind us the date that you first met Dan.
March 17th, 2020.
Okay, and I think you told us yesterday how you came to meet him through a Mount Morris police officer that sent him to you. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay, and
Mountain Morris
by
police
this
officer. Talk about
time,
Detective
and,
Ramirez on the gang task force, who
now,
had
before
already an
meeting Dan, did
FBI
you know anything about Wolverine
supervisor.
Watchmen?
I never heard of him.
Okay,
Okay, that's what
And,
he's saying. Right,
uh,
I doubt it. Let's ask
when
about,
you met Dan, I mean, just tell
was
us about that
Dan
first
given
meeting.
access to the database that
So,
Robeson was given access
First
to?
meeting with
And
Dan,
were the
he
Watchmen
came and
in
he
that
talked
database?
about his involvement
Oh,
in
those
this
Yes,
are
it
group.
does.
And so I was a little bit suspicious. I asked to look at his phone and wanted to see what he was talking about and see what he contributed to the group.
Okay.
And
How long did Dan
Where
tell you how long? he
any
had
of
been
that
in the group prior to
documented?
meeting you?
Yeah, he said he had been in the group for a couple of weeks.
Okay, and in terms of what did he have to show you on his phone?
So he just gave over his phone and gave us consent to look at whatever we needed on his phone. And we pulled up, he explained how the wire chat worked. And we pulled up the wire chat on his phone. And he talked about the wire chat, how it was encrypted and it had self-deleting chats. And we didn't really know how it worked. So we took pictures of the phone because we didn't know if it was like
What?
Snapchat where it tells the user that you took a
you
screen
didn't
capture.
know how.
We're worried about
it
the settings that the group had for their own OPSEC. So
So where are those
we
pictures?
physically took
Where are
pictures
those
of Dan's phone
physical
just not to
pictures?
put him in any danger.
Okay, and
Right. Sure.
proposed exhibit number 11. Can you tell ladies and gentlemen of the jury what that is?
Yeah, so number 11, these are some of the pertinent photographs taken of Dan's phone the first day we met him.
And what does 11 show us exactly?
It shows us the different chat groups that were set up
Let's
for the
see
Wolverine
it.
Watchmen.
How,
Can
And
we
it
see
shows
it?
us some of the weapons and the
he could
discussion
enter
and the
this as
ideology
evidence, but the
that
defense
concerned us,
can't.
concerned me
When the
initially.
defense tries to enter something like this, they say, oh, well, anybody
Right.
could have taken that picture and anybody could have typed that at any time.
Exactly.
And we don't know who those people are. But this son of a bitch can sit there and base the evidence off of this is his evidence.
You were
Yes.
there when they were taken.
I was there when they were taken. Actually, my partner took the photos.
Okay.
This is
I'm going to
ridiculous.
move for admission of exhibit number 11, please.
Yes, they're allowed to do this
And how many
and
pages is that?
to
Mr.
potentially
Agent
fabricate
Nickel?
stuff, but you know.
But the defense was never allowed in the federal case or in the first state case because the
7 pages,
prosecution
and then,
said that
to be
there
clear,
was no way
there's
of
some of
telling
these
its,
where I added
its
those
true
black
origins.
Exactly.
But what, we just take their word?
Of course, obviously, because yeah, the deck is stacked in their favor. That's how this works. Apparently.
There are black boxes on the photos.
I really pray that the jury sees this as no way to prove beyond a reasonable doubt.
Indeed.
Similarly on pages 6 and 7, there are black
They might as well have
boxes.
shown up with crayons, just started drawing
Yes,
things.
Your Honor.
This happened.
Any changes to the photographs and stuff?
No, well, I cropped them and zoomed them in, so
He
sometimes
cropped
you can't
them
see
And zoom them
like
in.
the screen capture at the bottom of the page, but it's the original
What?
photograph, and then I just made
Dude.
it bigger and put the black
Then
box.
we should be able to enter
This is-
anything.
Yeah, this is absurd. This is as
Adam.
stupid as their
Dude.
reenactment videos.
Oh my God. Oh my, yes. If not worse.
Yeah.
They're attributing this to being guys' words. Well, dude, I could type up anything, crop it,
And then take
enter
a
its
picture
evidence.
of it on someone's phone, right?
God, man.
And hopefully he'll raise
Have
that.
no
Well, I
case.
can identify the
No
Wolverine
case.
Watchmen, their names and aliases are part of the chat.
This is amazing. Yeah, let's let him enter this cropped picture of a phone in someone's hand. You know, like this is crazy.
It's horrible.
But everything you mean to tell me they've got the ability to get everything else to suck up all this other data, but they couldn't get a warrant for this or get it, please.
Yeah.
And I'm sorry, when you say the first page, do you mean the first page of the substantive
No,
chats?
you know what? I just thought of something. You know it's a
Oh,
bullshit
okay.
lie.
Yeah, so
Because if it was
these are
Dan's phone
photographs,
and
though.
Dan's working with the cops, all they have to do is pull the metadata forensically from Dan's phone. You could enter that
Hello?
into court as evidence. That would be
Exactly.
undeniable.
That's
That would
right.
be undeniable proof. That would be actual evidence.
Yeah.
Why didn't they do that? That's weird.
It is weird.
That's weird because it's Dan's phone. He's working with the cops. If what they're saying is true, then this shouldn't be an issue at all.
That's right.
Wow. I just thought of that because that's how slow I am. Been doing this for 3 years, dude. Duh. God.
This is just wild. I don't even know what to say because
It's hard to
you
watch.
think
It's
that
hard.
Did not.
you think that it's like, oh no, this can't get any more ridiculous. And then it does. And then you go, oh, well, surely it can't get more ridiculous than this then.
Well,
And
it
then
can't
it
get more
does.
ridiculous than the first 2 trials. And it really seems like thus far they're trying to copy the federal trial and
Yep.
the state trial.
Each
You know, it's just been unreal. It's been unreal.
screenshot
Yeah.
I can't, like, this is tough to believe this is an American court right now, man. Like, this is
I
actually
know.
an American court. And this is all in the state apparatus off of a federal investigation. So nothing has to make any sense.
second page.
Yeah.
Weapon schematic.
This is all the FBI's investigation for their
here we go.
counterterrorism.
I can't wait for this one. The schematics.
In the after
What he's
weapon
talking
schematic.
about is
Those are
literally
provided in
a
discovery, but
picture.
they're not in my exhibit
of-
here.
Oh, he discovered it, but it's not in his exhibit list.
What?
Just take his
Okay,
word
that's
for
not
it
a
then that
question
it
that should be directed
existed.
at
Pat, he's actually trying this?
I intend to describe the meme when we get to it.
Oh, the meme when we get to it. Okay. Well, thank God we've
These
got
are from
Impola
Wire.
here to explain the meme to us when he gets to it.
How many of our tax dollars went for this dude to prosecute these guys for memes that
Yeah.
he's going to describe in a minute? Are you kidding me right now? This is supposed to be the #1 domestic terrorism case, and you're looking at it right now, and this is real.
This
You
is
didn't,
it.
you didn't eat magic mushrooms or nothing. This is happening.
It's so absurd that we're laughing about it, but also, guys, like, remember, people's lives are on the line. These men could be taken from their children for 20 years, and it is serious, but it's also a joke because of the way that they're running this.
If I don't laugh about it,
Thank you,
I am
Jim.
going to fill your
And Adam, can you put the first page up,
words
please?
that I
Because of
shouldn't.
memes, yeah. Oh, we're gonna get to the quotes, the picture of the phone.
What do
he
we see here,
claims.
Agent Hempel?
So on the left
Is
is
this?
a screen capture of Dan's, it's not a screen capture, it's a photograph of Dan's phone.
How is that a photograph?
He's Doc 1776.
Of
What
his
role
phone.
did Paul Bellar have in the Wolverine Watchman?
He was the Wolverine Watchman's trainer and medic.
Okay,
What?
and so they had their
I
own
thought
guys.
Eric was
Yes,
the medic.
okay.
Now Paul is.
And
Oh my God! It changes by the day.
black box on the left. Let's make sure we
Meme
clarify
chat.
that's something that you created for reference as a date and where it came from.
I mean,
Is that
there
right?
it is. There's your
Okay.
proof right there.
And on
Meme
the
chat.
right, what do we
These guys
say?
are terrorists.
So this is when Doc or Paul Bellar
sorry,
vetted
geez.
Dan and invited him into the group. So this is what it looks like when he's part of the vetting conversation. for the
What?
Wolverine
There's
Watchman.
no vetting
And,
conversation.
Adam, can you go to page 2, please?
Oh my goodness.
And just, so we can back out just a little bit, Agent of Flooding, this is your first view of the Wolverine Watchman, is that correct?
Yes, this is the first time I knew anything about them.
Okay, and what do we see there on the left?
So on the left, Ty is Ty Garvin, so he goes by Gunny on the Wolverine Watchman. And this is a weapon schematic. It's for an auto sear, so that's instructions on how to make a weapon fully automatic, so to turn a gun into a machine gun.
And on the right, what do we see?
This is a PDF of assembling, so it says DIY full auto, and it's got some abbreviation there, plans.pdf. So this is a PDF on how to make a weapon fully automatic.
And
It's not
I know
illegal.
on the left-hand side again at the top, it says the word
Ty
Armory
Garvin
Chat.
posted this, by the way, didn't he?
and
Wasn't? Yeah,
tell
Ty.
ladies and
It says
gentlemen of the jury,
Ty.
and is that one of the sub chats that
Ty
we saw
the
on the last
Rat.
page?
Yes.
Okay.
Ty
fair
the
enough.
Rat
I appreciate
posted it.
Please, Adam.
They're describing a piece of metal right there.
Yep.
This big. This big. It's a piece of metal.
Oh my gosh.
And again, and this is what you're seeing when you first meet Dan.
Yes.
Okay, and the black box on the left, again, is that something you put in there for reference?
Yes.
Okay, and again, this is in the Armory Chat
None
from the
of this
Wolverine
is
Watchman.
Yes.
What are we
Illegal.
seeing on the left-hand side there?
On the left is 2 rifles with suppressors or silencers on them.
Yeah,
I
but
mean,
he put it in there.
You know, what does a
reference.
silencer do? What's a suppressor
Right?
So this wasn't done by our guys. This doesn't belong to our guys. This isn't their doing. This is
That's
the
right.
FBI taking the box, putting the gun in for reference, and then taking a picture. That's what he just said.
Yeah.
As an operator,
Is that legal?
it can be.
Okay.
If you apply and get a tax stamp with the
A
ATF,
tax
you
stamp?
can
What?
get your it's considered a
Gasoline
weapon.
can be illegal if you use it to catch a house on fire.
It
Wow.
costs,
This is
about
ridiculous.
150.
I mean,
This
they have
is
no
real.
case.
I mean, when you saw that,
That
I mean,
none.
what were your thoughts when you saw that?
I was concerned with the sophisticated weaponry and the fact that typically on the street, you don't see a lot of silencers, suppressors, short barrel rifles, or fully automatic machine guns. So a lot of times those weapons are illegal because a lot of times people don't believe that the government has the right to regulate those weapons.
No,
Right.
no. It's
What?
because you have no. Listen, it's because you have a Category 3 license to legally carry them, you asshole. That's
What
what
is
it is.
wrong
It's because
with
you're
him?
professionally trained to carry that weaponry specifically. That's an American right. You just need to be licensed and certified. That dude,
Yep.
I'm about to
He's
start.
such a clown.
And
Everything
Man.
scares
Wow.
him.
Please, if there are
Nothing
veterans in
here
the chat, if there are
is-
veterans in the chat that know what I'm talking about Cat 3, if you're Category 3, please back me up. That dude is a liar. You don't get those weapons just because you believe that Americans should have them and the government's wrong. That's no. You can
No.
legally possess those.
Yeah, that's right.
Put it in the chat. You absolutely can.
Can you go to the next page, please, Adam?
With
This
enough
is
money, you can buy a
ridiculous.
tank. That dude is such a piece of garbage. I mean, he put that picture together. He put the gun in there, and then he's
I
like,
know. And then
For people-
posted it.
for people that believe that the government's wrong. No, dude, it's for veterans that have a Category 3 license to do so.
So here's the guys bragging.
Yeah, come fuck around our house. Joe Morrison stated, fuck around and find out.
So Joe
Let me stop you
Morrison
there
said
for a
if
minute.
someone tries to go to his house and do something bad to his family, that he would do what all normal people do and protect them. That's literally all it says. He said if threats come, we're ready. That's it. And this to them
If you keep restricting our
is-
rights, then you'll find out what's going to happen.
Okay. Is there
That's
a
not what it
shorter
says. That's
acronym
not
for
what
that?
it says. He doesn't
Yes.
say anything
What is
about
that?
our
FAFO.
rights or if you violate our
FAFO?
rights,
Yes.
we're going to
Okay.
do this.
What do we see
It
on the
says
right
we're
there?
ready for every threat. And then FAFO.
Yeah,
That's it. Pretty sure we're ready for every threat. FAFO. And that's it. It just means that if someone goes to his house and tries to harm his family, he'll do what anyone would do. It says nothing about rights or he literally is lying
What do we see here, Agent Impel?
in real
This
time.
is an unknown member of the Wolverine Watchmen.
Oh, an
with a
unknown
gas
member?
mask And,
What? You mean an FBI
Holy
agent?
hell.
Here's
You
what
guys-
this is. This is
you-
a federal agent wearing a face covering that they
Yeah.
posted in this chat, and they call him an unknown, but there is no unknown members. They know who everybody is.
Wait a
This
minute,
is
wait, what-
amazing.
Yeah, for real. We're supposed to
And,
believe that they have guys
what
under
is
all of
the,
this heavy surveillance. They've got audio surveillance. They've got video surveillance. They've got
everything.
they have everything. Their social media.
What
And
is
this
this?
dude just shows up unknown. Come on, man. Stop. Stop. That
That's
makes
a
no
cop.
sense.
Okay, that's a cop, and they don't want to out him. That's who it is.
To the picture from the last page, he just goes, says, just know there is a cookbook. I have a copy.
Oh, the anarchist cookbook they're referring to that
And,
anyone can
the
purchase
cookbook being
online.
a
I'm not
reference to
making it up. That's
things
what
you
he's
can use
talking
at
about.
home to try to make explosives.
Legal and outdated,
Legal.
but legal.
And on the right, what do we see?
So there's a discussion in the Armory chat.
And that's Ty Garbin, the
about,
rat, who's in there saying dumb
ballistics.
stuff.
And
Oh,
we don't-
interesting.
don't know was a legit dude either, by the way.
And then,
Exactly.
Ty Garbin stated, only illegal if you run your mouth and get caught, LOL.
Okay. And the next page, please, Adam. And Adam is just
Such-
Thank you. And Agent Impel, what do we see here?
So this is now from the 19th. That last one was also from the 19th.
Right.
So after the initial meeting with Dan, we had a follow-up meeting.
Okay. And what do we see there?
Ty Garbin stated, I built my fair
Ty
share
again.
of
Ty again.
regulated items. I like
I think we're
explosives."
starting to see why
Garbin
Ty,
then stated,
you know,
"If you use
took
a
the first
smaller
plea and had a
explosive
lawyer that
generates
worked
around
for the
500
FBI
pounds of blast
previously.
No, I mean, that dude was in and out. You know,
Yeah.
he's walking free right now. He's, you know what I mean? I don't know.
Right
I
there,
thought I
that's
saw
what we
him
see.
in the back of the courtroom. I said, "Oh my
Drop
God,
that
is
was
that Ty?
described
Because he's not
previously.
on the witness
So,
list to
Wolverine Watchmen
testify,
set up
as far
No,
as
he-
I've seen."
on wire
Did
Right?
that
that if a
program.
member
Did that program
pays and does a location drop,
for
that's what
extremists
URF is.
rehab,
Oh wow,
and he's out. I
the
mean, he's out.
re-education. He's been re-educated, friends.
Very good.
Yeah.
But Ty seems to have been the one he was the one that painted his boat black. He was the one that it seemed was buying Dan's nonsense the most, actually. And did the most stupid
okay.
things. He was part of the dumb
Moving
ghost
off of
gun
the,
thing where Dan
Wolverine
Chappell, the
Watchmen,
informant,
let's go,
tried to
go
get
different
these guys to
direction, like
purchase
talk a little
illegal
bit about
weapons
Michigan
to
Liberty
supply to a
Militia.
drug dealing felon that
are
wasn't
you familiar
allowed
with
to
that
have
group?
them. And they
Yes.
tried to
Okay,
implicate
and,
Dan Harris,
tell us,
who's
you
been
know,
acquitted in this
how did you
scheme
come to
by
know
sending a
about
part
Michigan
to his
Liberty
house
Militia?
without his
Well, I
knowledge.
came to know about
Luckily,
them,
it didn't work.
After I learned of the Null brothers.
But both of the
involvement,
guys who took plea deals
and
were involved in
Wolverine
that
Watchmen
scheme.
frequently referenced the
Another
Michigan
FBI
Liberty
scheme, by
Militia.
the
Joe
way.
Morrison had stated that
Unreal.
he had met with the Null brothers before. And so I learned of them while monitoring the Wolverine Watchmen through CHS Dan. So as CHS Dan was attending live fire exercises and trainings in Munich,
Leading
I
them.
heard of the Null brothers and I heard of the Michigan Liberty Militia. And then later, after the Null brothers showed up Bill Null showed up in the National Founding Fathers meeting and the
The
nighttime
FBI's
surveillance.
meeting. The FBI
I looked into
that
what their
meeting.
role was.
Come on.
When you look at it, if you would, you're on Exhibit 12 there.
Yes, sir.
Okay, and what is that?
These are Michigan driver's license photographs. So they're visual depictions of the members of the Michigan Liberty Militia that I could find from a review of Bill Null and Mike Null's cell phone. It's certainly not an exhaustive list, and I'm not sure who all the members are because of their OPSEC, but these are the ones I
Right.
could find on the phones as a result of the search warrants.
Okay.
What in the hell is he talking about?
He's
yeah,
just
your
making
report
stuff
trays
up.
and known numbers to
You
you.
couldn't find copies
Yes.
of
Okay, move
people's
to
driver's
Michigan,
license
exhibit
photos?
12.
You're the FBI counterterrorism? Stop, dude.
Yeah.
Just stop. None of
This
this makes
is-
sense.
I'm glad in a way that this is being televised. I'm glad that people are getting the opportunity to see this for themselves and to understand who these people are that you don't. We're told world's premier law enforcement agency. They're portrayed in Hollywood movies as dashing. That they're the good guys in all these Hollywood movies. They make them appear real great and competent, heroic. Even this man is not heroic. This man is a tyrannical freak. And he's lied this entire time. They're cowards fundamentally. They target the most vulnerable in society, and then they try to manipulate people for a paycheck. That's what they are. As much as Hollywood has glorified them, everyone can see this man themselves and see that these people are not heroic. They're not out here trying to foil things and save the day. They're out there trying to instigate to justify their $1 million budget. And they're in competition with other federal agencies, for more resources and prestige. That's what it's about. Hubris, exactly. Authoritarian hubris.
Tell us about this, Adrian.
Sure.
Tell us about this thing you just made up.
Of the Michigan Liberty Militia. Mike Null, Bill Null, and Phil Robinson.
Okay. We talked about Mr. Robinson a little
another
earlier
made
in the
up
day.
chart. Another
was
made
he
up
that,
chart.
Paper Patriot or Keyboard Warrior you were talking about?
Yes, he's the one who's referred to as a peacock. So he would show up and he'd be there publicly, but never actually was there when the rubber met the road.
Okay. Very good. Can we, you look at exhibit or proposed exhibit number 13, please?
I think that just means he didn't fall for
I have it
the.
here.
What is that? And how many pages is it?
So this is a 9-page document. It's pictures found on Bill Null and Mike Null's cell phone. This is Boogaloo propaganda.
Okay. And are you able to tell?
Oh my God.
In the 9 pages which meme came from which Null brothers phone?
Yes, I am, and I would say that I don't consider these to be memes. These are propaganda photos.
Oh, propaganda. I'm sorry. Thank you. And,
They're not memes anymore. Now they're propaganda photos.
No, remember the FBI has a word for memes now. They now call it propaganda captioned images. Not making it up. That's what they said at the state trial. That's what Impala called it. He said this is a propaganda captioned image. That's what he calls a meme now, to make it sound, real legitimate or something.
The same memes that they're going to present are on the internet right now.
Yes, and other people have posted them publicly.
And all these are in prison over memes that are on the internet right now.
That's right.
He is not a domestic terrorism expert with the FBI. We've allowed some of the comments to be made on his behalf that there are experts with the FBI that specialize in domestic terrorism. He is not an expert. And so he's crossing the line if you would object. Jeff did also point out that he's warm shot for
I know, it's so silly. They're scared. They are scared of memes. It's bizarre. Do you have a license for that?
I think the appropriate value, I suggest, in writing to these pictures, understand there's an appropriate value to these things versus the other side of the coin. Which is, I think I would allow on the side of it.
Oh, that's a good point. Memes are something they can't astroturf.
Number one, Michigan
They
Rule of
treat
Evidence
them as
701
something
allows
to
for
fear
such
because they cannot
testimony.
compete.
Number
Yes.
two, in terms of form shopping, that's the first time in 2.5 years.
Ladies and gentlemen, if you deploy memes,
as we know, we have one court of justice in the state of Michigan.
Don't deploy them.
You can obtain
That's right.
a search warrant from any court in the state for any location in the state.
Ooh, interesting.
Well, I think the way that I'll phrase it, the photos, as I will refer to them,
Photos. Now they're calling them photos.
They have been testified to by the agent as to how they were retrieved and from where they were retrieved. Each of the photos indicates
Right.
the appropriate person from whose phone they were taken. In terms of the phrasing of propaganda, what I would note is these were properly identified as photographs or images that were taken from phones.
Images.
Agent Nicola has been working
Photographs.
testimony yesterday.
Propaganda captioned images.
Is
Meme.
outlined
Like, this
where
is
he
so
believes that they come
stupid
from. The jury
that we're
certainly
really
can
going to
consider
have
that
a
phrase as used,
15-minute
or
back
they
and
would
forth on this.
determine these are photographs.
This is America right now?
This is America. Vice's raid. Let's go. This is literally like they're arguing about memes, which they're calling propaganda captioned images and all this other stuff. Let's
Thank you,
go.
Judge. Why don't we work through those on 9 pages together? Page number 1, on the black box on the left. Tell us about that.
So I placed the black box here, and this is the date of
Thank
the
you, guys.
photograph that I found on Bill Null's cell phone.
It's a meme, guys.
The date you found it, or the date?
I'm sorry, it's the date that it was placed on the phone.
Okay, very good. And what do we see there? Describe the picture for the record, please.
So
Welcome.
this is a masked man holding a rifle, wearing some sort
It's
of
a
action
meme,
gear
guys.
without any uniform markings. It
It's
says some people are morally opposed to violence. They are protected by men who are not.
so
Okay, go to
it's a
page 2, please.
meme, and that's free speech,
It's a paraphrasing
And,
from
what
one
do
of
we
our
see here,
American
Agent
generals.
This
Right?
is a photograph from
Yes.
September 20th, 2019, and it's
Another
shows some sort of
meme.
destruction in some sort of city.
What?
Are you ready for the next American Civil War? You better be, because if things don't change, and soon we are headed right
point.
for it. The DHS is already.
Yes, and
preparing
again,
for
we were
civil war.
watching Antifa
What does
and
DHS
BLM
refer to?
burn our cities to the
Department of
ground. We had
Homeland Security.
every reason to
Okay.
think that it was
And can you go to page
escalating.
3, please?
Yeah,
And so that
that's all
meme makes
that
a lot of
means.
sense.
What do we see here?
Again,
from
this is stuff
September
from our
20th,
history,
2019.
American history.
And
It's the embracing of our culture when we're seeing it being taken away.
From time to time with the blood of tyrants.
Now, before we get into it, and this is all before COVID, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Oh,
So this is
Right, it's when
content
the
that was
cities are
on
burning.
Mr.
So?
William Null's phone before
like this
COVID
is
hit.
ridiculous.
Yes, I also recognize this picture here from Barry Croft's phone.
I
The
do.
same
it's just
photograph
the
was
dollar
seen during
sign
a search
and then
warrant on Barry
radix
Croft's phone.
verum,
Okay.
one word.
Tell us, if you will.
Thank
you so much for
caption
supporting
and
the
Yes,
channel.
content
you know
rather
what?
into the
This
record,
is
please.
right. Literal Jefferson sentiment.
On
The
this
tree
one?
of liberty
Yes.
is ubiquitous
The
with
tree
the
of
founding
liberty
of
must
this
be refreshed
country.
from time to
But
time with
now,
blood of tyrants.
this is literally
Are
the
you
biggest
familiar with that
DT
phrase
case
in
in
your
a
experience
generation,
in,
and they're
counterterrorism
using this
cases?
as evidence.
Yes, it's a phrase, it's a portion of a
Listen to
phrase
what he
taken by
says.
Thomas Jefferson.
Tell us about that.
Thomas Jefferson made a statement during the American
Lux
Revolution
is
about
right.
how the tree of liberty must be refreshed from time to time with the blood of tyrants and patriots.
And okay. Next page, please. Yeah.
This is
And
just like unreal how dorky this guy is, you know? They really don't like this
what are we looking
meme
at here?
because it's calling
These are
them,
captured
you know, they're
photographs. This is a visual
sycophants,
depiction of
bootlickers.
bootlicker. At the top, it says what
So
you think your flag
dumb,
looks like, and it's got the thin blue line flag that I was referring to earlier.
okay,
Which supports law
So
enforcement.
context
And
for
on the
this.
bottom, there's a photograph
Yes.
of a bootlicker, and it says
Gretchen
they're actually-
Whitmer is campaigning on some things. And then even before COVID, she starts talking about some of the fundamental changes she
On
wants
the
to
left,
make.
we have the date.
When
Is
they
that
went
correct?
to the sheriff's
This is
office to
from
say, hey,
November
she's
21st,
wielding unconstitutional authority, and
Yeah.
they said no,
That's
That's
what
what-
that meant.
yeah, they were like, listen, this how is it that you could call yourself an oath keeper, but you're actually working for somebody who's violating that oath?
Yeah, that's a good point.
It's from the same day, November 21st, 2019, on Bill Null's cell phone. It says,
These are
"Militias only
standard
have
boomer
word, you're
memes. I'm sorry.
And,
But they are. I have
Tyrant,
seen,
again, remind us, in
Thank
the
you so
boo-boo
much,
movement,
Woofer.
what
I
that means.
appreciate that. You guys are
Tyrant would
awesome.
be,
I've
somebody who
seen
tells
stuff
you
like
what
this
to
all
do.
over Twitter. It's all over Gab. Like, this is like
next page,
standard.
please,
This
Al.
is not extreme sentiment. This is literally something half the
Is-
country
from whose phone
agrees
is
with
this?
or post similar
Now this is
things.
from Mike Null's cell phone.
Okay, and this is August 15th, 2020.
Yes.
Okay, and
This was
read the,
actually an
content
answer
into
to
the
a
record,
famous
please.
author who said,
Some of
be
us
careful
aren't
not to
afraid to
become the
become
monster
monsters.
that you're fighting against. And so this was an answer to that, saying, because a lot of them are combat veterans, they're like, look, dude, I already feel like a
Okay,
monster.
what do we see here?
Right.
This is
I've had that discussion with a lot of
September 14th,
veterans.
2020, my old
Yeah.
cell phone.
So
And can
this
you read
meme
the,
is apparently
content into
something
the,
that's going to
record
get you in
and
trouble.
kind of
Yeah,
describe the
Ricky
three
Vaughn.
photos
Oh my
and,
gosh,
photograph.
Ricky Vaughn, who
Here,
went on
we'll start
trial
from the
4
top.
years
There's three
after the
photographs
fact
here.
over
It's
a
the same
meme.
cult of deception
And
that's
Ricky
behind
Vaughn
this.
is in jail for what, 10 years, or they were trying to get him in there for 10 years. I know Ricky, his real name is Douglas Mackey. Mackey is appealing that. But I want people to understand the precedent being set here, the legal precedent. These are memes that, like, we've all posted
And,
stuff like this,
that's
guys.
the last page,
This can
please.
get you on the radar. Yeah, freedom. Flux
Uh,
says freedom
looking at
itself
this,
is on trial
Agent
here,
Boyd,
not these
let me just-
men.
before I ask you
Freedom
what it is, have you
itself.
seen this before in other
She's
places?
right.
Yes.
Yeah, you are. Yeah.
Well, I've seen this same
Again,
image on Barry Croft's phone.
This is the
Also,
tread on me. It's a spin on a play on the
Symbolism used
tread
by
on
the
me
anarchist community. It's a
flag.
bulldozer, so
Okay.
it's representative of a
Texas
sovereign citizen case back in
General
1998, so it's something that I recognize.
has nothing to do with sovereign. The oxymoronic term known as sovereign citizens has nothing to do with that. Zero.
Yeah, so I recognize Barry Croft's signature with the tri-corner hat. That is his symbol.
Oh my God.
All right, good.
Wait a minute. Wait, hold on. They associated that to George Washington before. Now it has to do with piracy?
I
What?
love how this, like
let's
we
look
said
at,
earlier, the story
if you
changes
could,
every time he gets on the stand. He embellishes. He can't
This
help
guy-
himself because Impala is a pathological liar. He's committed perjury numerous times. He cannot help himself. So this is the fourth trial now, and every time his story changes.
If you will,
Every time.
tell us what it is
He
generally.
cannot help it.
So these are
Sean says, "What do these
screen
memes have to do with
captures of
exactly?"
Facebook chats.
They're literally
Thank
saying.
you.
Bill
Yeah,
Knowles.
they're
Yes.
literally saying that
Other
it does, and
checkboxes
we're like,
that I've added,
we're just
I've
looking
added
at this,
the
not
dates
understanding
and,
the relevance.
participants
But to
in
them,
chats.
they
So
think it's,
sometimes,
oh, these are
longer
dangerous.
chats, and one person will
They
say
don't have
He's
a case.
saying that
chat,
because there
but
is no
both
case,
people
so
are
they
part of
have
the
to
same
show
chat.
this because,
Understood.
like I said in the
How did you
beginning,
get
you'll
this?
never see
I executed search warrants
messages
of,
between the guys
Bill
planning
Knowles'
anything.
multiple
So
Facebook
this is
accounts
what they have
and
to
Mike
present
Knowles'
instead.
Facebook account.
Oh, look at this scary
Again,
meme.
you
Oh,
need the
he
judge's
look at
permission,
that
right?
one. Oh,
Okay.
memes.
And,
That's all they have.
tell us if you
Yeah,
will,
this is just evidence when you don't have any.
It's so bad. It's so bad. They're basically telling Eric Molitor and the Knoll brothers, this guy right now is telling the judge, he hurt the FBI's feelings with these memes. Lock him up. I mean,
Get
they have
there's
nothing.
number of different
That's
accounts on
right.
here.
It's not about Whitmer. That's right. It's
and-
about the First Amendment. Thank you. It is about freedom of association. It is about the right to engage in legal, lawful militia activity. It's the right to associate with like-minded individuals. They just said 5 or more people that share similar ideologies are now a gang and can be tried as a gang, which gives the FBI the ability to work with state, local law enforcement because they'll create gang task forces. This is going to be, they're going to start making task forces to investigate memes. I'm not lying. Mark my words, there will be task forces to go after people who are simply organizing together, like-minded people. That's the legal precedent being set here. Or
Yes.
you aided and abetted, you provided personnel because you showed up to FTX that the FBI paid for, sponsored, hosted, and led the training on.
And organized.
Exactly. Planned in advance.
Yeah, so
Unreal.
for everybody that's recognizing this is about our rights, let me give my quick summation. You're absolutely correct. This has to do with multiple rights. It's all of our fundamental ones. This has to do with freedom of speech, freedom of expression, freedom of assembly, a right to bear arms. What they've done in this case has never been done before. They have said now that if you are in the militia, which is obviously in the Constitution, then you are a gang. And because it is gang activity, if they can prove that you had guns on you at the time, everything is now felonious.
That's what
Not
they're saying.
kidding.
Yeah, they
That's
said
what this is.
he provided personnel and he brought his legally owned firearm because he showed up to a field training exercise that the FBI put on for everybody and set up obstacle courses for them and then filmed them running through the obstacle courses. So now they're saying that makes you part of a gang, and now it means you aided and abetted. You provided, quote, material support to the FBI, is what they mean to say. It was their FTX. They're the ones doing the training. They're the ones providing the food, the alcohol, the marijuana. It's like, what?
Let's not forget, they said that the Knoll brothers initially provided that key support because they literally paid rent and lived together.
Yes, yes.
If you paid half the rent, that was support of T.
Yes. Yes. It's literally this dumb. And then they said yesterday that Eric was a medic because he did medic training. And then they go, well, he was being a combat medic, not a regular one. So that means, oh, okay, now he should be charged with material support and aiding and abetting because he had medical training and wanted to teach people how to tie a tourniquet or something. We're not lying. We're not making this up. You're watching it all now in real time. This is happening.
And right here it says, F the police and their supporters, they're all enemies.
Yeah.
Well, what they're not doing is showing you the conversation. A patriot had just been arrested who did not commit any crimes, and everybody was angry.
And that's what they're talking about.
His angry, where everyone's mad. And he's just like, F the police, man. I'm sick of this,
Yeah.
That's what they're doing.
Yeah. He's saying if you're a blue liner, just leave the group because he's angry. And look what we saw this past week. We saw 4 people executed in FBI pre-dawn raids. Craig Robertson was an elderly 74-year-old man in Provo, Utah, that they took out. And then these other ones, we don't even know the information about them, but that's 4 in a 2-week period, literally just taken out by these people. So yes, people are distrustful of them. That doesn't make you a bad person.
And they're really making these examples with court cases like this.
Flux is getting on a list.
Yep, there you go. Well done.
She's on a list now.
Yeah, you're on a list with us. That guy in Utah, he literally walks with a cane. You can hear the argument through the recording that was released. And they're yelling at him. And then they shoot him dead, drag him into the front yard and leave him there for 2 hours.
In the street, leave him there. Yeah. It's sickening with a drape a tarp over him. And it's almost like they did that to send a message to people. They brought his body out there and they left it in the street because they wanted people to see, we can do this to you. Keep talking. Look
at how timely this is. Really care about the American people.
Oh, well, this really upset the FBI. You can't say that. How dare you question their integrity?
Well, ever since
again,
then,
all of this,
these
by the way,
have done.
Yeah.
They just keep substantiating the claims these guys made.
Yes,
right
oh my God. All of the things that they're saying, like they've proven them right. He was right to say that. But then the other thing, guys, is that these sentiments, while you could say maybe you don't like them or something, but there's nothing illegal about it. They have the right to their opinion. They do not have to like law enforcement. Nobody has to. But now if you don't like the government, they call it anti-government, anti-law enforcement sentiment. And now that gets you on a list. So you aren't allowed to have an opinion. You're not. You have to love them. You can't even dislike them. They want to compel your love and admiration like a narcissist. You must love and validate me, or I will throw you in jail. Okay. That's where we're at.
This is January 3rd, 2020. Bill Null stated, well, we look weak already. There isn't a unified front at all, just infighting with most groups. Most of the so-called patriots just want to be Facebook famous and most love their blue line. They won't stand up when the time comes, they would just comply. That is what's going to happen.
Okay. And on the right-hand side here,
It's a
what do we see in
meme.
terms of the pictorial?
It's a
So
pictorial
this is
meme. Oh, here we go again.
I think I'd call this one a meme.
A pictorial. The new word for meme. Pictorial.
American Proud 1776.
Bobo, come on, honey, get
And
down.
this is part of the Michigan Liberty Militia group chat.
Yes.
Okay. The box at the bottom of the page.
So this box, this one's a continuation. So it's a Bill Null chat that then goes on to the next page. So from January 15th, 2020 in the group chat, Bill Null stated, well, he didn't do right by the people or the Constitution, but I don't think anything she has done has ever been for the Constitution or the people, so they should all swing.
So again, there's
And,
nothing that rises to the
looking
threshold
back
of
to, give that a
illegality
little bit more
there.
Context.
It's just bizarre.
Is that statement?
I feel like they have created a self-fulfilling prophecy.
Pictorial.
Yeah.
Um,
Pictorial. The pictorial. Oh my goodness. The scary pictorial.
If you look on the screen there.
yes, it's directly after the government prepared it. Well, there's
Okay.
one statement there, Taiwan.
This is literally a joke. It's a joke on Facebook. And by the way, this is all posted publicly. That's the other thing they're not telling you. If these people, if they're covert or planning something, it's like, no, this is all being sent on Facebook.
This is a statement by
Well,
Mike
where do you
Null
think they got the
from
memes in the first place? It wasn't like they made them all. They got them off of Facebook.
Exactly. These memes were probably made by the government themselves. And they posted them on Facebook and they're just getting reposted. I mean, you never know. We really don't, because we learned in this case, the FBI has what they call online covert employees. Lauren Hastings was posing as Elise Marie, the girlfriend of Special Agent Mark Schweers, who was posing as a man online named Mark Woods. The FBI was creating militia pages on Facebook, entire groups and pages that they were administering. So it makes you wonder, if they have online covert employees, they probably have them making memes, posting memes, and hoping other people share them.
Yes.
What is it?
Valhalla is from Norse mythology.
Oh, here we go. This
and
is
it's a reference
absurd.
to heaven.
Somebody said the word Valhalla. Lock them up, apparently. I'll be right back, guys. I'm going to use the restroom.
And thank you, Adam. Is there another? And does Mike Null have any response to that?
Yes, he said, so I'm kind of excited.
Adam, can you back out and show us that? I mean, those two statements about Valhalla. Thank you, and from William Null and Michael Null's response are back to back. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, good.
Apparently, you're not allowed to carry Nordic or Viking beliefs here in America. If you mention Valhalla, boy, you could be in a trial for your life. Pretty unreal, isn't it? America, this is not a movie. This is actually happening.
Bill Null stated, we all have plans, but there isn't any way in hell I'm going to talk about on FedBook.
What's FedBook?
Facebook.
Why do people call it FedBook?
Well, Facebook's responsive to legal process. I can execute search warrants to Facebook and it's located within the United States. So it's not a secure communication platform for.
No, you can't make plans on Facebook because the feds will do everything they can to mess with, like if you make an event page, they'll either inflate the numbers really high so you think you have a big turnout and then you show up and it's small and everybody's disappointed. It's a demoralization tactic. Or they'll get on there and start trolling your page, or they'll show up to the event and do everything they can to mess with it, or they'll show up to your meetings. They try to pick fights with people. They send agent provocateurs all the time. Facebook wasn't safe, and everybody knows it. They try to make it look like it was because, there's like this clandestine secret group. That's not the case. It was because everybody understood. The feds are doing everything they can to mess with us, and that's also why it's called FedBook. Just a little bit of reality being entered into this here, a little bit of context isn't going to kill these folks.
And Bill Null replies and says, "It's a good idea, bro. They're always listening."
Okay. And the next page, thank you. What do we see here, Agent Impla?
This is a few weeks later on April 14th, 2020, group chat. Bill Null and Mike Null.
Group chat from what group?
MLM.
Go ahead. What is that?
Bill Null stated, "I'm always armed. Just don't know if I want to go full battle rattle or not. I'm going to leave that up to you guys on how."
In choosing to go full battle rattle and all of that, it really is a personal choice. And that's why he's like, it's up to everybody. Because it depends on the event. It depends on the location of the event. It depends on the purpose of the event. You may want to go just carry concealed. You may want to be in full battle rattle. There's a lot of contingencies there. So that's all that is. It just makes sense. It depends on, your own preference and what kind of an event it is.
Do you know the context of this conversation?
And you should always be armed. If you're an American, you should always be armed, to mitigate a threat, and neutralize it.
It doesn't mean like you're going to go out and do something or whatever. Like how they seem to imply that with everything is to the FBI. Let's interpret this in literally the worst way possible.
Yeah. If they said, well, here's a picture of Jeremy saying he's going to get cupcakes, they'd be like, well, what is cupcakes code for?
Exactly.
And then they'd be like, bombs. It's bombs.
And he's like literally just going to the pastry store.
The intent of why you're going to the protest.
Right. Yeah. No,
We gotta go get him. Look
they're
at
disgusting,
this guy.
man.
Look
at this clown.
Thank you. On this, the top, the first one on the right there. What do we see, Agent Impla?
This is Bill Null. Now we're in May 25th of 2020. Bill Null stated the patch he has is not a group patch. It's for the original 3% of the nation that said fuck the police and kill them. There are several groups that run 3% in their name only for that reason alone.
Talking about the British police after the Boston Massacre? Or are you talking about 6 years later when the actual 3% of the nation, which we think is actually like 7%,
patch he has is not a
rose
group
up?
Patch. It's for the original 3% of the nation that said fuck the police and kill them. There are several groups that run the 3% in their name for that reason alone. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, in that 3%, I think you talked
Carrying
about that
the American history of when we fought the British.
3%, they viewed themselves as being
yeah,
the
this is
3% willing
insane.
to stand up against the government.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you, Adam. And
And don't get me wrong, he is saying F the police, like we all grew up with NWA, if you're my generation.
I was
but-
going to say, hello, is that a crime now? If you just recite the lyrics of a song?
Yeah, no, and he has every right to say that. You're watching your cities burn. You're watching your rights get taken away. You're watching all this. You can't get the police to work with you. You have a right to say that, but you definitely should not be sitting in a trial for your life over saying it.
And,
exactly. That's right.
There are Supreme Court decisions about that very thing. F the police.
We're on page 8 now. Of the
That's
exhibit.
true.
What do we see here?
So this is from May 29th, 2020. group chat starts off with thumbs up emoji by Mike Null.
And what precedes that emoji?
What precedes the emoji? Oh God, this is
It's a status update for
it's so dumb.
another post.
And listening to
Okay,
Jared
let me
checking
back out of
throughout
that.
this is actually hilarious.
Mike Knoll.
Sorry,
They're
I'm gonna
even
move away
calling
from.
this
And it
out.
says preceding 7 pages. Was he part of the chat
I
group
have
also?
Chinese
Yes, he
roosters.
responded. Not
Oh,
as
that's
frequently
right.
as
You
Bill
showed me a
Mullen, he was
picture
part
of them,
it.
and they were so
And was that
silly
typical
looking.
that
If
you
you guys
found in
haven't
the
looked it
yesterday
up, look up the
Yeah, Mike
Chinese
Knoll was
rooster. They are
quieter,
so
he responded
cute
less.
looking.
Okay, very good.
They're called silkies.
Um,
Silkie.
can you see
Silkies,
the,
and they're
second box,
adorable.
on the left
You have
there?
to see their fur.
what
They're
do
so
we see here?
cute.
This
I'll
is a
show you one here in a
statement from
second.
May 29th, 2020, Mike Null stated, definitely not the same thing. These people would rather riot than hold pigs accountable. It's funny how media plays people.
Oh, they don't like it if you call them that word. Oof.
And on the right hand side,
All right, let's see it.
one more. Thank you. Yep.
Oh, wait.
May 29th.
There we
is
go.
that correct?
There's the
2020?
silky.
Yes.
And who said this?
This is Bill
Look.
Hall, he said,
There's the
we
silky.
just burnt down the pig farm. Ooh, look at that.
Look at them. They're so cute.
Hey, on May 29th or somewhere right before that, was there any
That
civil
was
unrest
funny.
in Grand Rapids?
So this was this is literally he's talking about what is happening at these BLM
Describe
events.
the
They
environment.
just burned
in
down,
the
he's
state of
saying
Michigan around the
something.
end of May.
Sure. So at the end of May is the George Floyd protests. So you have riots erupting around the United States. In this particular
Yeah, but you got to
case,
figure
there
George
was
Floyd
precinct
started
in Minneapolis
way
that
after
burned
Ferguson.
down.
Way
Riot
after.
in Minneapolis.
Yep.
Shortly thereafter, there was rioting and looting in Grand Rapids. But this is during the time that the police station in Minneapolis was being taken over.
And forgive me, I think I said
Be
Grand
at police station being taken
Okay,
over.
Thank you.
Interesting how the people that did that weren't under
there we go. Thank you,
surveillance or
Adam.
being
The next
watched or
one,
stopped or
Agent
anything.
Will,
They were
what's this?
allowed to do it.
This is
No, but the
post
men
now
getting
we're,
ready to protect their families from them, they were the ones that have been targeted, and they're the ones on trial. And
That's
this
right.
is our country right now.
Okay. Is Mike Knoll part of this?
I'm sorry, yes, this is a group chat with Michigan Liberty Militia, and Mike Null is part of this.
Okay, go ahead.
Bill Null stated, we can't just let anyone in the group, they need to be on probation if we don't know them. Got too many fires burning right now to risk it.
Okay. Thanks, Adam. I think
And
that's
again, what
the
you're
right
seeing
thing,
here,
right?
none of this has
Okay,
anything to
Judge,
do with what they're claiming these men did, which is
logical place to break.
conspiring to
Ladies and gentlemen,
K and K
this is,
the
break for
governor.
lunch.
Okay, we're going on lunch break.
Hopefully all are tuned this time.
It is going to get, it's going to be very silly from here. Because that's all they have, guys, is like stuff like this. This is all taxpayer. This is all taxpayer money being wasted on this nonsense. So we could spend, all this time talking about these very scary memes. Wow. It is unreal. It's only going to get way worse from here. Maybe, yeah. Yeah, so this is exactly, it's like, oh yeah, go pay your taxes so that we can then victimize you. That's what's going on. Okay, they're probably going to complain about us streaming again. The prosecutors were mad about that. Oh, how dare they refute our lies in real time. How dare they laugh at us. I guarantee. So they started this morning by complaining about my channel specifically, it being like live streaming this, and they're watching, they're looking at the chat and everything too. they were mad that there were family members that were of other defendants and victims in this case that were talking in the chat, and for whatever reason they think that could prejudice the case or something. So they've already complained, and I guarantee there's going to be, at some point, they're going to try to yank the streams completely of this because it is so stupid. They know it and they're embarrassed. So I guarantee they're not going to want it televised anymore, and that they're going to try to, we've just filed a motion to restrict access, to only mainstream media or whatever. I guarantee something stupid like that's going to happen. And yet, like, they literally watch every single thing I do. People don't believe me, or they don't understand. And it's like, yeah, that Barry, after we did his statement for the weaponization committee, he was sent to Terre Haute the next day. They don't wait.
The judge just went like this and shook his head.
Yeah. Yeah, anything that needs to be discussed.
Judge, yesterday I had mentioned
outside the jury.
I had mentioned a request for a curative instruction. I'm going to withdraw that right now. I'm going to leave it, delay that.
Everybody say hi to the federal agents watching, the U.S. Attorney's Office. Hello.
No, thank you. No, you're
Thank Mr. Ralston for correction. There's no correction.
The judge just said the brown envelope wasn't thick enough. Oh my gosh, you guys are great.
Further questions I have relative to Exhibit 202. Again, in my binder, there was a transcript and it's labeled as 202T. Again, I'm not commenting on what a party should or should not do. The reason I'm asking the question is because in my binder,
come on, Mr. Ralston, the papers. Who mic'd these guys on their sleeves? This happened the other day too. Whoever's micing these guys up is putting the lapel mic on their sleeves, it sounds like. Who's doing this?
Thank you.
All right, so it looks like that's it for now. We're on recess. We're on lunch until 1:30, actually. So right now, it's just us.
Well,
we're on lunch break. So I am actually going to, for people who don't know, I take my lunch break too. When they take their lunch break, I try to make myself something to eat and just relax for a little bit. But I will, I'll only take a quick lunch. My lunch will be like 30 minutes and then I'll come back and we'll hang out more and chat. But this is a living meme. Yes. And what you're seeing is, this is actually, as Jeremy said, this is history. Barry is still in Terre Haute right now. Adam is in Florence Supermax. Notice how they keep talking about Adam and Barry at this trial as if they're on trial again or something, but they're unable to defend themselves here. They don't mention that, actually, they're appealing their convictions. I love it that, and the jury wasn't allowed to hear that people were already acquitted. And then, we know that they're watching and listening in, and they have to control the narrative so badly that a small channel with less than 200 people live at any given time is enough that they have to, before court, oh my gosh, they're talking about us. They're streaming. They're providing commentary. They're refuting our lies in real time. Oh my gosh. It's amazing. Yeah. And Chastity is right. This is Barry's fiance, by the way. She says they are sabotaging their appeal. Adam's appeal was 70 pages long and was nonsensical. Portions of it literally lifted from the government's indictment and claims. And it's like, why would you do that? The only good part of Adam's appeal was where they mentioned the lack of a proper Remmer hearing, but that was it. Nothing about any of this, how Adam was targeted and in what ways and how his rights were violated. Nothing like that. Same with Barry. Nothing in Barry's appeal about that. Although Barry's, I will say, was better than Adam's. Barry's appeal was 260 pages. His lawyer included exhibits in that. But it's still like these guys don't have any faith in the American criminal justice system. They're more, they have more faith in at least my documentary coming out and showing people the story. They want that to happen because they think that can do more than trying to get this addressed through the legal system, because we know that they try these cases in the court of public opinion anyways. And so I think that, they're aware of that. And I think they're aware of how this whole thing has fallen apart for them. They don't actually have evidence. That's clear. Like in any of that was Impala on direct. Did you see anything in there about these men plotting a kidnapping? There's nothing like that. And so all they're doing is like, well, look at this meme and look at this post. And they're talking about things out of context. He's got this big binder on his desk that he says he's got all this evidence. And then it's like when it comes time to present it, there's nothing. All they can do is bring up Facebook pages from 2019. And it's like,
it's a mockery.
yeah.
It's a mockery of a mockery. It's so bad. They were not only not able to produce any actual evidence and wasted all of that time, but think about it. If this was honest, right, which it's supposed to be, if this was legit, why would they care at all about you broadcasting? Why would they care? If they were honest, if this was legit, they would say, okay, I mean, because that what we're doing is, okay, listen, when you have freedom of press, that doesn't mean that you have the freedom to go create a company where you ask for the government's permission for licensing and all of this. That's not what that means. That means you have the God-given right, the natural freedom to press the issue at hand at any time. And you can choose to do that by whatever medium you want. And that's what we're doing. We're pressing the issue here. We're saying, okay, what you've done is you said that people committed actions that warranted you violating their constitutional rights. Hence, you got an arrest warrant. Now they're sitting in freaking Supermax facilities. And the worst thing I've heard about Adam was that he smoked too many blunts in the basement of a vacuum repair shop. And the worst thing that people complain about Barry is that they don't like his tricorn hat. But crimes don't exist. Now,
they literally mentioned his hat. It's like, oh my gosh.
They have nothing, so they're trying to bring up these convictions that obviously should have never happened as some type of substantiation, some type of proof.
That's
well,
right.
It's not. And if they were being honest, they wouldn't care if Radix was streaming this. They simply would not care.
That's true.
If they're so bothered that that's the first thing they talk about this morning, then what is happening? Because there's an obvious problem here. And it's not Radix's stream.
No, it's that they don't have a case. And there's a reason too, guys, that they waited for this one until the end. They first had to roll up Adam and Barry. So the first trial there may be people that I know a lot of people came in from Jeff's channel that maybe this is your first time hearing about this. These guys, so they arrested 14 men. They broke it into 3 cases. A federal case, and then 2 separate state cases. The first trial, they got 2 guys to take plea deals. Ty Garbin was the first guy to cop a plea, and his lawyer used to work for the FBI. And as you saw, every single thing that was questionable that was shown today in those chats, it was posted by Ty Garbin. And I'm saying, like, Ty's the one that was involved in the Ghost Guns thing with another Dan Chappell scheme. Ty's the one that painted his boat black. Out of all these people, the people who took the plea deal seem to be the ones who got most involved in the stupidity. And then you just have these people that they targeted. So that first trial, they had 2 guys take plea deals, probably under coercion. And then that trial ends in 0 convictions. The government loses. Their biggest DT case in a generation. We've spent millions of dollars on this case. It was a TEI investigation, enterprise level investigation. And so they've got to have something to show for it. That trial ends in 0 convictions. And 2 guys are acquitted. The jury says, no, you entrapped these guys and you framed them. That's what happened. And then with Adam and Barry, they weren't sure because Judge Yonker had changed the definition of entrapment. He changed the definition of hearsay and a couple other things. So they probably were confused. And so a mistrial was declared to Adam and Barry. They weren't sure. And so the government retries Adam and Barry in a absolute show trial, as you've seen with this one, where they're not allowed to mention entrapment and certain things, and they can't tell the truth about what happened because it could infer entrapment, even though it's literally facts and evidence and in police reports. It was the same thing for Adam and Barry at their retrial. They railroaded them. They got their convictions in. They imposed time limits on them that were only imposed on the defense and not the government. The judge mocked the defense in front of the jury numerous times, didn't do it to the government, didn't grant any of their motions, didn't let them introduce evidence, didn't let them have people testify on their behalf, allowed the government to threaten and intimidate witnesses off the stand, didn't allow the government to not call their own informants and agents, hide all the evidence, put things under seal. And they did all that to get Adam and Barry. They took the convictions of Adam and Barry. They waited for that state case until the federal one was over. They needed those convictions to then say, now you must convict these men for, quote, aiding and abetting. And it just, from there, same thing. Not allowed to mention 2 men were acquitted and found entrapped. Not allowed to mention the word entrapment. Can't allude to it. Can't make an entrapment defense. And apparently, you can't tell the truth about the FBI leading the training, about Dan Chappell being the commanding officer, the XO of the group who led the training. All of that is admitted by the government. And so at opening statements yesterday, Mr. Barnett, Eric Molitor's lawyer, he starts talking about this stuff. Dan is the one leading. The FBI is running the group. They're leading the training. And once the jury, they go on afternoon break, when the jury's out of the room, the prosecutor complains to the judge. He said Dan led the training. He said Dan was the commanding officer of the group. Yes, that's true. And he says, but the Dana Nassel's office, the prosecutor's office, had filed a motion with the judge barring them, requesting that the judge bar them from making entrapment claims as a legal defense or uttering the word entrapment. And they go, well, he says, I didn't say the word entrapment, and I didn't claim that they were entrapped. All I did was state a fact and evidence. Dan was the commanding officer, and he did lead the training. That is a fact and evidence. But the prosecutor says, well, entrapment is inferred then. And the judge agreed and said, if you didn't cross the line, you went right up to it. So it's like, wait a second. The judge is saying, you can't tell the truth about the facts in this case because people would infer that these men were entrapped.
Reality. They would infer reality.
So why, again, entrapment is a valid legal defense. It's a valid legal claim. And so why can't we talk about it? It's just like, it makes no sense to me. And people that the jury didn't get to see that exchange. And so I just find that crazy that the jury doesn't get to hear that a judge just said to a defense lawyer, you can't tell the truth. Facts and evidence, information contained in police reports that this jury is supposed to be getting. They're supposed to be able to look at this evidence and make a decision on it. Oh, you can't say any facts that could imply something, about entrapment, which is literally what happened, and everyone knows it.
The defense attorneys were handed a discovery file which shows all of the government's evidence and everything that they have that they say they're able to charge these guys with. And they said they were given discoveries that they're not allowed to use 85% of because it's still under federal seal.
Under seal. That's the other thing. Why is this stuff still under seal? The federal case has long since been adjudicated. It's over. They had the first trial. They had the retrial of Adam and Barry. Those men have been convicted and sentenced, and they are in Supermax prison right now. They are appealing those convictions, but as it stands, that case is adjudicated. It is over. So why are we still keeping all of this information under seal?
Well,
Why was it not unsealed?
And
for
people
these
will tell
two
you
trials?
this, when they file their appeals, 99% of them are filed with the discovery being unsealed.
Yeah.
And they had to file an appeal with a sealed discovery, so they're not
Sealed,
even
yep.
allowed to use 85% of it.
Yeah.
You know, they had to go by just what happened during the trial, and
Not the
just
actual investigation, build up, none of it.
right,
Because all of that is still under seal.
well, the appellate court could take the charges and dismiss them and send them home. But because they're not allowed to use what's in the discovery, they're filing in the only way they can, which is for retrial.
Yeah.
I mean, it's amazing what they've done to these guys. And I mean, they've done this to the Patriots out west. One guy got 46 years out there for I'm not exactly sure which one that was, Bundy trial, Mounter Wildlife, Sugar Pine Mine. We had a lot of Patriot action going on out west. A lot of Patriots ended up locked up, and a couple of them ended up dead. Casey Massey, Lavoy Finicum.
Yep.
And that's what happens when you stand up against the FBI and the Border Patrol, you know, and that's what happened. The guy, Casey Massey, says, I'm a Christian man and I would never commit suicide. The FBI says they find him 3 days later with a self-inflicted gunshot wound. You know, so
and that was what, by the way, that was what Barry was incredibly upset about. At the time, the vultures and the FBI set their informants upon him, pretending to be friends of Casey's, who was Barry's friend, who had just passed away under very suspicious circumstances. And so Barry, being the naive, trusting person that he is, assuming everybody else that presents themselves to you as something is telling the truth, and probably couldn't even conceive that somebody would lie about knowing his deceased friend and be, you know, oh, I was thinking of going to the funeral too, you know, all this stuff to befriend Barry, to get him to trust them. And Barry could not conceive of the fact that these people could be federal agents that were lying to him and never knew his friend at all. And in fact, may have caused his suspicious, untimely demise.
Yeah, they we've just seen it time and again. So we see it with the Michigan trial. And to give a little bit more context that you will not hear anywhere else, I promise you, this Michigan Gretchen Whitmer Donald Trump terrorism fiasco was all staged. We know now through the federal government's own writings. We know Dan's leading the militia.
Yeah.
They're the ones saying,
Paying
you know, let's
for
shoot up the
things.
governor's house.
Yep.
You know, this is orchestrated and financed and planned by them. They orchestrated the meetings. They paid for the hotel rooms. They paid for the gas. They paid for the weed. They paid for the alcohol. They paid for everything. And so here, you know, we're in a situation now where the FBI, running around without impunity, can do whatever they want. We know they're targeting patriots. Even Tom McDonald is singing, and Adam Calhoun are doing songs about how patriots are now the new terrorists. So this is a well-known thing, and they still are doing this trial in front of God and everybody. And by that measure, of course, they're mad that you're streaming it. We are two people that can refute their claims, two of just a handful that can directly refute their ridiculousness right offhand.
Yeah.
And the Michigan trial was supposed to be it, guys. It really was. That was supposed to be it. That was supposed to be the coup de grace. That's why it was a terrorism enterprise investigation. That's why it was so heavily funded. That's why they have this big, huge binder, because this was supposed to be it. And then
That's right.
Donald Trump gave them 2 weeks to plan for January 6th. And they had all of this investigation where Heinrich and Paula is saying, well, this is where the two threads, the two investigations came together. This is their BS. This is where they're just trying to get.
He said where the streams merged.
Right.
And
yeah.
it sounded disgusting and
Right.
perverted.
I'm sure
It's
he
like,
knows no other
okay,
terms,
buddy.
right? He
Yeah.
has to be, that's that guy. That's who they are. And so you see, they just took a number of patriots, tried to make it something that it wasn't, and this was going to be the nail in the coffin, because you see what they're doing with the case. If you're in militia, now that's illegal. Now you're in a gang, and you're probably teased.
And
so
running a T training camp. They said that at the state case. And it's like, I'm sorry, you mean the FBI was running a T training camp then? If that's what the claim that we're making, and you guys were conducting it and paying for it and hosting it and sponsoring it and promoting it, organizing it in advance and inviting people saying, invite this person, try to maximize attendance, blah, blah, blah. So then the FBI was running a T training camp. That's what, if that's the claim, that's what was happening.
That's right. And so again, the Michigan case was supposed to be the coup de grace. It was supposed to be the end all be all of the patriot movement. This was going to, make international press. It was, as they said, the largest domestic tea case in the nation's history in so long. They said it was 100% concrete, 100%, they got these guys nailed down. They're absolutely what the government claims for them to be. And then Donald Trump says, meet me in the Capitol January 6th. Now we see from the perspective of the nefarious actors in the federal government, now they see an opportunity to also use that. And it was much bigger. It was exactly what they wanted. It had all the notoriety. It had all of the bodies, all of the people. So then this Michigan case gets swept under the rug a bit by the media. Well, that ended up for them being pretty serendipitous, because the Michigan case fell apart. Like Radix was saying, that first case, we won.
They won.
We won.
Yep.
They lost. And we won on a case that they have a conviction rate of something like 99.8% of the time.
Exactly.
And we beat them, and we beat them handily, obviously because they're dead ass wrong, but we had tons of evidence. I just mean, listen, we worked for 2 years, put our lives on hold for 2 years, working with federal private investigators. We know this case. We know that we know this case. We know things about this case we're still not allowed to say. And, the Michigan case, again, was supposed to be the coup de grace. That's why you see all of this disproportionality. That's why you see the FBI doubling down on stupid claims.
Oh my God, right? Like the memes and stuff. Like, they know that this is nonsense, but here they're going to pretend and get up there and lie. Yeah.
I hope somebody watches this. Like, I hope somebody in the press watches this that has like a platform that's going out to people, and they put a headline like memes on trial, terrifying memes, whatever it is, just to accurately represent what's happening to our countrymen and women. Over the sake of memes, these men are going to be taken away from everyone that loves them. This isn't right. This is not right. There's no way to justify this. Radix has shown the video of the children that are the children of one of these guys. And, look, if these guys were terrorists, there would be some kind of indication. You would see something. There would be a certain way that they talk, a certain countenance. You would see things in the house. You would know it in the kids by the way that they were and they behaved. There would be signifiers, whether it was micro expressions or mannerisms or macro. You would see it, and if they were what the government claimed, you would picture the house being the inside of it and the outside of it being covered in camouflage. And don't tread on me flags everywhere. And the kids' outfits are nothing but don't tread on me Gadsden flags.
They look so cute too. And they're so sweet and polite.
And those are the kids.
That reflects him as a person, because these are his kids.
Yeah. And those babies, if this trial goes the way the government wants, the way that I believe the chat room thinks it's going to,
Yeah.
those babies are, this is it. That video will be one of their last memories. So you're going to be able to share with that little boy and that little girl one of their last memories of their dad free. And it's sick and it's twisted. And this is the evil that the Patriots have been standing up against for a long time now, while we've had this juggernaut of a federal government and a state government against us, calling us names, saying that we're racist, saying that we're hateful, but in the promo to Radix's documentary, you hear one of these experts, he's like, look, man, that's a lot of cops, a lot of agents, a lot of undercovers.
Yeah. By the way, that man who was speaking, he is a prosecutor. He used to be a federal prosecutor. He knows these cases. He knows. He saw it. And, just his cursory look at it, he said, this looks like the kind of thing you might see of an international narcotics operation that stretches from coast to coast. That he's saying the level of resources here for the enterprise investigation, you'd expect that you're dealing with a transnational criminal network that is moving weapons or something and illegal drugs between multiple state lines, where you would need to have this apparatus in place and multiple agents, informants, planes, drones flying overhead, all the resources that they used, you would use to prosecute a transnational actual criminal network and enterprise. And he is saying that even him, as somebody who has been in the system, was looking at this thinking that this is bizarre. That was his initial thing, his initial read of it was, this is strange. And he said that before all of the other information has come out.
Yeah. And so he says, this is basically a disproportionate amount of resources that are being thrown at this case, from what I can tell. Let's not forget that the federal government commandeered a 6-story hotel that is not small, right? This is the Drury Inn and Comfort Suites in Dublin, Ohio. They took the entire hotel, y'all. I mean, the whole hotel, the whole thing. And I don't know, I imagine they didn't rent it. I imagine they're the federal government. They walk in, they're like, this is our hotel for today. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
or whatever they do.
Right.
But that's what they did, man. Like a whole hotel for dads and moms getting together because our cities are being burnt to the ground, and we all see these COVID restrictions getting ready to happen and everything, right? For the time of this meeting. And then that's the beginning of they said that's the beginning. Like that's when the plot to kidnap the governor started, which is a complete and total lie. Mm-hmm. And then everything else you have to figure, their investigation went on and on and on for a minute. So that's going into COVID. That's going, this all for us started around Ferguson, and some of us before that. So the federal government is lying across the board. They're lying about their evidence. They're lying about their surveillance. They're lying about the money that was spent. They're lying about the cash that they gave out to their snitch network. They're lying in court. They're trying to make memes look like felonies to take these men away from their families.
Yeah.
This isn't, listen, people in third world countries have risen up into the streets over less, right? There's a country right now somewhere in Africa, I can't remember, like Botswana or something, and the price of their food got too high. And those people are in the streets right now, man. Moms, dads, grandmas, everybody's. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
What you are seeing in this court is just, you don't even have to be, you don't have to be familiar with the court system at all. You don't, to be looking at this and see that they're really bringing up memes. Like these guys are going to go to prison for memes.
That's right. And little messages that were posted on Facebook that anyone could see from 2019, and they're also going, oh, their OPSEC, tell us about their OPSEC, and then in the other breath they're bringing up all this stuff that these guys were talking about publicly, posting publicly, and it's like, so where's this OPSEC? Oh, so covert, right? They're literally, these are posts that were made publicly the memes and stuff. I mean, my goodness, it's so stupid. Yeah, that's what they'll do. And they lie. They don't have a case. They never did. And I think this one in particular is the stupidest of all. It's the most flimsy because the prior state case, at least they had Joe and Pete, who they could say were the original founders of the Watchmen before the FBI took over the group. And so now with this final one, we have Eric and Bill and Michael Null, who they said aided and abetted, and their only evidence for that is they showed up to an event the FBI funded, hosted, sponsored, planned, and invited them to. That's it. That is it. MAOPSEC. Yeah, exactly. It's so stupid, guys. All right. Well, I do want to grab my lunch. I think that Jeremy's probably going to go grab something to eat. We will be back. The trial resumes in less than 1 hour. It is at 1:30 Eastern. And if I am quicker eating my lunch, I'll come back on sooner. But I leave this up while I do lunch because there's no point taking the stream down and restarting it. And we're also live on Odyssey at the same time. So there's that as well. Because you never know. I mean, with the YouTubes. Yeah, it's like this is like an episode of Arrested Development. That is so true. That's absolutely right. It is like an episode of Arrested Development, but it's not. Jeremy, I was just telling everybody we're going to break for lunch. I'm going to go grab my lunch. Trial's supposed to resume 1:30 p.m. Eastern. We will be back at 1:30 p.m. And we're going to keep going and keep covering this because when we come back, I suspect that we're going to now get the defense lawyers cross-examining Impola. And I want to see that. I want to see him called out on some of his lies. You know, yeah. I want to see him exposed. If I was in that room, I'd be pulling up the letter from that U.S. attorney, Brian Lennon, from February of 2020, where he brought up Impola's perjury and misconduct in that prior case. And I would ask him about it specifically. Why did you, it says here, you broke the law, that you violated 18 U.S. Code section 1621 twice. Why did you do that? You know?
Yeah, and of course they would never allow it. They would never allow
it. And they wouldn't allow us to even introduce that letter as evidence to impeach this man as a witness, which, by the way, goes to his credibility. This is a man who can't be trusted if he can't even tell the truth over in the course of investigations, because that's what this letter was saying. This U.S. attorney, he's a prosecutor that works for the Department of Justice. He said that Impola was engaged in gross misconduct throughout the course of a previous investigation to basically do something very similar to somebody else. So I think that's highly relevant. I do think it matters. I think it goes to his credibility and it should be brought up. And also, I think that Dan Tuono and Stuart Platt, the assistant director of the FBI, they should have to explain why they took no action on that. Why he wasn't referred to OPR for an investigation. How did he end up a lead agent in the Whitmer case right after this, 1 month later? That is very important to his credibility, which he doesn't have any. So anyways, yeah, that's what so when we come back from break, I'll be excited to see what happens with Impola here. Let's see him get called out.
Yeah, I hope he does. I hope the defense does well. Guys, Radix, thank you for letting me on and doing this with you. I really appreciate it.
I appreciate having you on and getting your perspective, because I feel like for the audience, there's no better person to bring on than somebody who literally was there for some of this and was targeted. You know, Jeremy's the Ohio target. They wanted him to get caught up in this, and he was one of the people they were trying to frame. And so if you haven't been through it yourself, You don't understand. And so I think that that's what makes his perspective so important, because he can add context to a lot of the stuff that we don't have because we weren't there for it. I have, as much of the research as I've done, I still wasn't an eyewitness. I wasn't there, so I can't say for sure. All I can say is this is what I have found from this, and this is what I've been told by multiple people I've interviewed. And this is the other thing. You do not see these FBI agents calling or bringing in eyewitnesses, the unindicted co-conspirators, that the other people who attended the FTXs, attended these meetings. They're not getting called as witnesses to corroborate the government's lies, because they're lying and they know that these people aren't going to lie for them. They won't allow them to testify. Jeremy wasn't allowed to testify. He wanted to, and they wouldn't let him.
In both freaking trials, and I told all of them, I was like, because they were forcing everybody to plead the fifth. And I told them, I told all of them down there at the courthouse in Michigan, I said, listen, there's no way I'll plead the fifth at all, period. I will not plead the fifth. Eric Von Dusen, the independent reporter, calls me and he goes, hey, so you pleaded the fifth? And I said, no. And he said, well, your attorney that they gave you said that you did plead the fifth. So they lied downtown on the paperwork and said that I said I pled the fifth. Let me say it here now. I never pled the fifth, not once, not during either of those trials. And they disallowed me. They summons me to court to shut me up so that I couldn't talk about the case while it was going on publicly. But then when it came down to trial, they had all these mistakes they made downtown in Michigan, and they thought I was on my way already. And then when I got a rental car all of a sudden last second, which was a miracle, they all of a sudden called me, this guy. He says, oh, yeah, I'm your lawyer, and you've been released from your summons.
Yeah, and they did this
These
with
are the
Thomas.
games that they play to
They
keep people
held
quiet
Thomas
and
up.
shut people up.
Yeah, Thomas, they wanted Thomas to testify. Thomas got a plane ticket and everything. They stopped him at the airport. TSA held him up, made sure he missed the flight, and then they go, oh, he didn't make it.
Yeah, acting like
That's
they weren't
what
at fault.
happens.
Well, yeah, like why did that happen at TSA? He was there hours ahead of time, like he was supposed to be. They gave him no explanation for him having to stand there for hours and hours and hours. He said that they looked at the computer screen, and then this lady called another lady over, pointed at the screen, and then the lady looks at the screen, looks at Thomas, and gives him like a scowl, like a look of disapproval or whatever.
He said
And
her face turned white.
Yeah, they play games, man. They play games, dude. And they didn't even allow me to testify because they knew damn well that if I got up there, there was nothing they could do. I was going to tell the truth and I was going to bust them out. There was nothing they could do. They could sit there and try to threaten me with charges, but whatever, dude. It's been 2 years at that point. 2 years at that point. Now it's been 3 years.
Yeah.
You know, I've tried to get a hold of all of these
this.
lawyers on the state cases to tell them I'd testify for them too. That if there was anything that I could do to help. I'm telling you, man, these people are playing games and they're on all sides, dude. There's and the judges too. There's too many people that they have control of everything. Do you realize that we still went to Michigan and we surprised them? We shocked all of those attorneys. I showed up and I'm like, dude, I'm here to testify. I'm here to help. And they were like, oh, well, we don't think we need you at this point. They lost. They lost that trial.
Yeah.
I mean, people don't know so much stuff, man.
I know.
Like I said, I appreciate so much you having me on because I don't ever get a chance to talk about any of this. It's like you can't just like talk to people about this, you know, like, oh, I'm an unindicted co-conspirator where they said people wanted to kidnap this man-faced governor that no one likes, you know? And
no one wanted to be around her at all.
Right.
I can't imagine any of these guys actually wanting to even be in the room with her. You know,
dude,
it's
she's
like,
the reason.
for
She's
what,
the reason.
you know?
Aliens that come here to kidnap us, as soon as they see Gretchen or people like her, they're like, "Ooh, nah, never mind.
Nope.
I'm just gonna keep going."
We're out.
You know? Yeah, like, ooh, I didn't even know.
And she is such a, you know, she's so unpleasant, you know, to be around. I can't, you know, God help anyone that ever, you know, kidnaps that woman.
Oh my God, yeah.
I pity their soul for that.
Like
you
if
know?
you were gonna make up a lie of like, you know, we're going to say somebody was going to be kidnapped, you could make it a likable person at the very least, because no one believes that Gretchen, like, there's no one in the world that wants to steal Gretchen Whitmer. Nobody.
No.
People would pay money to stay away from her. And, it's just the whole thing's been dumb. So I appreciate it. Being on here talking about this has really been nice. It's given me like an opportunity to kind of get some of this stuff off my chest, man.
Well, I'm glad. Yeah, it's important, guys. Like, this is a big deal. They are trying to set a precedent here. And what we're doing is important, so important that they're butthurt about it and complaining that we're covering this. So we're going to keep covering it. And I encourage you guys, come back at 1:30, share the links out with everybody. Let people know we're returning from lunch at 1:30. We're going to cover it the rest of the day. We'll go till 5. Jeremy, if you're able to stay that long, you're welcome to join me for the rest of that. So yeah, we're going to keep covering it because this is very important.
Yes, if you'll have me, I'll definitely do it, and I'll try to behave.
All right. I will too. I get riled up by some of this, but I have a feeling we're going to have fun when we come back and Impala finally goes on cross. It actually is held to a little bit of account, because the prosecutors will just let him sit there and lie. They don't care. So yeah. All right, guys.
Look what they presented so far, real quick.
Oh, yeah.
They're like, here's some conversations, because we really did have them under surveillance, and the conversations are meaningless. And then they're like, the most damning evidence that the government has shown so far are memes. They're memes. That's amazing.
That's all we've got so far. And just me, thank you for the super chat. I appreciate it. I like my parents told me growing up, if someone kidnapped, you will charge them a fortune to let you go. Exactly. My parents used to tell me stuff like that too. Like, oh boy, if anyone ever tries to kidnap you, God help them, because I will just talk the whole time. We'll talk their ear off. So yeah, it's like that for Whitmer. All right, guys, we're breaking for lunch. I'm going to pin a message here. I leave the chat up so everyone can talk in live chat during lunch break. Just like I said to chat, just make sure that abide by the rules, please behave in the chat, because we already have strikes and we don't want to get any more. So I do need my coffee recharge. All right, guys, we'll be back 1:30.
All right, guys.
Let me get this up. In the meantime, I'm just going to keep this up here on the screen for everybody. I will keep myself in the bottom corner here. We will be here. Yeah, the Stasi are watching. Let them sit here and watch a blank screen for a little bit. All right, we'll be back 1:30 p.m. Eastern. Okay. We should be returning from lunch here very soon. Let's see. Let me bring myself up like this so people can see me better. We're still on official lunch break. I'm going to turn down the volume here on this so y'all can hear me. Let's see. So there's a couple things I'm going to talk about real quick. That's multitasking. Yeah. I'm always multitasking. I still haven't technically eaten yet. I took 2 bites. Here we go. We're returning. I was about to read you guys some of Barry's notes, so y'all will have to wait for that. But these are his handwritten notes from prison about some of this stuff that I was going to read. Lying before a grand jury. Me accused of inspecting a bridge.
Yeah.
Yeah. They accused Barry of wanting to get eyes on a bridge, but he never gets out of the vehicle. Ooh, sorry. I had my volume up. My bad. Okay, so they said he wanted to get eyes on a bridge, but he never gets out of the vehicle, despite the FBI's attempts to get him to do so. He says there was nothing to my knowledge of any of this. He said Dan claimed to start working. When was Dan claimed to start working? March. He says there is nothing to my knowledge to report until September. He says the night of the Dublin meeting, there was a riot in Columbus. And they were trying to get them to go armed into it. And there's a bunch of other stuff that is interesting in here that Barry has pointed out. Coordination between the Fed resources should be considered illegal. It is like scripting and casting a Hollywood production. The Feds targeted a single father of 3 concerned for his children's future. That's what they did to Barry. We're still on direct with Impala. We will be going on cross soon, I presume, after lunch. I swear this is a movie. I believe I watched a movie recently that had a guy on a bridge being set up, and then it went wrong, and they walked away before taking a pic. Boom. That's right. It is literally like a script from a movie. That's how it is. It seems that way because that's what it is. They wrote a script.
Hey, the first thing we're going to do.
Now, I'm going to bring something else up because we know that they're listening in. Impala. We have a saying in my office, don't let the facts get in the way of a good story. Impala to CHS Robeson in December of 2020 during an interrogation. What's going on there with that? There's other things in there I want to get to also. We'll get to it eventually when we start talking about chambers and exit intel and what have you. Chambers won't be taking the stand, though, because can't risk calling him because of his corruption. Oh, no. We don't want people to hear about that. This is disgusting. How about this? I'm going to read this right now. Oh, is that them watching our live stream right now? Hi, Mr. Ralston. Hello, sir. I'm just going to impeach your witness here. So this is September 12, 2020. CHS Steve tells CHS Dan that he wants a, quote, gunfighter in their car when they do the night recon. And he wants Adam and Barry in the car with them so they can, quote, chop SHIT up, unquote. Steve decides he wants his car to be him. So CHS Steve, CHS Dan, Adam and Barry the dupes, and then undercover FBI agent Timothy Bates using codename Red. CHS Steve tells CHS Dan, I want one of your gunfighters in the car. So this is the FBI and their informants quite literally planning the recon.
And just for everybody's edification, there are going to be omissions, or not omissions, but we thinned our exhibits some to be, and we called some and, tried to make a little leaner product. And so
Wag
there's going to
the
be
dog.
points that an exhibit is not admitted. And,
I'll be right back, friends.
Such as proposed exhibit 9, which is
exactly.
Mr. Olson, anything for you before we go into it?
No, sir.
Mr. Orange is,
No, thank you.
Mr. Sauer,
No, thank you.
Mr. Berman.
You're on.
Okay, all right, please.
Page 8.
Maybe see it. Thank you. Gentlemen, welcome back.
Yes, Your Honor.
Mr. Olson, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Judge. Agent Info, I want to go back a little bit here. Exhibit 202, the dash cam video that's been admitted from Mr. Higgins' vehicle, the nighttime surveillance going up and down Timberlake Drive once. You're familiar with that exhibit?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and did you create a transcript for that exhibit?
I did.
Is the transcript accurate as to what was stated therein?
Yes.
Okay, I'm going to move for admission of proposed exhibit 202T like Tango.
No,
Mr. Sauer.
stand on my objection.
Okay, Mr. Barnett.
No objection.
Well, we'll specify that the proposed transcript would comprise exhibit 202T as a Tango was prepared based on the audio that you listened to from the video, and that it is accurate based on that. 202T.
Okay, yeah, Agent Impla, I want to go back just for a minute to exhibit 14, if I could. And that's the Facebook chats that you talked about earlier.
I have it here.
Okay, and on page 8, I'm going to have Agent Harris bring up the June 8th box content that we looked at earlier. You remember this?
I do.
Okay, a question I wanted to ask you. This is June 8th, 2020, correct?
Yes.
When was that meeting of the new founding fathers in Dublin, Ohio, that was put on by Barry Croft and that was attended by Adam Fox and Bill Null?
So that meeting, I put that on the significant events timeline. That's number 6 on the significant events timeline.
Okay,
And that is June 6th, 2020.
okay. And this is 2 days after.
Sorry about that,
correct?
friends.
Correct.
Okay.
All right, I had to
All
go
right, thank you
grab
very
my,
much.
I forgot my iced coffee
Okay,
upstairs.
that's 2 days after the new founding fathers.
This
meeting,
is the
right?
meeting the
Yes,
FBI
sir.
called
Okay.
and shared,
Um,
which they're lying about.
Open your, if you would, turn to exhibit, proposed exhibit 16 in your book, please.
I have it here.
Can you tell the ladies
I
and
have it
gentlemen on the
here.
jury what that is?
Yes.
I know I shouldn't make
So
fun of him,
this
but it's so
is
easy.
a photograph.
What
I
are we
found
looking
it
at?
on the internet?
A
It
photo
is
of what?
The Null brothers and Phil Robinson. It's from
What are we looking at?
September 10th, 2019. It's a rally at the state capitol.
Okay, and accurately depicts that event?
Show it to
Yes.
us.
And in terms of
Show
from the
us
internet,
the
was
evidence.
there some source that it came from?
There was a freelance photographer who was there at the event and he posted his pictures online.
Okay, move for admission of exhibit 16, please.
Who was that, Von Dusen? Ha!
We can stand on my objection.
Mr. Barnett.
The projector is still warming up, guys.
Thank you. Adam, can you post that, please? Publish it. We see, who's the gentleman in
We
the
see
middle?
nothing
That's
right
Phil
now.
Robinson.
We see nothing.
Okay, and is that the gentleman that was, the Knowles referred to as the peacock?
Yes,
Okay, this is a public
Here we go.
protest, correct?
correct.
This isn't really, correct, I mean, this isn't a violent event, would that be correct?
No, this is, I think the First and Second Amendment rights.
Okay.
Were they there as
And,
security that day?
Briefly, tell us if you
'Cause
will.
they worked private
is there
security.
any uniform or
So in
insignia
some-
they're all wearing that's the same?
Some days they were actually working security for these events, these rallies. They weren't just attending them. They were working security.
Okay, thank you.
I
very
don't know
much.
if this specific event is there when they were working,
Let's,
but
turn
I
now, if
know
we could,
multiple
to,
ones they were.
proposed exhibit 17.
I would say in that picture, they're
I have it here.
most definitely,
that?
I would put money on they're working security. They're in
These
battle
are-
rattle. They've got their-
Exactly. Look how they're
Screen
dressed.
captures
Yeah.
of a
Yeah.
text message from Bill Null to.
They're protecting people from BLM and Antifa. They're protecting speakers and they're protecting elderly and handicapped and children. Just
That's
if people
right.
want-
To a judge authorized search warrant.
Yes, sir.
Okay, and move for admission of proposed exhibit 17, please.
Oh, I will throw shade at them all day long. As the day is long, I will be throwing shade at Impola here.
Thank you. And while he's pulling that up, Agent.
Because they're not going to say any of this stuff.
was,
Y'all won't
Whitmer
have this
involved, any part of
context.
this thread?
We're going to be
Yes,
the only
so
people
Mike
giving
Null,
it.
His phone number is on here and he's saved in the contacts as Mike.
Okay. I know it's hard to see here as opposed to the exhibit, and we're going to zoom in on that a little bit. So what do we see here?
On the left side, this is a statement by Bill Null.
Yeah,
from
it says,
April 25th,
so again,
2020.
when we're overseas
states,
fighting for our freedom, what are we
So
over
again,
there
We're
for?
overseas fighting for our freedom. What are we over there for?
It's a nothing sandwich.
Yep, this is nothing. That's a sentiment everyone has.
And,
It's the same
again,
question my
black
grandma
box was
asked me.
added, by whom?
Exactly.
I added a black box.
Okay.
He put the black box on this because he
Yeah,
thought this
absolutely.
was very scary.
Okay, on the right-hand side of the page, what do we see?
Bill Null stated, "Time to really fight for our freedom, and it was never over there."
Okay.
Mhm.
Um,
He's saying we're fighting these foreign wars to
you
so-called
mentioned a
protect
rally,
freedom, but they're taking our freedom at home.
protest
That's
at
what he's
the,
saying.
Capitol on the 30th of
Well,
April, is that right?
and our fight has
yes.
always been,
Okay,
you know,
and
do security for the
those
events,
statements by
be a
Bill
be a
Null
visual
predate
presence
that?
so people know
Yes.
that we're here and we're in this fight. Our fight has always been to stand. It's been to
Please
speak.
turn to-
It's
It's
been to
been
get in-
exactly to call them out. That's what he's saying when he's saying our fight
I have
for
it here.
freedom. He doesn't mean a physical fight. Like they take everything
These are
literally.
signal
That's not what
messages.
he's talking about.
Yeah, no, I even referenced it in that speech in Dublin. I'm like, this is, you know, this is huge for us, you know, and our fight has always been to stand up and preserve the American culture and the Constitution and our history and our traditions. And, you know, when the mainstream narrative isn't saying what we're saying, every time we speak against that and just talk about the Constitution and say the truth, we're fighting against them.
I did.
And they know that and they hate it.
Yes.
Yeah, that's right. Leo, that's hilarious.
uh,
You guys are funny. You know that's what they're thinking. That's what, according to Impola, we all are, I bet. That's ridiculous. Guys, also, thank you if you're sharing the stream. Liking the stream helps in the algorithm. Commenting on it, sharing it, all helps us. Helps boost us in the algorithm so we can get some more people in here getting the truth about this.
Sure. So this is a text thread on Signal. from
You can
April
hardly
30th, so
read
that's
it, by the way.
number 2 on
Look how
Signal.
tiny that writing is
And,
here.
The green bubble, that's Bill Null's
By the way,
response to this thread here of other-
These are signal messages. So much for encryption that they keep complaining about. They have no problem getting into it
Box there at the top.
for
you can
all
zoom in
their
on that, please,
whining
Adam.
about it.
Boog, can you just quickly tell us what that means?
So that's a reference to the Boogaloo, and that's an unknown person asking if
An
they will
unknown
be-
person.
This is the Boogaloo
He-
on April 30th.
The idea
Okay.
that the FBI
In
doesn't
the box
know
below.
who this person is. They have the
Another
guy's
militia
phone
leader in the
number.
area, Jeff Hezzy.
Who
Really
said
supposed
it?
to believe that?
Likely.
Yeah,
At this
they,
point, this investigation has been over 2 years. They've gotten the terrorist enterprise investigation funding. They have millions of dollars literally at their disposal. They have all of the technological equipment, but they have photos of unknown people with guns and gas masks and unknown text messages. These people are full of it.
yeah, they actually want us to believe that they don't know. It's like, come on, guys. These are cops saying it. Just say it's a cop or an informant. Come on.
Woods we talked about last meeting, leave all electronics at home.
Is
So,
that an example of OPSEC or operational security?
Yes.
Okay.
no, again,
Um,
that not necessarily.
Okay. Can you turn to exhibit 19 in your proposed exhibit 19 in your exhibit book there?
I have it here.
And what is that?
Ah. This is the other thing.
These
People
are
use
photographs
their
or
face
captioned
and fingerprints
photographs
on their phones.
That
They can
were from a
duplicate that.
signal chat of militia leaders in Michigan that Bill Null and Mike Null participated in. It was taken from Bill Null's cell phone.
Okay. And what are the dates that are included?
May 11th, 2020 on the first 2 pages, and the last page is September 15th, 2020.
And I'm sorry, I should have asked. This is a 3-page exhibit, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Let's turn. Gonna move for admission, if I could.
I'm going to print all of this stuff
proposed
out and
exhibit
make my
19,
own
please.
binder, and then I'm just going to explain what all of this stuff is. Put that in your pipe and smoke it, buddy.
So these were not posted by Mike Null or Bill Null. They were posted by another militia leader. I can't recall who it is.
I doubt it,
definitely was
Joey.
not.
I doubt it, but we'll see. I'm interested to see too.
Chat versus a live chat. Is this just someone
We'll see.
registered on the chat and this is information you just got off the chat?
How in the hell is this evidence? They're showing.
I'll explain it. I'm
messages
not quite sure I
from
understand the question, but I'll do my best.
Now he's saying that it was a militia leader, but he can't remember which one. What?
Right.
Okay, fine.
So who?
Listen, when are we
How do you
actually going
not
to get
know?
the evidence?
Correct.
Exactly. That has to do with these men specifically about anything. These are random chats that again have nothing to do with a plot about Whitmer.
They did not post it.
No, this is stupid. They're showing that this is an unknown person, an unknown militia leader. Listen,
Unknown person. Yeah. Unknown
If-
name, unknown person, please.
if you're gonna lie, have some skill.
That's right.
Inactive or active chat rooms.
It's a militia leader that's a federal informant or an undercover FBI agent. That's why they're not naming him, guys. I hope that's clear. We're joking about it, but that's actually, this is
I know
what they
that Bill
do.
and Mike Null posted something in the chat. I don't know how close it was in time to these particular images. This was an ongoing live chat from at least 5/11, so May 11th through September 15th.
Okay, so you can't identify the person who posted the chat, correct? You can't identify that person's name before the jury today, correct?
That's correct.
We would object on hearsay, Your Honor, because he hasn't identified who posted these chats.
Yeah.
So these would be,
How's this not considered hearsay? But all of the, all of the incriminating things the informants said, oh, that's hearsay, and we can't allow anyone to see it. We have to keep it under seal. This is how this game is played. The rules only apply to the defendants. The prosecution can do whatever they want.
The old rules for me, not.
Mhm.
Just like J6.
Text to and from FBI. Travel lodging provided by FBI. Training hosted, funded by FBI. Recon target selected, observed by FBI. I think I'm detecting a pattern here. Yes, exactly.
And we've tried to tell people this for 3 years. 3 years we've been telling people about these men's innocence.
Yeah. And
can't
it's
even
like,
believe this is a trial.
this is real life. And I tell people that with all
Yeah,
seriousness,
just real briefly, Judge.
you
I
know,
we're doing his work.
these guys are fathers. The Null brothers that they keep calling the brothers as if they're not individual people with families and stuff. No, it's Bill Null and Michael Null, two different men with families. They happen to be twin brothers. And Eric, they're all family men, fathers, husbands, you know, sons, brothers, uncles. And they want to take these people from their family over this nonsense. And you're seeing it. What you haven't seen in the past two, we're on the second day of trial. You've seen nothing so far about anyone talking about a plot to kidnap Whitmer. You're seeing a bunch of stupid memes and silly talk.
Well, in conversations from people that are unknown.
And then the unknowns, right? Yeah. And then they're saying that these guys should be in trouble because of that.
It's putting them in a negative light without any context.
He says, what's the context here? He doesn't even know who these people are. Please, he knows.
Just real quick, yeah. It's not a matter of so much about who posted them, it's the fact that they have this content in their possession.
No, it's definitely
No.
about who posts them.
It is about who posted them, Ralston. It's about if the FBI did it, sir. He knows this.
The black boxes that are either placed around the visual chats or the black boxes. We've seen them where it references the date or something like that. The court doesn't have any issue with those, as I didn't on the previous exhibits, because obviously they were the orient viewer of the exhibit, and that was identified for the jury, so they understand what that's for. In terms of the photos themselves, I don't know that it matters that they have the name in terms of the hearsay analysis, but for some of the arguments, the court's going to have to make, I would like to do that outside the presence of the jury. So, ladies and gentlemen, what we're going to do is excuse you from the courtroom.
Yep,
so that I can
jury's going to be excused. Just outside of your presence. Yeah, of course. Let's play these games.
This is exactly what they did in the federal trial, too.
Yeah, they get the jury out, and then they sit there and they're going to argue on this crap. Let's hear it, Ralston.
They know they're dead ass wrong.
And they have
and-
nothing.
Yeah, God, this is insane. This is Sharia, right? Islamic law, Islamic courts.
Yeah, it's a religious
That's-
court. And
No,
if you
it-
dissent, you're a heretic, and this is the kind of thing you can expect.
I'm just going to have to discuss relevancy and summarizing.
Oh gosh, let's hear it. So basically, just to summarize, anything exculpatory to the defendants, anything that is incriminating for the FBI, their agents provocateur, we're going to call that hearsay. Anything that makes them look bad, that has been manufactured by us, we're going to ask that it's admitted. And that's how the game is played.
And let's not forget, we're dealing with Heinrich and Paula because the lead agents on this case, all of them, they cannot use. One of them was exposed for starting a shell company, violating all constitutional rights on this case, doing all of the federal work under the guise of a private company that this guy stood to make, Jason Chambers and another officer stood to make millions of dollars for.
From
And then
Exit Intel, yeah.
Yeah, the other guy got mad because he went to a swingers party and was the only one that looked like a 7-year-old amongst the rest. And him and his wife get into an argument about it, and he tries to kill her.
Yes.
So he's still walking free. He actually did that. You can see the blood on the camera, on the body cam footage.
On him.
This dude
The blood
did
on
this.
him. He was intoxicated when they when he surrendered himself into custody after fleeing the scene of the crime, intoxicated in her vehicle after attempted murder. And this man, this FBI agent, is suspended from the FBI, and he spends one night in jail, and he pays a fine, a small fine.
And his signature is the reason for this. All of these indictments.
Yeah, he signed off on the criminal complaint, and they're not calling him in to testify. Richard Trask signed off on this complaint. They can't call him in because he's so compromised and he's so embarrassing, and he actually committed an act of violence. Unlike these men, none of these men hurt their wives.
And we're talking about somebody that owns a gym and
God.
works out all the time. So he jumps on his wife, starts to choke the life out of her, the breath out of her. She manages to, because she was laying down in bed when the coward did it. She
Yes.
manages to get this little steroid freak off of her. And when she sits up, he uses her momentum and bashes her head into the wooden dresser in their bedroom.
3 times.
This man is free. But these guys are going through this whole trial for memes.
Yes. Yeah, that's right. The defense won't call Trask because Trask won't testify. They should try to subpoena him, though. I would too. Make him plead the fifth. Embarrass him. I doubt the government would even let him be brought into the room.
No way.
They would never allow that. Not on your life.
That was identified. That wasn't for these 3 individuals. And the allegation was not made that it was for these 3 individuals. What they're doing, at least at this part in the case, and Agent Nicola will not be done this afternoon, I'm assuming testifying, it'll go on farther. As we move through this process and whittle our way down to these 3 defendants. The issue with all of that is why it is relevant and to show, and that's how we get there. And so if we get to the end of that ladder, and all we have are messages of 5 ranks.
From other people that aren't defendants in this case? So who's on trial
I
here?
assume that that's not where it stops, that the other exhibits are going to go farther, but the court doesn't know that. It says everyone is aware that the court learns about the case, so to speak, in most general.
Yeah, exactly. Guy Vermectin says they should have to bring in the person who signed the complaint. He put his name on it. That's right.
So it is relevant to allowing the finder of fact to make the
Yep,
ultimate
be Husker.
determination.
Absolutely. More people should be watching
case
this.
is much
I
broader
wish
and
they
much
were.
bigger than
Wish they
I
were.
have used retail thought first, not to pick on shoplifting charges, but you know, if somebody walks into Walmart on a particular afternoon and takes one item off the shelf over a 5-minute span and then walks out, that in terms of a time frame is a pretty easy case. And the amount of exhibits that are associated with it are probably going to keep you. This spans a great deal of time, and it spans a great I don't know the word, expanse, if you will, in terms of people, ideology, and everything that was going on, all of which I do believe is relevant. And so that argument relative to relevancy will apply to this exhibit and similar arguments in the past. I just wanted to make the record clear relative to that. Mr. Nunzi, I'll get all of the chance to address it again.
I still had that message pinned that I was on lunch. I'm sorry, guys. I'm trying to multitask.
I'm thinking
All these different windows up.
in an attempt to be, brevity, being a good thing. I'd ask for an opportunity to lay that. I think Mr. Nunzio has a point about what's on the side of the exhibit, the box content. He didn't testify to that yet. I should do that first and then renew my motion, if that's okay.
Oh, God. Are you serious?
The box is on the side because it says.
He needs to redo his motion. Seriously?
He said that they weren't part of that chat.
So what's the relevance of it?
They didn't post it, but participating, the word participate means that they've adopted these pictures and maybe some type of purported authorship, right? And I don't know how the prosecution is going to respond to that, but this is certainly, so if it were just picture alone, I understand the court's, I understand it. I disagree, but I understand. But now we have this editorializing, and this is obviously an attempt to refresh the memory of the jury when they deliberated with the number of exhibits and the amount of information. I get that, but I think the picture alone is what's being admitted. We're now objecting to the editorializing by the witness. He wants to testify in addition to the picture, so be it. But this is an adoption by the defendants, Mike and Bill Long, and we disagree with that. Let's just get other things in there, and let's just total to reps. I mean, there's other information in addition to the picture, so it's editorializing on top of the exhibit. So, and we're objecting to that.
Okay, Mr. Simon.
Go with my standing objections as well as the raises. I raised this here about the boxes and the extra information that has nothing to do with the news. But I also like to point out to the court on page 7 of my 343 objections
we also pointed out 404B, and we have not been given notice. We agreed to use the 404B and have to strike this whole entire line of questioning as well as the exhibit.
Mr. Burnett?
Showing just formally, I reference the articles.
Mr. Manager?
That's all we have, thank you.
Mr. Wilson, by way of response.
Nothing, Judge. Thank you.
Okay, well, let's put 404, that discussion to the side just a moment. Relative to the information that was in the box, so the difficulty for the court is picking the word and what that's going to mean to somebody. To say that someone participated in a chat because they are included on the chat and something was sent to it, quite frankly, I think participated is an appropriate word. I mean, they were in the chat and presumably received it. Now, the agent testified that there's nothing to show that they responded to that chat.
So they may not even have seen
So that
these
context was
messages.
provided. I will allow Mr. Ralston an opportunity to ask the agent relative to some of the other information that are in there. Because I don't know what some of that is in reference to, and that would help the court make a discussion. In terms of the 404 aspect to it, Mr. Cyber, is that just for this exhibit or is that?
Because it would be for this specific,
Wait, are you saying that the prosecution is entering evidence in the trial that wasn't given to the defense beforehand?
Yes, of course, they're always allowed to do that. They don't have to authenticate anything. They don't have to provide it in advance.
We have an entire process for this.
That's
We have an
right.
entire process. You can't do that. That's fucked, dude.
But this is what they've done every single time. And these
I mean,
men
listen,
are fighting for
had
their
all the time
lives.
in the world to prepare for this to the point where they were the ones telling the defense that they were ready to go.
Yeah.
And now they're doing this. This is stuff the defense hasn't even had a chance to look over. Listen, it's like we hired them to prove our case.
Right.
You know what I mean? Like, you don't do stuff like that.
This is
You've had all the time in the
embarrassing.
world to prepare, dude.
Yeah,
All the
they've
time.
3 years they've had. My gosh.
This is ridiculous. This
It
is
truly
insane.
is.
How could they ever justify that, and say like, oh, well, we just brought it during trial and didn't give it to the defense ahead of time, like what, on accident? Like,
No.
you know what I mean? Like, these people know the job. They know what they're supposed to do.
That's right. This is the games they play, though. Yeah, Joshua's right. He says that's a complete mockery of due process. Yeah, there's none. There is none, and people need to understand that. Not anymore.
This trial's proof.
Yeah.
If this should be used for, if anybody was doubting what out of the box thinkers have been saying, where at first a lot of people we were like, hey, something doesn't seem right, something's off, and now. This right here should be shown. Like, listen, you thought things were off, dude? Check this out. Watch this. They're seriously butthurt about memes. They're complaining about conversations that have nothing to do with kidnapping a governor, have nothing to do with anything. It's like a character assassination from elementary school where they're like, he said mean stuff. Look,
Yeah,
this
that's
doesn't
right.
make sense.
Oh, and then
And
we're
then-
also going to try to introduce stuff from unknown persons, which is we all know is an FBI agent or informant.
Who in the hell does that? Has this been done in other trials? I don't remember this in the OJ trial, in the OJ Simpson trial. I
Right?
don't remember this. I don't remember this in other trials where they just show a random picture of who the hell knows who standing there in a gas mask with a gun, and they're like, we don't even know who this is, but
Unknown person.
somehow this relates to this.
You know
dude,
what it means? What they don't want you to know is that actually Dan was not the first informant to infiltrate the Watchmen. They had another cop in there, and he was posting this stuff because look at the date on that picture. That is well before March of 2020 when supposedly Dan, the FBI, first comes across this group. That's why they won't say who that is, because it suggests that actually this goes back much larger or much longer than they claim.
Man, if you're somebody who tuned in, thought, and you were thinking you were going to watch a court trial proceeding, so sorry. No,
yeah, you
no,
didn't
that's
know this
not
is a
what-
theater production.
and it's a bad one. I mean, it's C-rated, it's D-rated. None of this makes sense. Like, are you serious right now? This is what our Department of Justice is putting forward. This is their best and brightest.
Is
When the
Thomas in chat?
I can't
Was
see
Thomas
the chat.
in chat? Okay. If Thomas is in chat, Thomas, come on. I'm gonna send you the link.
Oh, sweet. Dude, Thomas will burn them, dude. He'll straight burn them. Thomas he can burn them numerous ways too. So that's nice. You know, this is insane to watch though. It's
I don't know
absolutely
if he's working right now, if he's able to, but if that I didn't know if that's Thomas in chat. If that's you, I just sent you a link to hop in here. So we'll see. Thomas may be joining us.
That would be sweet because he can burn them a bunch of different ways. He can burn them in the legal aspect where, you know, they're violating due process. He can explain that. He can explain it in a moral sense. He can explain it in a spiritual sense. And this is, you know, one of the other very few people who can speak on this case backwards and forwards, inside and out.
Yeah, because he was also a target. He was a
the
Wisconsin target. Yep.
And he helped. He was the one helping. It was me,
Thomas?
him, and Lisa. Me, him, and Lisa that put our lives on hold for 2 years to help the private investigators.
And we're still playing this game 3 years later. Here we go.
Look at the junk ass trial they put. I mean, this is ridiculous. On top of everything else, then in the middle of day 2's trial proceedings, we find out that the prosecution is presenting evidence that they haven't even shown the defense. This is, I mean, if they wanted to substantiate the claims that these patriots made, well, they've done a damn good job. They've done
exactly. Yeah, that's actually a very good point. They're showing with this entire farce that every single thing that these men said about them, all their critiques of them were correct, actually.
Imagine that.
Yeah,
and
the
now,
defense should move for a mistrial. Who are these unnamed people? Like, this is nuts.
Come on, man. In a federal trial where people's lives are on the line, you're going to show a random ass picture of somebody who you don't know who in the hell they are. You're trying to convince people that after all of these years and all of these resources of investigation on Americans that you're this inept, that you're showing pictures and showing texts from people that they're just unknown to you, huh? You don't even know who they are, man.
We just have a phone number and a fingerprint and all.
You know what I'm saying? Like, you couldn't trace the number, dude. You're in the FBI. You ain't got a skip tracer in that joint, man. Shut up.
Yeah,
I
they
know. Lady
know. This is
she
silly.
can figure out anything about anybody.
And the judge has to know that too. He's got to. So if he allows this to stand, that says a lot about him. Feds, we feel stupid because we made a deal with this stupid guy in 2019 so he could avoid a minor charge for information to lead us to any information to do anything to keep a job.
That's it. That's it. That's it.
That's
You gotta put
literally
that in
how we're
document.
here.
That's perfect. What a great summation. That's absolutely
And that,
right.
by
It's
the
like,
way, they're talking about Robeson. He was the one that was made, an informant again in October of 2019, because remember that Robeson had been an informant before. He'd informed on biker gangs back in the 80s. So this was a guy that was not the first time he's been an informant for the feds. He'd been a longtime criminal and had done that before, and possibly lied because the way how he cooperated with the feds the first time is he happened to be a cellmate with a gentleman that was in a biker gang, and Robeson testified for the government that this guy admitted to setting a fire that killed somebody or something, that while they were in prison, like a jailhouse confession type thing. Robeson said that this guy copped to it. And I really, knowing everything we know about Robeson now, it would not surprise me at all if he literally just made that up. Just made it up to get out, to get himself a sweetheart deal. And that tells you something about Robeson, that he's the kind of person that if he's put in any situation, he'll sacrifice anybody around him if he thinks it'll help him.
Yeah, that's been showcased in the way that he spoke about Frank Butler, the way that he found Thomas as an activist in Wisconsin, standing against the lockdowns, and then the government sends their pedophile goon. I'm sorry, PEDO goon. That's pretty telling right there. The guys were right when they were saying the actions and you can match this up historically of a tyrannical government is to send agent provocateurs, and this has actually happened since biblical days. People have been doing this to people. All right, but that's why Barnabas was found not guilty and Jesus was found guilty.
Yes.
And this was we just, these folks, man, my God. You would okay, listen, there's a part of us, right, that and maybe it's just me, but if my government is going to be a bunch of criminals, man, I want them to be better than this. We deserve better enemies if they're our enemies, because look at this trial. It's like they've had 3 years to prepare and they have no idea what they're doing. The defense does. One of the defense attorneys.
Mr. Barnett's doing pretty good, actually.
Yeah, man. I mean, he's caused this whole pause in the action here. Is because he's like, dude, we haven't even seen those pictures before. And they're like, oh, you haven't seen the pictures of the unknown people and the unknown person's conference?
The unknown person with, whoops, here's their phone number. We have no idea who this guy is in the gas mask with the firearm. He just, unknown person in the chat. No, who is it? Which FBI agent is it? Is it Timothy Bates? Because I have a suspicion. Leo says, well, no, we don't have any actual proof of a planned kidnapping plot, but we do have charts, drawings, and some random ass guy who we don't know the identity of. Clearly, these men are guilty. Exactly.
Yes.
Maddie says Kabuki Theater. Yes, indeed.
Guys, listen, I am not a highly educated man. I'm not. I'm an average dude, right? I'm a dad. And if I can pick this trial apart like this, there's a problem. There's a problem.
They know there is. That's why we're in recess right now. They're trying to salvage it.
Yeah. They're like, Radix isn't streaming, is she?
Oh no. She may have caught that other, Fed that we were trying to slip under the radar there as unknown person one or whatever.
Who does this? They're not even taking this seriously. Like, you remember the Monty Python show where they would just like randomly slip in a picture of something that was totally random and then they go back to what they were doing? I feel like that's what's happening.
I know. It's so goofy.
B-rated Monty Python.
Yeah. Oh, here we go. Is he going to do his new motion? I'll just redo my motion.
There may have been a date and then one of the defendant's names or somebody else's name, something along those lines.
I can't hear him.
Proposal 19, there is additional information.
The judge's mic is so low.
Black box, so to speak, next to the photograph. And there were some concerns expressed by the defense attorneys about some of the wording there. So such as on page 1 of proposal 19, it details or has additional details after the date, and it says Sigma Chat. The first 2 bullet points are Bill Null participated and Mike Null participated. And I think to summarize the defense attorney's points, that the word participated indicates adoption or that they were actively referencing this photograph or something along those lines. I don't disagree because even though the jury just heard testimony that said that neither Bill Null nor Mike Null posted this photograph.
Yeah, they didn't post the photograph.
They had posted in the chat group, but they did not recall how far before or how long after this post. And so there is potential multiple weeks from now, the jury forgets that. And so I think, Mr. Ralston, what's going to happen is the Attorney General's office is going to amend that proposed exhibit so that those lines would read Bill Null in chat group and Mike Null in chat group. Is that correct?
Yes, with the dates.
Yeah.
And with the court's permission, I just talked with Special Agent Harris about this. What I'd like to do is move. He can publish rather, without the box. Okay. Okay. And then I'll move for admission of that. and I'll come back. So that'll be with the finished product, if you will, that I'll bring back and obviously show the
Finished
council.
product.
Will just contain
Oh,
the date
let's all
and,
wait
and
for
that
that.
information that the court just quoted.
Yeah, the problem with that is that only, so you're saying.
Look at this. I'm sorry, this is absurd. This is still
Right.
going on about this chat.
Today, but I would
These
like to
guys
come back
probably
in with
was one of
with
many
the black
chats
box
they were in
that'll
and weren't
contain
paying
the 2 points
attention
the court
to.
just said, the date
Finished
and that
product.
Bill
He
might,
literally said finished product.
and
He
help with
did.
the language of court. I don't want to
There was
discourse.
some other, there was some other help in check for.
Yeah.
Joey says
in
those
chat.
exhibits need to be approved prior to trial. No, not if you're the federal government.
Fair
you
enough.
can
We'll move on.
apparently do whatever you want.
That's fine. Yep.
Yeah, this guy gets to deploy a product.
That's fine.
He gets to deploy a product, a finished product. This has been the stupidest. I don't even know what's happening.
And then take the testimony. The court doesn't can exhibit change. And we don't want them resubmitting exhibits over exhibits. It might be confusing. So it
Yep.
would be
No problem.
the court suggestion, obviously, is the more appropriate. You can go, you know, the
Mr. Brown.
Just thanks, Aaron, for taking a second to look at this.
And so we'll consider that issue closed relative to proposal to 19. That can be dealt with later. The other thing that I want to discuss is the 404 issue that was brought up. So, the opportunity. Let's go to the book. So MRA 404 deals with character evidence not admissible to conduct. Specifically, the objection being made is in reference to MRA 404B that deals with other crimes, wrongs, or acts. And basically, it indicates in part evidence of other crimes, wrongs, or acts is not admissible to prove the character of the person in order to show action in conformity therewith. It goes on to delineate some of the manners in which it may be appropriate to admit such evidence. But 404 evidence is going to be admitted.
We got
Those,
the microphone on their sleeve again.
The prosecutor's office, in this case, the Attorney General's office, would have to file notice. That has to be at least 14 days before trial. And then if the defense attorneys wanted to object, the hearing would be held and go through that procedure. In this case, Mr. Cyber, which I think was joined by the other attorneys, the defense attorney together, did file objections to the proposed exhibits. That was filed in accordance with the timeline that the court had given previously. I think that the exhibits were to be exchanged by the close of business on August 7th. And I think the objections had to be filed on the close of business of August 11th, if memory serves. So that was timely filed. And as I referenced, those objections are part of the record. He indicated that 404B objection was included in that. The court did have a chance after.
They know better. They just don't care.
Brief research, but research on the 404 issue. And essentially, I've described this as an umbrella, and we just had that discussion about wide-reaching case and facts and all of those things, the relevancy argument. And basically, the case law in Michigan, as I understand it, and unfortunately I didn't print it off, but the case law, as I understood it from both the Michigan Supreme Court and the Michigan Court of Appeals, is that 404B character evidence doesn't apply. That rule is not indicated when you're dealing with the actual crimes that are involved in this case. Now, this is a very broad spectrum that we're talking about, and so in the court's mind, and the finding that I'll make is that, at least what we've seen up until now.
Why is the spectrum always so broad for the prosecution and not the defense?
Yep, only for them, not for the defense.
We can prove the hell out of that.
Thus, 404 is not implicated. So that doesn't apply, so there's no need for the court to do further analysis for that. However, the objection certainly has to be made part of the record.
Oh, we'll make the objection part of the record, but we're going to let him introduce this now anyway. You heard it here.
Wow.
We'll make your objection part of the record, but we'll let them go through with this anyways.
Thank you.
Unreal.
It's a way of saying, you know, your objection is meaningless. It means nothing.
Yeah,
Well,
we
we'll
just made it
put it
look like
down.
we considered it. Yep.
You know,
Make this,
that's
give
only-
it the appearance of fairness.
That's only good on an appeal.
Exactly. That's
The more that judge
ridiculous.
talks, the more he looks like a wannabe evil pink Q-tip, and it's bugging me.
Is Joe in here? Joe! Joe, jump in here if you want. Let me send you the link. I'm going to send you an invite. Because this is been fun watching this stuff. And Vice is you too if you're still lurking.
Thank you, Joe.
Send you a link.
We will return to Exhibit 19 at a different point in time. Thank you very much. Agent Impla, I'd like you to turn to proposed Exhibit 21, if you would, please.
Cannot believe you're clowning
And,
this.
can you tell us, it's a multi-page document?
They
is that
admitted
correct?
it was wrong and said we're just going to do
Yes,
it
it
anyway. Again.
Yeah, they literally
It's
said
a
we'll just do it.
7-page document,
Out of
and it
procedure,
is
out of
Facebook
due process, and they're doing it.
Search warrant,
Doing it.
return results.
I can't even
between
sit.
Adam Fox and Eric Muller.
Okay. And,
Oh, Adam, who they wouldn't
again,
allow
you
to
use a search
testify,
warrant
they
now with the
threatened
judge's permission
him.
To get that, is that correct?
Straight up.
Yes, sir.
Okay, and are there black boxes on there?
They are, and I added the black boxes
I added
myself,
them.
as well as the references to other exhibits within this exhibit that they'll be.
All right, Joe's
Okay,
hopping in.
The
Nice.
starting date, if you will, on that exhibit,
That'd be,
and I mean the first communication that's shown there.
sure.
Damn it,
June
this is
4th,
wrong.
2020. So
This makes me
just
so
before-
mad.
I can't even sit. I'm standing
oh, this is
now.
item
This is
5
wrong.
here.
Again.
Significant events timeline.
Okay, and those
He's a
generally, if you could please. just
Impala is a
summarize
real
what,
freak.
What's
Just
in
do
those
what they
7
want.
pages.
Let's do whatever the hell
So
they want.
These are individual one-on-one Facebook messages between Adam Fox and Eric Molitor. And then as they work through their communications, they'll communicate back via voice message. So on Facebook, you can actually leave a voice message and transmit it over Facebook Messenger.
We're aware of the
So it comes
internet,
across
numbnuts.
kind of as
Yeah.
like a voicemail.
Yeah,
sort of
it takes
thing.
years to disagree if you
So
want.
those were part
Exactly.
of their communications. Those are the other exhibits that are part of this 7-page document.
Understood. I'm
7-page
going to move for
document.
admission of proposed Exhibit 21, please.
Oh, come on.
No comment. Stand under objection.
Nope.
Impala is such a clown. This man has been credibly accused of perjury by an assistant U.S. attorney for the Western District of Michigan. This federal agent
Yeah, so that exhibit
Has
is a
committed
Facebook
perjury
voice audio clip,
numerous
which is a
times.
different exhibit. So we're on exhibit 21. That audio clip, which is recording, then is exhibit 23. And then the next recording is exhibit 24, all the way up to 30.
So you messed up your own evidence. 23 is 21.
Yes.
You jackass. You had one job, dude.
This big binder. This is my binder.
Good God. Jeez.
Thank you,
It's
Judge.
ridiculous.
Adam, can you post the first page, please? And again, this is between Mr. Molitor and Adam Fox, is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, and on the left there, if you would, Adam, if you could zoom in, thank you, to the top left, yep. Who's the
Oh,
sender?
God, it's going to be a terrifying grocery list.
This is June 4th.
Oh, guess what, guys? Yeah,
This
Adam
was,
got
correct me if
Eric
I'm
a
wrong,
job
2
at one
days
point
before the
working
New Founding
security
Fathers
with a
meeting
U.S.
in Dublin,
Marshal.
Ohio,
How
put
come
on by
no
Barry
one
Croft,
talks
is that
about
right?
this?
Yes, sir.
I don't know
Okay,
if this message is
and,
referring to
what's
that
the
job,
if you could read
but
the body of the message
Adam
into
got
the
Eric
record, please.
numerous security
Father
jobs.
stated, they just offered me a job, bro. Thank you so much. You have no idea what this means to me.
I mean, this
Any
proves they're
response
trying to
from Adam
kidnap the
Fox?
governor right here.
Yes, Adam Fox replied.
Oh yeah, look at
Shit,
this.
bro.
Very
Glad I
scary
could help.
stuff right
You
before
may
the big
cover-
Dublin meeting
You
that
may
the
cover
FBI
me
called
for
and
Saturday,
shared.
right?
All
This
right,
guy's a
let's,
good dude. Help me
stop
get a
there just for
job.
minute.
Obviously, a horrible,
do you
threat.
know
Horrible
what,
guy.
Adam
How
Fox's
dare he.
employment situation was back then?
Yes, he was a private security contractor for Pinkertons, which is a security contracting firm.
Okay. And
Maddie's
if you know,
right.
during the course of your investigation, did you learn whether or not
Obviously.
Eric Molitor then went to work there?
Yes. he did.
Okay. And is that essentially the exchange we see here?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And thank you. Adam, if you please go to the next one. Who's the sender?
This is Adam Fox.
Okay. And again, this is going to Eric Molitor, right?
Yes.
Okay.
What a complete waste of time.
This is so
What does
stupid.
it say?
None of
It's-
this has anything to do with Whitmer. This is just nonsense. There's the smoking gun.
Next message, please.
Next message, please. We're really reaching here.
Hold on. For sure, brother. Glad I could help. Good looking. Cover me Saturday.
Thank you so much for
Good
streaming
looking,
this.
Covering me Saturday.
Of course. I'm having fun doing this. I wish I could be there in person to say this stuff to Impala's face.
Yes.
It would not go well for me though,
who's the
because
sender
I'd
here?
be hauled out of the courtroom.
This is Adam Fox.
True.
Okay. And what's the body of the
No,
message?
excuse me. This is not necessarily Adam Fox.
Okay, let's talk about that for
It doesn't say that.
a minute.
It just says sent,
I
Second
think
Continental
you testified
Michigan
earlier,
Regiment.
that
Another
Mr.
FBI
Croft
fabrication and creation.
Appointed Adam Fox as the
This is the
Michigan
extent of their
commander
proof.
the Second Continental Michigan Regiment. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And
I know they should
is
be
that,
objecting to the relevance of all of this because it's
Is that
stupid.
consistent with that appointment?
Yes.
Okay. And when, if you would, Adam, the next box, please.
Yeah, where's the name exactly? Oh, we don't know.
What
The
are we
names
looking
are
at
on
here,
everything else, just
Agent
not on this
What-
one message.
For the top.
This is nonsensical. How are they able to
Exhibit
introduce
23,
that as an
top
exhibit
this
without
is the
authenticating the
Metadata
sender?
associated with an audio voice clip.
They do what they want.
So they'll do it for this.
Okay.
Here's the metadata on this, just not on the previous one we
Okay,
just
and what is
showed.
proposed Exhibit 23?
That is that voice clip.
Okay. And again, it's from Mr. Fox to Mr. Molitor. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And can you summarize? You've heard this message. Is that right?
Yes.
And then again, this is an audio message, like a voicemail. You said I think it was similar to that. Is
Like
that
a
right?
voicemail.
Yes.
Oh my
Okay.
gosh.
And, can you
Mr.
summarize it?
Ralston, sir, learn technology, please.
Basically, Adam Fox asks Eric Molitor if he wants to join him and build a private army.
Okay.
Oh my
And,
God, that's
move
not.
for admission of
He didn't
proposed
say a
Exhibit
private
23.
army. Like they're
Please, Judge,
working
that's the
private
Facebook audio
security.
message from Mr.
This
Fox
is
to
so
Mr. Molitor.
stupid and
Mr.
so
Molitor.
taken out of context.
Yes, sir.
How?
Maddie says this doesn't show anything. It's just a URL for a message. What is
And-
this nonsense?
And Judge, there's an associated transcript I'd like to voir dire the witness on.
This
just,
is real
briefly.
life.
Is there
I
a
don't know.
proposed exhibit 23 T like tango?
Oh,
Yes, sir.
Okay, and and you've listened to the audio, correct?
Yes, I did.
Okay, and is that transcription accurate?
It's
Yes.
the Calvin and
Move for
Hobbes
admission
code.
of 23T.
JR is right. We should be praying. Everybody should be praying, please, for these men and their families. Thank
Yes.
you. I appreciate that. And
Thank you.
thanks for reminding us, JR.
Yeah,
Everyone
thank you
should
very
do that.
much.
Every night.
Pray that the jury
And before you
sees this clearly, that
and
they're
just,
giving
again, this is from Mr. Fox to Mr.
are
Molitor.
softened for the
That's correct.
truth.
Thank you. Go ahead.
That's right. Oh, we're not going to play
Not an issue
the.
at all. You'll have your own unit. We will be statewide. We're actually going to be plugging out nationwide. We got this shit popping off like right now in like Delaware. There's a few other states. We're just going to build a unit. Like you're going to have your own unit in your own local community. Then we'll all get together. You know, like every couple months and train as a fucking state. We'll figure it out, dude. We're just going to build a real fucking unit. No more social clubs, no more fucking ego tuning. Like, we're gonna build a real unit that's here. We're not even gonna call ourselves a fucking militia, dude, because we're just gonna be a civilian army. Shut up!
Yeah.
Yelling at the phone.
Dogs. anyways, man, it's gonna be righteous. I'm looking for people to grow. There's gonna be no chain of command. We're all gonna be equals. I want everyone's input. I want everything to run smoothly. The only thing I don't want is to be people who are uncommitted.
There's nothing about that is incriminating about anything. He's just talking about wanting to get a group of people together.
The reason he's so serious, again, you have to remember, we're watching Antifa and BLM tear down the cities. And that's why he's so serious. He's like, look, it's not a country club feeling. It's not a, we want to be serious about this because everyone's feeling the urgency. And we're feeling the urgency of these incoming lockdowns they're talking about. So that's why, right there.
And is there an associated transcript with that?
There is.
I think that's been marked 24T. And
No!
is it accurate as the message that Mr. Mahler
All right,
sent
so
back to Mr. Fox?
Yes, it is.
Getting you caught up.
For admission of both 24
Get me caught
and
up.
24.
Yesterday, it started yesterday, right?
It started yesterday. This is day 2. We're still on the direct of Special Agent Impala, who we're referring to as Special Agent Impotent. And we're now going over a bunch of irrelevant nonsense that doesn't really mean anything and has nothing to do with what these men are being charged with.
So day 1 was just opening arguments?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. And by the way, the defense is not allowed to mention entrapment.
In terms of
Dana Nassel, the Attorney General's office, filed a motion requesting the judge bar them from raising an entrapment defense or even being able to utter the word entrapment. So after the defense's opening statement yesterday, where they just basically reiterated the facts and evidence, which is that the FBI was running the Wolverine Watchman group, their informant was the commanding officer, and he led the training. All of that is undisputed facts that even the government has presented. But because he said that, when the jury left the room for break, the prosecutor complained and said, oh, he's telling, them about basically our entrapment scheme. And the judge agreed with the prosecutor and said, oh yeah, you can't tell the jury about the actual facts of this case because entrapment would be inferred.
What? So entrapment is not a valid defense according to the judge?
According to the judge, yeah. He granted the Attorney General's motion barring the defense from raising entrapment as a legal claim or even uttering the word. And now they're saying you can't talk about the actual facts of this case, that yes, the watchman was led by an informant. He was the commanding officer. He led their training. And they can't say that because if they say that, then entrapment is inferred.
So, and the justification for saying that you can't claim entrapment is, do they have a history of committing this type of crime? Because if you're predisposed, if you've committed the crime in the past, you can't raise entrapment.
No, none of them do.
So
they don't even have prior records.
That's so weird.
So this, yeah.
This is Molitor and Null are the names, right?
Yes. Eric Molitor and then Bill and Michael Null. And they're charged with, quote, providing material support and felony firearm. And they say that the support they provided was, quote, personnel, because they showed up to FBI sponsored, paid for, and hosted field training exercises.
So I think the problem, I'm looking up like legally why they can't raise entrapment. You can, apparently it's saying you cannot raise entrapment unless you admit to committing the crime.
Okay.
So,
well,
it's so stupid.
That's dumb because they're entrapped, but there was no crime. No one kidnapped Whitmer. You know what I'm saying? Like, it didn't happen, so there isn't actually even a crime. That's why at the federal trial, the lawyers had issues with entrapment too, because they said, really, this is more just framing circumstances. No one actually was entrapped into actually committing a crime because nobody was actually kidnapped. But they still should be able to talk about and raise elements of entrapment. But there wasn't even attempted, though, because there was no point where they actually tried this or even attempted to try it, except the government's recon of her cottage, her vacation cottage, which was planned by them. They coordinated it with Whitmer's security detail at a time that was most convenient for her. They had the pull cams installed. They had agents around the area. They had drones overhead. Like it's managed like a theater production.
Wow.
So right now, these guys are going over these messages that don't really have anything to do with anything.
Oh, yeah, I'm sorry.
But they're trying to make it look like
Continental for a reason.
like it is.
George Washington's army was the first continental. We are now the second continental.
Now, the date of this is 2 days before the FBI calls and chairs the nationwide meetup of militia groups in Dublin. The Dublin meeting, which they're now calling the Second Continental Founding or some stupid thing they made up for it. The FBI called and chaired that meeting. And this is what Adam is saying 2 days before that. But remember, Adam has been influenced by these informants working him and undercover agents for months prior to this, filling his head with stupid ideas. So the things he's talking about, he's been influenced to say. And it's very sad. Poor Adam.
No, my mistake. Exhibit 25, where
So they're talking about heading to the FBI's planned meeting.
State.
The Dublin meeting.
Remind us, did Mr.
Called
Fox
and
go
shared
to
by
that
Steve
new founding
Robeson, who was a
fathers meeting down in
convicted
Dublin, Ohio, put on by
PEDO,
Mr. Croft?
which the FBI kept off of his record, so no one would know.
You don't think you can say that?
Thank you.
I don't know. I'm worried about getting, striked again. I had two.
When you said that,
strikes.
really?
Yes, they just expired, thank God. But I know that they're gonna give them to me again over anything. I don't know why I got the last two. They said that because I did a video about Sergey Brin's connections to Epstein, that somehow was a cyberbullying. So I don't know.
You're such a big cyber bully. Oh,
I know.
My
How dare
God.
I try to expose these
Shameful.
criminals?
Shameful.
Hey, yesterday, Asian influx.
And remember that as the government is presenting their narrative, the prosecutor here, the FBI agent, they're not telling you that they called and chaired the meeting, that they planned it, that there were 5 informants present, all wearing recording devices, and the only people invited to the, quote, nationwide meetup of militia groups was targets of the FBI's investigation. Jeremy here was the Ohio target. He was at this meeting. Barry was there. He was the Delaware target. Adam was a Michigan target. Frank Butler was the Virginia target, the disabled veteran that they tried to coax into kidnapping Ralph Northam because they wanted it to be a multi-state plot. They don't tell you any of that context. They just say these guys called this meeting and organized it. No, they did. And they paid for the hotel room. And Robeson was bragging about it beforehand.
My God, you're like a veritable font of knowledge about this case. She's just spewing facts.
Yeah. Well, I spent a lot of time reading this stuff over and over again. I have a thread all about this Dublin meeting. I read stuff that was picked up on audio from that meeting of the informants suggesting crimes.
Correct. Okay, and read the body of the message into the record, please.
The context for everything we're looking at, I cannot reiterate this enough, is, you hear them say, we'll be the Second Continental Army. You can hear where he's saying, prepare yourself, it's coming. Again, the context is that we're watching 23 American cities burn while our cops and National Guard are watching. We know that we've gone out to the public events as militia, as patriots, so we know that we are known. And think about what the militia is. If we see our cops are doing nothing, we see the National Guard is doing nothing, and we're the militia, it is our responsibility to come together. It is because the first thing we have to do is a militia is not a standing army. A militia belongs to each individual republic. So if I'm in Ohio, I'm part of the Ohio militia. I cannot cross state lines or republic lines outside of Ohio as a militia member. If I'm active in militia, without the permission of that republic's militia. So it made sense for us to get together with all the militia leadership
Right.
and say, listen, I need permission to cross lines into your republic if this keeps getting worse. This was not an offensive position. You can hear these men are patriots, and you can see that this is a defensive position because our government sent a bunch of people to burn cities.
Yeah, and I played your entire speech from that meeting. There's nothing in there about anyone talking about doing anything to Whitmer. They just
No.
have intoxicated rants after they have provided hypotheticals.
Yeah. Yeah.
Let's see the rest of this nonsense.
Nice to meet you, Joe.
Pleasure's all
Joe,
mine.
So this is Jeremy. Jeremy he was the Ohio target that the FBI tried to set up at one of, he was one of them.
Oh, really?
They had a bunch of targets. Yeah, this meeting, this nationwide meetup of militia groups was set up by the FBI to basically bring all of these different targets together. They had targets in 15 different states and 15 different field offices involved. So they called and chaired this meeting via their informant, the pedophile Robeson. And they had at least four, maybe more undercover informants there wearing wires that were providing real time. But they also had secondary recording devices that were recording everything. They commandeered the entire hotel for this. We're not making it up. And they admit to all of that. It's pretty crazy. And now they just try to use this as evidence against these people without saying that they called and chaired the meeting. And then they had their informants posing as different heads of state chapters of fake militia groups that the FBI created. They created a militia called the Patriot 3 Percenters. Robeson was posing as the head of the Wisconsin chapter. The informant Plunk was posing as the head of the Tennessee chapter. And then the informant Robeson tells Adam he's being made head of the Michigan chapter of a fake militia group created by the FBI. The FBI then uses that against him, and the business cards that Steve Robeson, their informant, gave to him, they seize that as evidence to use against him later. That is classic entrapment.
Wow.
Yeah, they commandeered a 6-story Drury Inn and Suites hotel. This is not a small place. Treating us like the mob, like the mafia. And this was all them. This was all they're doing. Steve Robeson pressured me to go to that meeting a lot, But I also thought it was a good idea that the militia leadership come together. Now, if you hear what I say in that video, I'm talking about recruitment. Now, look at their evidence that they're trying to use against these guys where they're talking about recruit and vet.
Yeah.
Well, it's because we knew this was a huge recruitment effort. We see people burning down the cities. We've got to build up our numbers. So you see the continuity.
But in a defensive posture. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
And those guys had gone down. Eric, they have evidence. They admitted of him protecting that store, the Menards, as private security. He was getting security jobs too. So yeah, he was getting those jobs from the people he knew, the contacts he had in the militia group. Same with the Null brothers. They had provided private security for actually the Michigan Capitol building for many years. The Null brothers had a really good relationship with law enforcement for a long time because they worked alongside them in the Capitol building for years. It's just crazy.
I have to tell you, I really was torn about covering this case, and I sort of felt like, there's a lot of interesting legal issues, and I can provide perspective on that element of it. But I feel like there's such a wealth of facts that are outside of things that I know, are incredibly relevant. That I was like, I don't feel capable of I don't know how capable I feel of covering this on my own. That I'm gonna be able to present the full story if I were to stream this. So I was I really want to watch this trial. So I'm glad you're doing this.
I'm glad you're here. Yeah, I wish more people in Lottie would cover this. I'd invite more people on if they would come, because I'm doing this every day. I'm going to be covering it. And I also have, family members who are in the chat, who are listening in. They started this trial with the prosecutors complaining about me live streaming it and like family members of the victims of this being in my chat.
Really?
So they're watching and listening. They actually complained about it yesterday, but they started it by telling the
They
judge
called
that
you out specifically?
they didn't mention my name, but they said there's somebody live streaming and family members have been in the chat. Well, that's only me that the family members have been in my chat. They're talking about me. They don't want to name me because they don't want to name the stream because people will tune in and
Right,
listen.
that's the Streisand effect.
Yes, so they're like, oh, well, there's a live stream where family members are in the chat. And they were basically saying that these family members can't testify now at trial because they watched my live stream and now it would be prejudiced or tainted or something. It's like, what? They're not defendants in this case. That's ridiculous. And they're going to be character witnesses at so this should have
technically
nothing.
from a legal perspective, you're
All
not
right, let's hear
able,
your perspective.
no, from a legal perspective, anyone who's going to testify at a trial is not supposed to watch any portion of that trial beforehand. But there's no reason to assume it's more likely they're going to watch you than watching it on Channel 5 or whatever. And anyone who does watch it, in theory, would just be what the repercussion would be. They're being validated as a witness. So I would recommend that they not watch it, because when you get on the stand, you're going to be questioned as to if you watched any portion of this, and in theory, the judge will be like, now you can't testify because you become a tainted witness once you've watched any portion of the trial.
But she could attend in person and watch it in person. That's fine.
No,
she just can't type in my chat.
They usually can't. They usually cannot.
I don't know if she is or not, but it just, I think that's crazy. I thought they were allowed to watch it. And I think that they were told they were allowed to.
We saw that in the depth. I don't know. I'll tell you, look, if it's family, sometimes the judge will make accommodations for family. That's true. But we saw in the depth trial that, when one of the witnesses was actually removed in the middle of her testimony, when it came to when Amber Heard's friend, what's her name? That idiot.
Oh God, she got what the hell's her name? The bobblehead.
Yeah. So when she managed to get a witness disqualified.
Yes, she did. That's right.
Because they had watched portions of the trial.
Yeah.
So
and she was even trying to get us kicked out if people that were posting on social media. I don't know how she was even finding people's Twitter handles and stuff. Yeah. She was just such a little. Yeah.
When they subpoenaed me,
exactly.
I was still watching the trial, and I can't remember who told me, but they said that I think it was one of the private investigators, told me that I was not supposed to be watching the trial at all.
Okay, interesting.
Yes, that's what I'm saying. Like, if you would be called as a witness, which I could see you being called as a witness, the DA is going to ask for a voir dire and say he's been streaming this trial, he can't testify now, and there's a really good chance the judge will agree with that and say you cannot testify because you've been following the trial. It's not uncommon. That would not be a strange thing to happen.
They said she may say things that she heard from me, basically, that she had no knowledge of, and then she could repeat them at trial. That's what they were saying. She may have heard things on my stream that she didn't know about.
Influencing the trial.
Oh gosh, Eve Barlow. Thank you, Daisy.
Yes, that was her name. Yeah,
oh my
Eve
gosh,
Barlow.
that little snoot. She was a weirdo.
And if you read those, the bottom one,
yes,
from Adam Fox said, "I'm just trying to unite people and get stuff done."
Yeah.
So what exactly is happening right now in the courtroom? What are they showing up here on the screen? What's going on?
Supposed to be communications between Eric and Adam from Facebook. So what they are, you're seeing
this is testimony right now going on in front of a jury?
Yeah, in front of a jury. All of this nonsense of this stuff that has nothing to do with anything about a governor. These are literally just the only communications between Eric and Adam, because these guys hardly knew each other. And nothing here is anything about the governor. And so these are audio clips they're playing from Facebook messages. And there's nothing, the audio is horrible quality. I don't know why in 2023 they didn't have some audio technician clean it up so we can hear what they're saying. But again, this has nothing to do with the case or the charges these guys are facing. It's just like, oh, well, let's show this unrelated communications,
to, uh,
just like we spent 10 minutes going over memes.
that point, we will be able to show you, that And
Memes.
that
2018.
memes that had nothing to do with anything. There was a meme that said something like there was something about tyrants, and he was saying that meant people they wanted to kill politicians, or like I don't. It was the motto of the state of
Wow.
Virginia, though, in Latin, and they're like, oh, that means they want to do this, and just all this crazy inferences. They just make
And the judge
stuff up.
allowed them to bring that in because that seems to be a
Yes.
First Amendment right. That seems to be a First Amendment violation.
Yes, the judge let him bring all of that stuff in. They were going over these memes, and the FBI is deciding what they think these memes mean. They had something where they said something like, we don't support law enforcement. And now that means that apparently you want to like attack law enforcement. Just crazy stuff. It drives me insane. And right now, again, this is irrelevant. We're looking at URLs from Facebook messages as actual exhibits, and it's horrible quality. The memes were pretty scary, though. Oh, right, the the memes that everybody has on Facebook.
Let's get Sam on board with the boogaloo there.
He says, "I don't know much about Sam, but
Going
this
back
isn't
21.
this
Put
isn't
out
get on
here.
board with it." Then F
Typo.
haha.
Mine should say boogaloo, not UI.
What does UI stand for?
Unintelligible.
Okay. Can you
Like
correct
this
that?
entire
We'll
case.
resubmit.
Oh, and Joe, you missed it. They literally, the prosecutors just introduced exhibits that were not even on the exhibit list that the defense hadn't seen. The judge allowed that. They're introducing exhibits where they're saying, oh, this is an unknown person who posted this picture of themselves in a gas mask with a firearm. They claim they don't know the identity of this person that was in the group chat. And it's like, yes, you do. It's a cop. You just don't want to tell us. And then they did it again with this person, unknown person posted this message into a group chat. They have the phone number and they claim they don't know the identity of the person who posted the message in the chat. It's an informant or an undercover agent. Let's be real. That's what it is. There's no unknown persons here where the FBI has someone's phone number but can't identify them. That isn't the real world.
Yeah, that's kind of that's very sus.
It is.
To Mr. Molitor's 100% statement.
Yes.
Okay. Is there an associated
I'll be right back. I'm
transcript with
going to
that?
use the
is.
restroom real
And is
quick.
the transcript accurate?
Yes.
Move for admission of proposed exhibit 29 and 29T, please.
And our objections, we would also point out, the last exhibit, it said it was accurate, now it's saying it's not, so we have inconsistencies. We question all transcripts, those that are not certified.
This is 29.
Yes, sir.
29 and 29T will be admitted. The errors are taken. That's up to the jury.
Hey, Agent Impla. In terms of these, the exhibits that we have and the amount of material you're trying to work through, I mean, you make your best good faith efforts to make them accurate.
Yes.
Okay. All right.
Sure did.
Okay. Let's keep going here. Adam, if you could please.
So you were never charged, Jeremy?
Wolverine Watchman right now. I'm trying to get you guys another
You're
agent
muted.
for that Wyoming detail. So hang tight and I'll see you hopefully something by tonight, okay? That I'm saying my best.
No, they never charged me.
Okay, before you move off that, Adam, what date is
Glad for
that
you.
that he sends that to Mr. Molitor?
If you watch the 7-minute, 50-second long video of me
Okay,
talking,
I mean, has
Ohio
Eric
actually
Molitor
took
entered
place
your
at the meeting.
investigation at this point?
they say started
Okay, how about Adam
the
Fox?
inception for kid.
I
Governor.
just learned Adam
Hmm.
Fox's name. Joe
So if you keep that in
Morrison had
mind,
brought it up
listen to
during
what
the
I
Wolverine
say. You'll
Watchman
see
training,
two different
on
narratives.
June,
If you could send me a link, I'd appreciate it.
I
I'll
believe
try to
June
check it
8th or
out.
9th, Joe Morrison had brought
Thank
it
you,
up
brother.
to the Wolverine Watchman during an encrypted chat that he had a contact that he was going to introduce them to.
Okay, I mean, had Adam Fox met Dan yet?
Oh, no.
Had Adam Fox?
Let's see if I can find
Wait,
it.
I'm sorry. On June 18th, Adam Fox met Dan for the
Okay.
first time.
At the,
There's a rally at the state capitol, and that was the first meeting that Adam Fox and Dan and other members of the Wolverine Watchmen met.
Okay. I mean, and the point I'm trying to draw out is how much contact as of this moment in time really had Dan had with Adam Fox?
Very minimal.
Okay. I mean, is that a rally?
Yes,
Was it outdoors?
yes, it was.
Okay. And I mean, in terms of time, how much time were they together?
They were together for probably half hour to an hour at the rally at the state capitol.
Okay. And, okay, fair enough.
Okay.
And obviously I had undercover Mark met Adam Fox at this point.
No,
How about undercover Red?
no.
Okay, fair enough.
Oh yeah, they were introduced through Amanda Keller, while UCE Mark is, and another FBI online covert employee, Lauren Hastings, posing as a woman named Elise Marie.
Exhibit number 30.
All working at him. All these different agents and informants hounding him online and in person.
Okay, and is there an associated transcript with that Mark 30T?
Yes, there is.
Okay, and is that transcript accurate as to the statements?
Trial should be, they have it, I think they said that they projected a 2 to 3 week trial, but they've been wrong in their projections for all of these. They seem to overestimate the time they need. So I would say this trial probably lasts 2 weeks at most.
Post that.
Oh,
And
Joe,
this channel
I've
has
got-
the best audio out of all of them.
This has got horrible audio. I can turn it up, but I've been adding my commentary. Joe, have you ever had a white chocolate pistachio iced coffee?
No.
White chocolate pistachio. I love
I-
them.
Really?
Yeah, I have this one. It's a seasonal drink, and it's just so good.
White chocolate,
pistachio.
What's that?
Yeah.
Is that a Starbucks thing?
I get it at Paris Baguette. I don't know if they'll have it at Starbucks, but see if you have them in your area, someone that can make it. It's so good. You have to find a place that has it. It sounds weird, but it's not. It's actually very good. It is really sweet though, and it's got like a nutty taste to it. So I was trying to get Thomas in here. Thomas was the Ohio target. I sent him a link. He said he can't get in with the browser he's using. It won't let his mic and his camera work. He's on his lunch break, so he's not at his home setup. Oh, wait, did we get him? Let me see. It
Hey,
looks
Joe, I
all
put
white.
that link in the chat
Yeah,
for
I
you.
see. I clicked it open already. I'll check it out when I'm not on stream. But thank you.
No problem. Thank you for watching.
if we can
we
get-
can't get anybody to watch it.
Oh no, Thomas just got
I've been
booted
corrected.
out.
Apparently there's a couple more boxes.
No, I definitely agree with you that this case needs a lot more attention than it's gotten, because this is such a. I mean, this was so obviously a deep state
Oh yeah.
operation, and it shows the level. I mean, the insane level of government control that it's like they're trying to make an example just to make her look like a martyr, just for no
Yes.
other, purely just to make her for political base of trying to make her look like a martyr.
And trying to smear Trump. You know, he had tweeted out, liberate Michigan, liberate Wisconsin, blah, blah, blah. And they're trying to say, oh, because he said that, you know, that's why these guys did that. That's not true at all. There's no evidence that suggests that. Thomas is here. Thomas, is it working? Can you talk?
Yep.
Can you hear us?
Yep.
Okay. So right
Hello?
now, right now we just had we had Impala on direct. Now they're kind of talking about stuff. But just introduce yourself for everybody that doesn't know who you are.
I'm Tom. Well, can you guys hear me? I know I'm outside. I'm working right now, so sorry about that. Can you guys hear me all right?
I can hear you.
Okay, so I'm Thomas Leager. I co-host the Freeman Report with Jeremy Dieter. I was at the Cambria event where the FBI tried to entrap us by giving us training and such. It was a family-friendly event. There literally was no talk of any bombs, no talk of any terrorism, none of that. It was just essentially like a family-friendly event. but Steve Robeson turned it into something else. He was always suggesting, he was always the one that like led everything, as well as Dan Chappell. Yeah.
Both
So I don't know what
informants.
else to kind of. Yeah, both informants. Dan, like, he brought the ammo, he brought the guns, he brought the training, and Roby kind of rounded up everybody together.
Yeah. So we're going over this stuff right now. Thomas, I don't know if you've been able to watch any of this, but it's been a disaster for the government since they've started. We're only on day 2, but they have nothing. There's no evidence of anybody planning anything about a kidnapping. So they're just going over memes and stuff. And like messages from people that some of these people, the FBI claims they don't know who they are. An unknown person posted this picture of themselves in a gas mask with a firearm. And we're going to pretend that the FBI has no idea who that person is.
Is that
It's
you, Jeremy?
ridiculous.
Yeah, and that's the thing.
I mean,
Oh no, that's none of these
What was
guys. That's Danelle Brothers and Eric Molitor.
Wow.
So the thing is like, my worry is that like the government's going iron fisted. Like they can't, like they don't have anything really against Trump, but yet they're still going forward. They didn't really have anything in Barry Croft and Adam Fox's trial, but they still got him locked up. My worry is that it doesn't really matter as long as they have the right jury and the right judge. That's all that matters to them.
You're right. That's the reality of our criminal justice system in general. That if you get the wrong 12 people, you're screwed.
Yeah. Oh, Thomas, Jeremy was telling everybody too how he wanted to testify and he wasn't allowed, even by defense lawyers too. But I told people briefly how you were trying to go down to testify and the TSA stopped you and made you lose your flight. Tell that story so people understand.
Yep. So let me let this car pass quick. Fix your muffler, buddy. So I went two times, both trials. Yep. I went down to the airport. I got there in time. Every time I went up to the counter, the people were friendly. As soon as I gave them my ID, my itinerary, the mood changed. They looked as if somebody had, excuse my language, shit in their Cheerios. They held me up. They wouldn't give me my ticket. Hours on end, both times. Second time was a little bit more radical. Like the TSA agents were kind of swarming around me. The ticket taker was like in the back for literally an hour, 30 minutes, something like that. I don't remember exactly, but it was a long time. So by the time I did get my ticket, the first time I didn't even get my ticket. They were just like, oh, well, your flight's gone, so. And then the second time they were like, okay, well, you got 10 minutes to get through TSA. Good luck.
That's amazing.
And they absolutely held me up. You could tell that whatever was on the screen, because even the ticket taker next to the one that I gave my ID and stuff and my itinerary to, the one next to her leaned over and again had that same sour puss after she saw it was on the screen. So whatever they have designated on me.
Yeah, you have something definitely. That's exactly my point. You have something designated on you that anyone who sees you boarding a flight now thinks that you're some sort of terrorist.
So he got there hours early at the airport because he was supposed to go testify, and they literally made him miss his plane so that he couldn't make it in time to testify.
Yep.
Now, to be fair, I don't think that's
absolutely.
I don't know that that's coordinated specifically because he was going to testify, rather than the fact that the government has now basically, probably for the rest of your life, is going to have you on some sort of list as a suspected terrorist.
Yeah,
so
could be that.
That's a hassle you're likely going to be dealing
with. Yeah, that was the first time I ever tried to fly.
You see, that's what I figured. Yeah, that's what I figured. I think if you just try to go on a pleasure trip to Europe or anywhere, that you're probably going to endure similar hassles, likely for the foreseeable future. Because how would they know where he's going, like what his purpose is? So that's why I don't think it's motivated. I would not assume it's motivated in trying to prevent him from testifying. It's simply he's red flagged now as someone who should be scrutinized as a potential threat. So wrongfully, obviously, but
Well, if I do go through all the TSA. if I did go through all the TSA stuff, what's to say they wouldn't have held me up there too? Because like I waited in line, and by the time I even got halfway through, I couldn't even get to the TSA checkpoint.
Right. Right.
Wow.
I'm simply saying that when your name pops, that it probably anyone who's working for any sort of airline now sees like, some sort of mark by your name.
And
which
nobody
indicates-
at the airline knows anything about this case.
Right.
Like no
They
one at
don't
the
know-
airport is like, yeah, we're gonna stop this guy.
Right, that's my
from
point.
that getting to that trial. They don't know anything about that. That's
Right.
no, I think you're right. But I do feel like, yeah, they probably put him in there though. Who knows when they put him in that system. And Jeremy, you probably will have the same thing on you. I don't know if you've tried to fly since you
Hey, I gotta go, guys.
Okay. All right, bye, Thomas.
I gotta go, but I appreciate being on here. Thank you.
Thanks for coming on, guys. That's Thomas. Thomas was the Wisconsin target. He was befriended by Steve Robeson, the pedophile informant, back in 2019 when Steve was trying to infiltrate the Midwest militia movement and was trying to create a Midwest coalition, which we don't even know what that was about or what that was for. But that seems bizarre. And, as we saw, the government just introduced evidence that they hadn't given to the defense before. And remember, they were arguing about somebody named militia leader, unnamed militia leader, posting this message in chat that they're trying to use against these men. Who is this unknown militia leader? Is it a federal informant or an undercover agent? Who is it? It's not unknown.
Right.
It's you don't want to tell
the
us.
Jury.
Exactly. They don't want to tell us that there's probably another informant or Fed involved that is still operating. Ken, I see you in chat. Go back and look at, if you didn't see it, the picture of the guy in the gas mask with the firearm that was in the Wolverine Watchman chat. Before Dan Chappell got involved as an informant, they call this person unknown. We don't know who it is. Yes, they do. There's absolutely no way they don't know who everybody in that Facebook group was. They subpoenaed Facebook for the records.
Right.
Yeah.
And they said they sent the preservation request.
When they subpoenaed me the first time, I told them, I just didn't even want to waste any time and deal with the issue. I said, will you look up my name to see if I'm on some terrorist watch list? And it was this guy in the Michigan Federal Building, and he laughed. And I said, no, I'm serious, because I don't think that I'll be allowed to fly now. The private investigators told me and my wife that we're under surveillance possibly for the rest of our lives. And so I waited for him to call me back on that. And then when I find out I'm supposed to be in Michigan the next day, and not by them, they acted like I was, first of all, supposed to know that I was supposed to be there, even though they never called me. So obviously there was no plane arrangements made.
Yeah.
So then we get the rental car, but then that guy tells me he's my attorney all of a sudden, and I'm not supposed to go up there. I've been released from my subpoena. So then the second time, I asked another federal worker, I said, did you guys ever see if I'm allowed to fly or not? And my answer was if I was you, I would assume that there's no way.
Wow.
So I assume there's no way.
That's
wow.
This is so wrong. It's so wrong.
Think about that. I can't domestically travel within my own nation because the government decided to lie
and tried to frame you.
Yeah, I have really bad hillbilly luck, all right? I don't play with firecrackers or nothing, all right? I'm not a bomb dude, all right? I need to have all my fingers and stuff. I'm not one of those people. I can't do that. I can't be a bomb person. Those are special people in the world that can actually do that. That's why the military does like profile analysis and then finds out who's the guy that can actually mess with bombs. I'm not one of them. And, that's stupid. That's just dumb. You know what I mean? I'm a regular person. And if they could do this to me and if they can do what they're doing to Trump and all this, everybody should be able to see, even through their own cognitive dissonance, that this is exactly what you think it is, man. And it's exactly what these guys said it was.
I'm going to bring up something for Joe because I don't know if he's seen this thread, and I'll send him a link to it. They keep talking about this June 6th meeting. They call it the Second Continental Meeting, this nationwide meetup of militia groups. They're the ones that called and shared it. So I have some of the things in here that they were picked up saying. First, we want to read the quote from the agent. We have a saying in my office, don't let the facts get in the way of a good story. During Robeson's interrogation, they arrested and interrogated their own informant. But I want to go down to, first, we've got the text message from Special Agent Chambers to informant Dan. Mission is to kill the governor specifically. The FBI planning it. The FBI saying, Special Agent Chambers to informant Dan, have Adam post his pictures in the group chat. The pictures they just told him to pose under the bridge and take. And now that is being presented as evidence in this case. Here's Adam under the bridge. He's scoping the bridge. You guys told him to go do it, and he's just listening, trusting these people, thinking they're his friends. Oh, bring Brian Puffenberger in. Jason Chambers, the handling agent, says to Dan. So when they say these guys planned all this stuff, it was Barry's meeting. It was not Barry's meeting. The FBI commandeered the hotel and did it. This is Jeremy. We played this yesterday, speaking at the Drury Inn, the hotel the FBI commandeered. You can see Barry comes over there with his tricorn hat.
Lose everything.
I just want to pause when you're sharing this, and just because as an attorney, I just have so many concerns for you, Jeremy. Okay, so I want to know a little bit more about the status of any potential charges against you, because I'm worried that I'm worried as I'm sitting here, I'm like sort of like on edge that you might say something which would trigger you to suddenly be charged for a crime that you have not yet been charged for. And that bothered, the notion that could happen terrifies me. So my question is, I understand you have not been charged, but have you received any, like, I don't know the level of your involvement. I certainly wouldn't want to talk about it with you on air, like the level of your involvement, without knowing.
Ask me anything.
It's not because I think you're going to lie to me. It's because I'm so worried about our corrupt government trying to find some way of twisting some law, take something that you say here to me or Christina or wherever, that they will use as an opportunity to say that's an admission that now justifies bringing charges against you. And that's so, like, and you wouldn't even realize it. I might not even realize it because they're so creative in the way they twist laws. This is what we see with going on with Trump, that he does something that no one thinks that's illegal. That's completely your First Amendment rights, and you're not doing anything wrong. And the next thing you know, he's getting charged with one crime after another in multiple jurisdictions. So so that's why I have concerns just as far as the status legally. Has the government ever approached you about the idea of have they ever, given you any sort of assurances that you're not going to be charged? Has anyone tried communicating with you about testifying? I'm just wondering what your status is because of my concerns for your freedom.
Do you want me to, Radix, you want me to wait to answer that?
No, go ahead.
Oh, okay.
Impul is just fiddling with his binder.
Yeah.
It's a thick ass
taxpayers' dollars hard at work right there. Yeah, so the Department of Homeland Security Fusion Center detective asked me about he asked me at the same time about me being at January 6th and what was going on with this Michigan case. Mm-hmm. And so I told him I went to a meeting and then found out a year later that, my friends were arrested that were there. And then I got the video there, the 7-minute, 30-second long video of me talking. And, it really does show, that whatever they're saying, I definitely was not there for. I mean, just It is what
He's
it is.
lucky because his when he was at that meeting, someone filmed everything he said, so he has the video evidence to show he didn't do anything.
Well, that copy is Frank Butler's copy, but Steve Robeson also recorded me.
What?
And we'll never get recording. Yeah, we'll never get that recording.
Because I didn't get to hear all of what Steve was saying to you before, the other recording. So because you can tell Steve was saying something. Now I want to address Ken's comments in chat real quick because this is interesting. He says, "Can y'all explain this? Prosecutor said yesterday Barry Croft made Adam the commander of the Continental Army. I'm pretty sure they said it was after the June 6th meeting. But at the federal trial, it was said that Robeson made Adam the head of the Michigan Patriot 3%ers, the group fabricated by the FBI after the June 6th meeting. What is the difference between the, quote, Patriot 3%ers and the, quote, Second Continental Army? Who appointed whom to what? Neither don't exist. First of all, the Patriot 3%ers is a fabricated militia group created by the FBI that Robeson was pretending to be the head of the Wisconsin chapter of. Jenny Plunk was posing as the head of the Tennessee chapter of, and they may have had other informants posing as other heads of the groups of this fake militia group. Now, the Second Continental Army is just what they were calling some other fake militia group that Barry had been in, or it was his old militia group from like 2016, I think. I have to go through Barry's notes, but I have it written down. It's really, there was no actual Continental Army. This isn't a thing. So
I'm picturing you like in Trenton and crossing the Delaware, that's what I'm envisioning here.
The Second Continental Army, the refounding meeting. They called the June 6th meeting the refounding meeting or something. The FBI called and chaired it. If it's called that, then it's the FBI that called it that. It's just
if you
ridiculous.
Remember the school that Barry was talking about starting,
yes,
it was going to be called the Second Continental Constitutional School.
Right. And then he also had bought the smelting machine, and he wanted to smelt silver.
My God.
He's going to bring that back.
That's what
the way they describe you, I'm expecting to see sheep walking behind you there, Jeremy.
I got chickens.
Dated June 22nd, 2020. Get wire secure chat app, bro.
Okay.
Let's see your info again.
Yeah, and again, the whole reason for that was because Facebook just kept kicking us off because they were getting keywords from us.
Yeah,
and we just lose our whole account.
That's why these guys went to the encrypted channels, is because they were just getting censored and banned by Facebook. It wasn't because they wanted to be like super clandestine. Chastity says Second Continental Army was a tattoo Barry had also. That's right. And remember, Barry had "We the People" tattooed on his arm, and the government said that was an extremist thing, even though they have "We the People" displayed in their courtroom. It's amazing.
Militia violent extremist.
Yeah.
Next box is when Eric Molitor initiates.
So what we're going over here is Eric is brought into this chat in June of 2020. And all this is innocuous messages of, hey, we're going on to the encrypted group chat because we're getting banned everywhere or whatever.
And Eric Molitor are talking about because they're going one-on-one on an end.
I mean, we really didn't have a lot of options at all on social media.
But again, and if this was supposed to be clandestine, why are they are signing in on sign-in sheets, given their phone numbers and email addresses and names? Oh, so clandestine. OPSEC. Blah, blah,
Look at where
blah.
it comes from. They're on Facebook talking about, hey, let's go to Wire, the specific one that they're going to use. This isn't about OPSEC. It's not.
It's not.
It was about being able to have a conversation, because you would have your account, you would post a fire meme that made the FBI sad, and they would take your account.
Yeah.
This is why the Biden administration has been called the worst abusers of First Amendment rights in American history by a judge. That's what Judge Dowdy said in Missouri v. Biden.
Joe, you know about Douglas Mackey, Ricky Vaughn, the guy who literally 4 years after the fact was brought up on charges of election interference or something over a meme that said something like, "Oh, if you want to vote for Hillary, text this number to vote for Hillary."
Which,
yeah, and 4
which
years
that happened the
later,
other way also, by the way. People on
I
the left
know
did that.
there were leftists doing it and posting it and bragging about it and laughing about it, and they haven't been charged. And so it's the same thing here, where it's like they will take something completely innocuous and then they put a framework around it where they say this is what it actually means.
Mueller stated, "What is that app? Wire?" Adam Fox replied, "Yes." Eric Mueller replied, "On it, bro."
Listen to how riled up Impala is about that message.
Shortly thereafter, that same day, Eric Mueller replied on June 23rd, 2020, "I'm on that wire."
He goes back to Facebook.
Yep, back
because
to
he's so
Facebook.
paranoid about operational security. I mean, come on, man.
The next box, Exhibit 21 here. What do we see at the top?
So this is a couple months later, on August 31st, 2020, Adam Fox sent a message.
Someone got
to Eric
killed,
Mueller,
plain as
said,
day
"Plain as
execution,
day
it says.
execution."
Can I stop you here just for a minute?
I gotta tell you, Radix, I don't know how you have only 12,000 subs. It's ridiculous.
I know.
No, I do know how. It's the same. It's because you are so suppressed. YouTube is so afraid of you. They are so friggin' afraid of you.
Events timeline, that's
unbelievable.
Maddie, if you're gonna talk to people about sensitive things, don't use Facebook for the love of God.
Yeah.
Max, you copy those URLs they popped up earlier. There's useful information there. I'm just saying.
120, he states, "I saw this earlier, bro. They want to use attire as a target. Well, their symbols and shit stand out too."
He said their symbols stand
It
out
was an
too.
execution, and they're all laughing online.
It was an execution. They're all laughing online. It boils my blood.
Adam Fox replied, "Mine too."
So,
On
the cops killed
August
somebody in
31st,
their home.
2020,
Wasn't
Adam
this they were
Fox
mad
stated
about a
that was a
no-knock raid or
declaration of
something
war, bro.
where someone was executed?
Eric Mueller replied,
And they're very
stated,
upset about it.
"Agreed, on top of all the other shit they've been doing."
Let's go back to the second message in that string. Do you have any idea from your
Yeah, drop
involvement
the
in the
link.
investigation what this message is pertaining to?
I know what was going on in the country at the time, so based on the context of the country, I believe I know what they were discussing.
Tell us about
Well,
that.
tell us, Impala.
This was
Enlighten
the
us.
Kyle Rittenhouse shooting in Wisconsin.
Oh, the one the FBI was
Where
also at
some,
with drones
Antifa
flying
members
overhead.
attacked or shot on the streets.
Okay.
Thank you, Maddie.
Next box, please. That's it. Okay. Thank you very much.
So yeah, this is
okay.
just amazing.
This has been so bad. It's been
But
so bad.
he's wrong though. That wasn't about Rittenhouse because nobody got executed. That would have.
That's what I was wondering.
Guys.
They wouldn't have labeled.
He's lying.
Yeah,
I
they
think
wouldn't.
This was
they wouldn't,
Breonna Taylor or something. They were very mad about Breonna Taylor.
they
The
wouldn't have
no-knock
labeled
raid.
Joseph Rosenbaum being killed as an execution.
No, and they wouldn't be upset about it either because he was a pedo. No,
Yeah.
I think it was Breonna Taylor. We need to look up when that happened, but it was
No,
something
that was
like
a lot
there was.
earlier. That was like a year.
Okay,
earlier.
there was some other incident where someone got raided and basically they were executed, and they were very upset about it.
Yeah, this has to be
It was-
someone who's a victim of
he's-
BLM.
He will lie. He doesn't care. Impala has committed perjury numerous times. Not only that, but he embellishes his story every time he testifies. I have the transcripts from his prior testimony.
I don't
He
know why
lies.
the defense counsel didn't call objection calls for speculation. I mean, that's
Right?
because that was
Or
the most I don't know what.
Relevance. What's the relevance of any of this?
Well, I mean, as far as allowing this in, I don't understand. I'm wondering. Like, I assume that this is assigned counsel. These are
Yes.
not.
No. One of them, I think, has their own private lawyers. No, maybe
I'd
both
be
even.
screaming about relevance, First Amendment rights, and things. I'm so bothered.
You should have seen the first day case. These guys got walked into 42-year sentences. Like Joe Morrison, he's got 2 young kids and a wife. He's 29 years old. His potential release date is 2063. for, quote, providing material support
Well, each group
Right.
and gang membership, because the FBI says 5 or more people with similar ideologies is now a
when you become
gang.
radicalized, you're willing to commit violence.
Oh, here he goes.
You're
He's
in
lying
your
again.
own
Yep.
fishbowl, so to speak. So
Rounds.
others are parroting your violence. It sounds normal. It normalizes the violence, and then you feel like you have a team and brothers who are going to step up. So instead of being a lone person looking to go conduct attacks, you feel that you're righteous and you're justified, and that others agree with you. So the team concept enables individuals when they're radicalized and emboldens them.
This guy's a clinical psychologist. All of
I
a
was just
sudden?
wondering the same thing. It's such a. It's,
Isn't this
it sounds-
amazing?
Yesterday, he could barely spell his own name.
I just love that, how he's now a psychologist.
They should be objecting to
Psychiatrist.
every question here. This is just ridiculous.
Yeah, I don't know if they're planning on like so I don't know if the strategy here is we don't object because we don't want to appear aggressive or something, and then they just are going to cover this on cross. But this seems bizarre to me that they just let this asshole pontificate on nonsense where he's clearly just speculating about what he thinks definitions of words mean, what he thinks, how other people think of a patch and a Hawaiian shirt and what the shirt means. Like, he has just made up all kinds of stuff here and inferred it.
It could be they allowed him to speculate that it was written out just to make him look like a joke on cross. That's definitely possible.
Yeah.
You know that obviously when you're sitting here speculating over and over again, you know the hell you're talking about. Or you're willing to flat out lie because it makes no sense for them to label that an execution.
From his Facebook
Yeah.
that are on Exhibit 31.
There
He
is a
does have a
concept-
binder, though, Joe. He does have a
No.
binder, to be fair.
Which that's another thing. He's not supposed to be testifying. I mean, over here he's putting it up on the screen, so he's going through like is this admitted as an exhibit? I don't know. I mean, I don't know the status of that.
He was a truck driver, an over-the-road truck driver.
Some of it has been, but apparently some of it hadn't been.
I mean, it's got a little exhibit tab there in the bottom. That bottom corner, that red tab on it is what an exhibit tab looks like.
Yep. Some of it is, but not
The
all
question
of
is
it
whether
has
it's been admitted yet.
Was communicating on
Yeah.
Facebook.
Yes, so Mr. Croft was regularly communicating to his followers on Facebook, and he had quite a large militia following.
Militia following?
Okay.
How does he know that?
Pictures that we see.
How does he know
on
who was
Exhibit
following him on
31,
Facebook?
Generally describe them for
If
us.
they were militia or not.
So there's two pictures. One of them is a picture of Barry Croft's tattoo, and it's when he posted it on Facebook in 2019.
Let's
And
see
the
it.
other is Barry Croft's dog tag.
Oh, is Barry on trial?
Is there any
thought it was
reference
Eric
on
and
either of those
Bill
to
and Mike
the
Null.
second? To the Second Continental Delaware Regiment.
The tattoo that the man gets years previously is now assigned to whatever they want.
Yeah. A tattoo he got probably 10 years before any of this occurred is now going to be.
Well, as to the issue,
It's so. This is.
It's so ridiculous.
Joe,
It's
have
an
you heard?
objection
Have you
from
heard
Mr.
or
Barnett
seen
that
anything
was the
here?
question, was a yes or
Have
no.
you heard or seen anyone plotting a kidnapping and carrying out acts in furtherance of that? Have you seen any text messages of people coordinating it or anything? We see nothing like that. We're going over nonsense because they don't have a case.
And it's designed to frame them as just being bad guys who are a danger to a menace to society. That's
Yeah.
essentially what this
There's
is about.
nothing of like they were stockpiling weapons. We can show you the evidence. Like there's nothing like that of, oh, here they are talking about it, blah, blah, blah. In fact, I said in the beginning of the day today to people, I said, mark my words, you will not see text message communications between any of these co-defendants talking to each other, planning this. They don't exist. There are no text messages between Adam and Barry. They're the so-called ringleaders of this. The prosecutor, Nils Kessler, created a new position, calling Barry the, quote, spiritual leader of a crime that didn't happen, a conspiracy they claim that they foiled. And this is a thing, evidently. You can now be the spiritual leader. So no one knows what that means. He said he was like the blind sheik or something. And he said that when Barry talked about the founding fathers, it was no different than ISIS talking about the caliphate.
Wow. Wow.
Yeah, this is it.
Comparing
There's no
the founding
actual
fathers
case
to the caliphate.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. And he said
This
when
is
Barry,
from, the date tells us
when
it's
Barry
from
talked
January
about
12th,
wanting
2019, is
to
that correct?
reestablish, like restore the Constitution, that's the same thing as ISIS and the caliphate.
This is objection. This is
Same year,
how are they
is
showing?
that
This
correct?
is how is this possibly
Oh, I'm sorry,
relevant?
a year
It's
later.
not. It has nothing to do with Eric. It has nothing to do with Michael and Bill. Barry is not a defendant in this case.
Tattoo when it was posted.
And again,
Is that
this
pre-COVID?
tattoo is
Okay,
old.
and
What the hell? Yeah, exactly. What does expect us mean anyway? What does that mean? He's showing up at a wedding? What the hell does that mean? It's like maybe that's like when he, instead of RSVP, like they'll just send a
the
picture.
Second
Like, it's just
Continental
like,
Delaware
these guys
Regiment,
all like, you know.
this
Okay,
Second Continental
you told us a
Delaware
while
Regiment
ago,
is
Troy, I
a
think,
2016. Barry had a Delaware militia, very small. Him and like 3 friends. In 2016, he had a militia group that he disbanded a year later in 2017. This is referencing that. It has
This
nothing to do with the stupid
so
meeting they called
prejudicial.
in June in
It is
2020.
it is so prejudicial. It is
Yeah,
so highly
And
prejudicial.
Barry himself is a 50-year-old truck driver. He believed he was aging out of the militia. He couldn't even run around, so he gave
course.
up his gun to these guys. He said, hey, you guys can have this and use it for your training. He left it at Cambria when the FBI paid for and hosted a training at someone's property in Cambria. Barry leaves it there and says, I don't want it anymore. I'm basically aging out of this militia stuff. I'm not interested in this anymore. You guys have it and use it for training. The FBI, so desperate to arrest Barry months later, they have their informant, Jenny Plunk, drive the gun to Delaware and plant it in Barry's vehicle so they can seize it later when they arrest him. She also planted a bag of, quote, explosive ingredients in his vehicle. The bag has a logo on it from some kind of shipping company in Wisconsin. So we know it was Steve Robeson, the informant based out of Wisconsin. We know this was his bag and his stuff. She planted that in his car. The FBI literally admitted in the retrial that they planted the evidence on him so they could, quote, seize it later when they arrested him. And that was allowed to stand. That actually happened. They admitted to planting evidence on somebody so they
nothing
could
happened.
seize it later when they arrested them.
Unbelievable. Unbelievable. The stupidity of that arm thing is 40 years from now, he'll still have that arm thing.
Exactly.
And then if like a crime happens in 40 years, they'll be like, oh, you see, he's got that thing on his arm.
That tattoo.
He's got the tattoo. Throw him in jail.
This is so stupid. And imagine, guys, that your life is on the line. You're facing, 50 years in prison or whatever it is, terrorism enhancements, leadership enhancements, blah, 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 blah. Barry has 3 daughters. He was a single dad raising 3 kids. He has a fiance who had just suffered a traumatic brain injury at that point. And this is when the FBI, seizes upon him, preys upon him, and then strings him up in a fake conspiracy case, taking him from his children. The dog tag.
Oh,
Again,
he has
from
dog tags. Oh my God, throw him in jail.
A group that he disbanded in 2017, years before any of these events that the FBI mentions occur. So this is
none of it proves that the Knoll brothers or Eric Molitor did any damn thing.
I know. It's like they're just trying to
still on
smear
trial.
people. Yeah, these men are in trial for their lives. So let's talk about Barry's dog tag for 15 minutes because we have no actual evidence.
Expect Us comes from Anonymous. That's all that is.
Yeah, it's just like a bunch of anons that would post stuff online and they said expect us or something.
Yeah, it has nothing to do with this. It was.
Have
at
you
all.
ever seen militia members carry dog tags before?
No, actually, I haven't.
Okay.
So what does it matter
okay.
if he has a necklace with a dog tag? Bobo,
I should
get down.
clarify. Members of the military have been in militias and have carried real dog tags, but not their own dog tags. I don't have experience with that.
Okay.
What?
Fair enough. All right.
This is absurd.
What's the purpose of a dog tag?
Oh, let's speculate
I wasn't
on
in the
that.
military, but as
Yeah,
I understand
seriously.
it, it's to
Objection.
identify your remains should you become missing in combat or.
What?
Oh my god, this is ridiculous.
killed in
Why are they not
I-
objecting?
I have a dog
let's
tag
turn
necklace
to,
that has a
Mr.
prayer
Fox,
on it.
for a
Oh,
moment here.
let's arrest
Are
me.
you,
I must be a
familiar with
criminal.
proposed
This
Exhibit
is so
32?
stupid.
I literally have a dog tag necklace that I was given from my daughter's elementary school with her picture
Oh
on
my
it.
gosh.
I am.
This is
Okay, what
silly.
is that?
Yeah, of course that must make you a
Proposed
criminal.
Exhibit 32
Bobo,
is a
get down.
video
Stop.
posted by Adam Fox.
You're out
on
of control,
Facebook.
creature.
It's a Facebook Live video posted from
Posted
March.
live on
28th,
Facebook for all and sundry to
2020.
see, but my OPSEC,
And, how
my
did you get it?
covert,
via,
recon,
Facebook search
Echo,
warrant of Adam
Tango,
Fox.
Foxtrot, whatever. Bobo, get down.
Okay, and
Brandon Caserta might join in the chat for a second. He's not able to join us here, I don't believe.
when was it posted?
Aw, Brandon, I wish you could
It was
come on
posted
air.
on March
You-
28th of
Stuff back.
2020.
And in what kind of? And was
Brandon
it-
was one of the guys
oh,
acquitted
Facebook
in the
has
federal
public
case.
and
He's going to be
private,
jumping
you know,
into chat, guys. So if you have
settings,
any
and was
questions
this
for him,
private or
ask
public
him.
post?
It's a post to his followers. So if you're friends of Adam Fox, you can
He
see
might
that
be, I don't-
post.
Okay.
Okay.
I mean, had
Bobo.
you heard of Adam Fox? Had you even heard of Mr.
No, Bobo.
Fox at this point?
No,
Okay. Had Dan talked to him?
no,
How about Mark?
no,
Undercover Mark or Undercover Red?
no.
Okay. So, I mean, at this point, was he an FBI patsy at this point?
He'd never had contact with the FBI at this point.
Okay. Gonna move for, and generally describe what the contents of the videos for relevancy.
So if my memory serves me, Adam Fox is in the back shack and he's speaking to his followers.
His
and he's,
followers? Oh,
talking about
his small
his thoughts
Facebook
about
group of people that
looking
followed
for
him.
those who are
The same
not
followers
just convinced on
that
Facebook.
didn't want to be in the militia with him, but Dan, the FBI agent informant, convinced them to keep him in the group numerous times. All of his
Right?
followers,
This
you
is
lying
so
man.
stupid.
How can they claim the exact opposite in the federal trial? And now they're, it was their evidence that they entered in that said that they didn't like Adam, that they didn't
Yes.
want him in the group. And that now
Same
in
with
this trial, all
Barry.
of a sudden, Adam's got a bunch of followers now.
Oh, they even claim that Adam consolidated control over the Watchmen, but their informant was the commanding officer leading the Watchmen. No one consolidated control over the Watchmen except the FBI. Come on. This is absurd. And everyone knows it at this point. Jeremy,
What's with the rooster?
your roosters are hilarious.
They're all communist. They know I'm on here.
Yeah, that's right. They're derailing the stream for Impola. Those roosters are working with the FBI. They're trying to shut us down. This is just more nonsense. Let's see the nonsense.
This is so sad. They are shattering people's lives with this nonsense.
I know.
I think it's sad that everybody sits on Facebook and bitches about this, but we have the numbers, we have the arms, we have the ammunition, we have all the fucking tools and strategy that we need to just go take our country back from 435 members of fucking Congress that don't give a fuck about us.
Why is that starting in the
Where's
middle of
Mr.
a
Fox
sentence? Where's the rest of the
Describe for the record where
context?
Mr.
And again,
Fox is
nothing there is illegal.
Sure. And I was
Was that-
mistaken when I said he was in the back shack. in this clip. He was in his car. He's driving.
Sounds
his,
scary.
Monte
Mentioned
Carlo on
ammunition.
the way to work.
So
He
we heard
sounds
yesterday
scary.
that, from Mr.
He
Barnett that
looks
he didn't
scary.
have a car.
Yeah,
Well,
whose
again,
car is this?
Based on
those
my
videos
investigation,
come off
that's
of the
not true.
heels
He
of
does have a car.
conversations about the cities being burnt down from Ferguson on. And he's like, look, dude, we all know the numbers. We have the ammunition and the guns in America. We have like 80% of the world's civilian-owned firearms. You know, and, you know, if we were just to do this, then we wouldn't see people taking over our country.
Yeah.
You know, again, I mean, you may be uncomfortable with what the man said, but he wasn't wrong.
yeah,
And it's only gotten
not
worse.
At all. Not at all. I'll tell you right now.
It's a video, so it's
When we're trying to figure out what evidence should be admitted before a jury, you need to figure out what's more probative than prejudicial, because you want a jury to decide these are what the facts that happen that support the government's claim that elements of a crime, that an element of the crime was committed. And when someone's giving a speech and exercising their First Amendment rights, to suddenly start saying that we're going to clip this section of this thing that someone says as a basis to try and tie it in when it has nothing to do with the actual commission of the crime, but just to show what his mindset is or how he thinks or whatever, is such a blatant First Amendment violation, because you're now punishing thought crimes, and you're trying to ramp up the jury to punish them for a thought crime rather than for the actual crime that they committed, because it's prejudicial in that it makes the jury dislike this person or distrust him or think they're a potential threat to society, without actually showing that they were engaging in a crime that ultimately he should be punished for.
Thank you. Exactly.
I think you're not just educating me, but a lot of people listening. I really appreciate that.
That's why proper evidence that's admitted, we always vetting it to see whether it's more probative than prejudicial. Probative means basically the jury is supposed to probe into the facts and see whether they're the elements that constitute a crime. So does it help them in that probe, or is it just prejudicing them in that probe? And a lot of times it'll be both. And the judge has to make a decision as to whether it's more probative than prejudicial. That's why it's a phrase you'll hear in trials a lot. But the point here is, if it's something the guy's just saying and has nothing to do with him actually committing a crime, so what you have to ask, what element of the crime is this helping the government prove in order to establish this case? And we should be particularly careful if what you're trying to do is get something that the guy said as a punishment, because we're so protective of First Amendment rights. So when you're talking about something like that, we should be leaning towards assuming it's more prejudicial than probative if we're going to have a healthy criminal justice system that's going to respect our First Amendment rights.
Yeah. That's right. And look at the freeze frame here. They've got this paused on this freeze frame, trying to make Adam look bad. You know, this is at a time where he's homeless, living in the basement of the dilapidated vacuum repair shop, having to go to the Mexican restaurant next door to brush his teeth. That's how down and out this man was when he's targeted.
No.
That's why,
you're right. The visual is supposed to make him look like some hillbilly who's gonna shoot up your local mall.
Yeah.
These were uploaded following the first batch.
So are they finally going to play this clip, or just let the freeze frame sit there? This is awful. If this was me, like I would be so upset. I'd have a meltdown.
Thank you, Judge.
Since it was not handed to us in the timely fashion, do you think that it should be excluded? Anything past
So Brandon will be joining tomorrow, guys.
Now this trial, they're in Eastern time, right?
I'm sorry, what's that?
They're in Eastern time, right?
Yes.
So they're going to wrap up at 4:30?
Actually, I think they went till 5 yesterday.
Okay.
More shenaniganry. 3 years to prepare for this, y'all. 3 years.
3 years of these guys were arrested and charged in October of 2020,
well,
1 month before the election.
Hopefully, this is defense counsel arguing about some of this evidence that's coming in here as being ridiculously prejudicial.
Yeah, I would be, because it has nothing to do with Eric.
normally that would start
brothers.
with objection, may we approach, and we didn't. I wasn't able to hear that, but it could be because the audio is crap. So
Well, when he objected earlier, the defense did to evidence that he hadn't even seen before, was never presented to him.
Yep.
The judge said, "I'll allow it, and we'll put your objection on record."
On the record. Yep. We'll note your objection, but we're going to allow it.
And they had never seen it.
Yeah.
unbelievable.
All right, the Get Along gang is done here.
So Brandon was one of the guys who spent 18 months in prison in the federal case and was then acquitted on his birthday. He will be on with me tomorrow. Jeremy, Joe, you guys are invited too. If you're available at any time you want to pop in throughout the day, we'll be live from 9 in the morning until 5.
So appreciative of you doing this.
Oh, yeah. I enjoy doing it.
I think Joe and I share the same concern. I think you and I have talked about it. I mean, I have every reason to have a vested interest in all of this. They're going to, if they find these guys guilty, what's to stop them from coming after me for things I never did?
I was going to say, getting the rest of the people they call unindicted co-conspirators, what's to stop them from going after you guys and rolling you guys up next?
And
There's really
Christina,
nothing.
don't mistake yourself. I'll tell you right now, you and I are among, and many of our peers are the prime people. They would love to try and find some ridiculous, stupid thing to punish us for.
Oh, yeah.
So it's really about, at the end of the day, it's about our own survival, just for simply speaking truth to power.
Yeah, that's right. And we know they're watching this stream.
Yeah,
They
I mean,
complained about it.
they're
This
even
morning.
watching this stream, which has under 100 people here, right? And it's like, this is like they're scanning around to see who's talking about this. Who's talking about this? It's so pathetic. This is what,
That's right.
This is why we need tens of thousands of government agents.
Yeah, we need also, 87,000 IRS agents too, just to comb through your Venmo.
Yeah.
Or whatever nonsense. This is so silly and stupid. And again, guys, this was a terrorism enterprise investigation that spent millions of dollars of taxpayer FBI resources. It was the highest threat level for a T classification in the FBI, which gave them access to those resources where they could fly planes overhead at 15,000 feet, where they could have drones following Barry as he's driving his Amazon truck doing deliveries around the country for an entire year before, they even officially start their investigation, and he does nothing the entire time. They
Right.
have agents that are rotating in 72-hour shifts of physically surveilling him as he's going into Walmart.
Like he's
grocery
freaking
shopping for his
Henry from
kids.
Goodfellas. Like, we gotta track this guy down because he's got a hit list that's a mile long.
It's
like
it's so stupid.
all those chickens he's butchered.
Yeah, all these resources for this, the boomer Amazon truck driver, father of 3, who goes to work, comes home every day, but just pops off at the mouth on Facebook. This is what they're doing. It's so stupid. It's such a waste. Okay, so this is Christine Nunzio. This is one of the lawyers for the Null brothers.
So have any of you seen the video for CCTV? Audio or video?
Audio.
I wrote down audio.
It is.
So, can you 258 is the actual, is it like the others, is it where 258 and then 218?
Yes, sir.
So have you all had a chance to review the audio associated with 258?
Good question.
I understand, I don't have time. I'm just asking.
I don't think it's now, but it will take too long.
Let's do this, we'll take a break. Let's get
We're taking another break?
256.
Seriously?
Already, but let's do that. 257, 258.
Unbelievable.
I understand the time of this argument.
Yeah, I wish her opening would have been a little better, a little longer, a little more detailed. We were calling her Pinky Brewster yesterday. We were calling her Pinky Brewster Esquire because she had on this bright pink blouse. So we're going to still call her Pinky.
Yes, sir.
So we're going to bring the jury back in to tell them we're going to go on a little break. Bobo, stop it.
So are they done for the day?
I don't think so. He said they were going to take a break.
Uh,
I don't know why we're breaking again.
and you're breaking with like an hour to go?
Yeah, they've been doing this all day. Ask Jeremy. Morning breaks, mid-morning breaks, afternoon breaks. We had over an hour and a half for lunch. I don't understand what's happening in this trial. It is so bizarre.
The judge is friends with Hunter Biden, and he's got a a habit of some kind. I think he's just got to keep taking breaks. I don't know what the deal is, man. That doesn't make any sense.
It's strange. What about a second breakfast? Yeah, well, maybe we need a second lunch or something. I get like it's hard to sit there listening to stuff all day. Sometimes maybe you want the jury to be able to take a bathroom break or something, or get up and stretch their legs. But has anyone found anything of value in anything we heard today?
I mean, even while we were giving commentary,
from your commentary, yes, but
oh no, I mean from like the actual stuff that they're presenting, there was nothing in there that shows anybody plotting a kidnapping of Gretchen Whitmer. Nothing.
Somebody needs to tell them their whole prosecution is based off of Adam and Barry, who are already in prison.
And they're lying about him still. They're talking about Barry's tattoos from 10 years ago and like all this other stupid stuff. Adam's mom says the diarrhea being spewed from Hendick impotent's mouth is of volcanic proportions.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
There is no actual there. Like there's nothing that they've presented so far that is showed these men plotting a kidnapping or providing any material support for one. Look at these memes. Oh, Adam said this on a Facebook message. Look at this video that we're going to start in mid-sentence where we have no idea what he said before that. This is what they do. And it's so strange. Man. I don't know what to think.
You want to talk about the classic overplaying of their hand that is done, especially in the last 5-10 years in this nation. You couldn't exemplify it any better than with this trial. If you were trying to put on a clinic of what it was to exaggerate and overstate for an agenda, you can't find a better example than this trial.
Right.
They have literally spent 2 days now proving the evidence against people who are not there and not on trial there. They spent 2 days of taxpayers' money showing that all of the work and the research and the paralegal work, everything they've done has shown pictures of people who are unknown, messages of people who are unknown with their phone numbers there.
My God.
They have proven everybody correct that has ever said.
Yeah, I want to point out on what exactly you're saying here, like what this agenda is. Ultimately, this is much bigger than Gretchen Whitmer. It's much bigger than the state of Michigan. This is designed to justify President Biden's claim that MAGA and domestic terrorism is the biggest threat to our country, to our democracy, which is not a democracy. And the agenda here is we want everyone in the country and the world to understand that these ultra MAGA, whatever the heck that means, are a genuine threat which need to be suppressed. And much like and what they're trying to do is create that boogeyman, the same way COVID, which was real, was dangerous, but the bigger you can create the boogeyman, the more you have the ability to justify engaging in the most tyrannical, heavy-handed measures and implementing them, while much of the country will say, "Govern me harder, Big Brother. Spank me harder, Big Brother." That's essentially what this is ultimately about. So if you can put a display and say, here are these people, you question whether or not MAGA is a threat. Look at these people in Michigan who are looking to kidnap and kill Gretchen Whitmer. And the more they can sell that, to the public as a reality, the more they can justify saying, we need to suppress your free speech rights. We need to be inspecting and looking through your messages and your bank records and engaging in Fourth Amendment violations. We need to do this. It's for the greater good. It's for your own safety. It's to preserve the democracy and to preserve America as we know it. And that's why they need to create this massive boogeyman to justify their need to suppress that supposed boogeyman. So there is no damn boogeyman. Nobody here is thinking, let's get violent against our government or whatever, and no one should be. But they want to present this image so that they can thereby justify their need for tyrannical control, because ultimately government, especially the people in government now, the uniparty, are constantly craving more authority, more control, and more ability to create your dependence on them so that they have greater ultimate power and wealth. And that's essentially what this is all about. That's why this case is happening. That's why all these people are being prosecuted. That's why they work so hard to try and find ways to encourage people to come out and do things that they never otherwise would do, just so that they can create a boogeyman that thereby needs slaying and that only the government can suppress. And now we told you, and here's our proof that boogeyman is real. Now we have the authority, the justification to implement whatever measures we deem necessary just to protect you from this manufactured boogeyman. That's what this is about.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
Well said. Yeah,
absolutely.
I mean, it is ridiculous. For anybody that's listening and doubting, I want you to just entertain for a moment. Take all of these faces and this situation away, and I just want you to replace it maybe with blank faces or people you know. These are innocent people. These people are innocent. These men are innocent. They went from living the exact same life that you're living right now, normal every day, right? You're outside, you're on the phone, you're talking to people, to being in a jail cell, quite confused. Then from that, the most terrifying aspect happens. They're given a bunch of time and they're sent to supermaxes to stop them from talking and telling the truth about their story. Man, this is America right now, whether we would want it to be or not. And everything that these guys said that they put them on trial for was true, as far as I could tell. I didn't actually know these guys, but I'm on their same indictment. I'm unindicted, and this is nuts. This is crazy. We never spoke about wanting to kidnap or kill any governor, but we did have a conversation about how our politicians must be a bunch of damn crooks because our cities were burning. We never in my life have I ever wanted. Listen, that's not even practical. Okay. Everyone's heavier than me. I'm a little person. I cannot kidnap people. You know what I mean? That's just not even practical. It's not practical for like sane, moral people. We don't even think about stuff like that. It would take these weird perverts at the FBI to be like, oh, okay, what about kidnapping her, putting her on a boat and taking her to Wisconsin and all of this? Because it's insane. It's completely insane. It was their story. They can, make it however they want. But the fact is that's nuts. And that doesn't represent a regular American people. These men are innocent, sitting in supermaxes. And the couple times that Barry said, yeah, sure, I'll go out to the yard, because by law, they have to give them the opportunity to go out to the yard. Well, they beat them up when they do it. And they say, stop resisting and all of this. They just use it as an excuse to beat up the convicts. So they know not to go out to the yard unless they want beat up, unless they can pay off those guards. Yep. That'd be the only way they can go out there safe. That's just how it runs. That's how it is. He is a normal man driving a truck, taking care of his daughters, and now he sits under those circumstances. This is unbelievable. This whole thing is nuts. I wake up with it and I go to bed with it every fucking day of my life because I'm right there. They did this to my friend. Barry was my friend. I know Barry. I've known him for years. And man, you can sit there. He's crazy. You got to love that about him, because he'll just tell the truth. He's crazy enough to tell the truth. He will. He's a passionate dude. But man, nobody deserves this. Nobody deserves this. And what these guys are going through in this trial, they have to be just as confused. Like, are you kidding me right now? You're not even talking about me. You're bringing up other people saying that I'm guilty because of them or something.
Yeah, other
It's
people
nuts.
that you framed.
Yeah. this is our reality, man. And Joe, I'm appreciative to meet you, man. I really like you and Radix both. You guys really have that legal perspective, man, that I need because, I look at this real passionately, man. I'm angry about it, and I'm upset about it, because this is all crazy bad. This is what despotic governments do, and I'm watching it, but I'm not just watching it on the news. It was my friend, and now the other guys, I've gotten to know their families. So this is all home for me, man. And I don't know any of the legal stuff. I just know this is wrong. I know they're wrong. They're dead ass wrong for doing this. This is evil. It's tantamount to evil. Nobody can convince me anything else. This is evil. What they're doing is so bad it can't be anything else.
Yeah. And I got to meet these guys. I got to observe them like with their kids and stuff. And it's hard to see that and just see a normal family, and then to think that they can do this to regular people of modest means who have no ability to fight back against them. And they try these cases in the court of public opinion. We're supposed to presume and believe that this jury in Antrim County has no preconceived notions about this case, the biggest case in Michigan for the past 3 years.
Yep.
It's amazing.
Everything they do and the things they don't do, it continually shows that this had to have been agenda driven. If it was honest, it would be very easy to prosecute this case. Hey guys, here's the pictures of them with the bombs or the boats or the duct tape or whatever it was. And here's them saying it, here's video of them talking about it, and then and then there's them trying it, and then here's us intercepting them and arresting them. And none of that happened because they lied. It's a damn lie. It's a lie. And they, man, I listen, I know that the families are listening, and I'm praying. I'm praying about this every night, and I pray about it during the day. But man, I see what they're doing here. And this is what they did in the other trials where they cheated. This is nuts. And I hate to say that. I want to be wrong. I hope that I'm wrong. And I think that the defense is really doing a good job of trying to stand up to this, because he even said, why isn't this in the federal courts? Everything I'm looking at comes from the FBI. So I don't know. It's weird.
Just showing everybody Bobo. This cat will not leave me alone.
Did you say Bobo or Bilbo?
Bobo.
Okay.
Bobo, you're going to be you're going to be held in contempt if you don't stop. It's just she's going to sit on my desk.
Yeah, what I'm seeing, what all of us are seeing, no matter how closely tied you are to it or not. If you're willing to recognize the reality of what it is you're being shown, is this is what happens when nations fall. It's a microcosmic example. It's a little bit macrocosmic, but this is an example of what failing nations look and sound like right here. Unfortunately, their faces, these three gentlemen that do not deserve this. This isn't right. None of this is right. These men didn't do this. I was there June 6th, Dublin, Ohio, Drury Inn, where they say all of this plan started. That is a lie. That is a lie. That is not true. It's not true. I was there, and it's not true. We never came up with some plan to kidnap any governor or any politician or anyone. That's stupid. It's dumb. So we didn't do that. That wasn't our conversation.
Can I white pill this for you?
Yes.
Please.
All right. So I think that the Uniparty, which is, reference the Republicans, Democrats, really just working hand in glove and being alternate sides of the same machine. I think that they've had this sort of dominance of American culture and American thought for probably many decades. And I think what happened is that Trump coming out and helping with his populist message helped awaken Americans as to how deeply in bed with each other Mitch McConnell is with Chuck Schumer, with Nancy Pelosi, with Lindsey Graham, that they're all the same person, just with a different face and a different color uniform. One's red, one's blue, but that they're working for the same team, and that it's basically them against us. And Americans started waking up to that, really from the time that Trump won election. And when we started waking up to that, we could see how that started impacting these major power structures, which have been in power for decades, where mainstream media all of a sudden is no longer the trusted source for people to turn to, but people turn to alternative media like this channel here, and hundreds, if not thousands, like it. So what ends up happening is they see that their numbers are shifting. They see that the tide is turning away from them. And what we are seeing now is their reaction to that is to try and grip tighter, where rather than controlling by just messaging, because that doesn't work anymore, now they're transitioning to controlling by threats and fear and force. Rather than saying, love us, trust us, we're the faces that you trust. It's if you don't trust us, we're going to try and convolute bases to have you thrown in prison. That is the sign of a tyrant or someone, a power-hungry individual who sees that they're losing their own grip and is desperately trying to hold on that much tighter. But so are things going to get better in the short term? I would say likely not. But that is the sign of a grip that's being lost, which ultimately leads towards there being a complete, I'm hesitant to use the term revolution because I'm not advocating for any sort of violent uprising, but that leads to an intangible revolution of where the entire culture changes and the way things operate starts to actually legitimately change for good. So this is part of the medicinal process for getting rid of that. That's what we're going through, and they're seeing it happening. And this is like the next stage of events. But this stage, while it might get worse, and that snake boa constrictor might get tighter in the short term, ultimately that's the death throttle. That's what you see before it ultimately just slips away and loses everything. That's historically how things tend to play out. And I think we can be optimistic that I don't know if it's going to be 2 years, 5 years from now, things will be better. But it makes me optimistic that perhaps 10, 20 years from now, this country can actually be much healthier than it was even 20 years ago. See what I'm saying?
Yeah. I agree. I do think that it's going to get worse before it gets better, but I do think it will get better because I feel like, nobody's buying their story anymore. If they're that concerned about a broadcast that has less than 100 people tuned in, that's pretty embarrassing for them. Mm-hmm. Are we on break so that the FBI can tell the judge what to say? Probably, Leo, I presume. We're not really sure why we're on break. They were trying to go over a bunch of irrelevant stuff that has nothing to do with the defendants in this case. And we're not really sure what the purpose of bringing that in was, other than to try to prejudice the jury against these men by playing these clips of Adam while he's under heavy influence of not just intoxicants, but the federal agents and informants who'd been manipulating him for months, and fueling his paranoia and his anger and outrage and all this other stuff.
Yeah, there's just been too much that just in this trial in 2 days, if you've had 2 days of all day, you've already done your jury selection and everything, and you've presented nothing that is on these men that are sitting in front of you that shows some type of empirical evidence that says they actually committed a crime somewhere. I don't know if they're trying to numb the jury into being incapable of rendering any other verdict, but I hope the jury sees through this. I really do. And that's what I'm praying for, is that they see the clarity of this situation, that, I thought we were here for these 3 dudes and they just keep talking about these other people.
Yeah.
Yeah,
the other people they set up.
to be fair, I mean, sometimes you do have to give some background in order to provide context before you bring forward evidence that's going to be more on point. But the nature of this evidence is what's so disturbing to me. The fact that it's all First Amendment, it's just free expression by people, whether it's free expression in the form of a tattoo or someone on a video or some text message conversation between people. This is exactly the sort of thing that we should never be thinking about prosecuting for. I mean, it's so distasteful. It flies in the face of everything we think about what America is supposed to be. And that's this whole case stands for. I need to grab a coffee. I'll be back in a minute.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Man, that's
it is very sad, very disturbing. And he's right. All of this is nonsense. And it is like perfectly legal activity. Even when they were bringing up that schematic that Ty had posted in the chat there, even that, though, it's not illegal for him to post that. He literally just screenshotted it off of a website and then posted it in the chat. And then they use that as evidence. It's like, okay, but so why is it okay for that to be on a website then, posted publicly for all and sundry to download and possess? It just doesn't make sense at all. And that's what they do. They take a bunch of innocuous things that themselves are not crimes. They string it together and then they say conspiracy. It's a conspiracy. And it's like, what?
Well, they put so much in front of these folks that you want me to open it for you, baby? All right. They put so much in front of this jury already that, I mean, they should have red flags. They should definitely have red flags by now that something is amiss, because if you within 2 days, if you had the evidence, you'd have shown it. And I believe Joe's right that absolutely, to be fair, you want to show things in their context.
Mm-hmm.
I just, in this case and everything that I've seen and everything that I know, it would take the first 45 minutes max of the very first day to give whatever context it was that you needed to give. Beyond that, I'm just speaking along the lines of what I know is the evidence and everything else. Beyond that, it's time to move on as to why we're here. If you're not able to do that, then it seems like you're spinning your wheels for some reason. You're trying to create a fiction, maybe, because you don't actually have a case. So you're trying to do character assassination. You're trying to, you're showing tattoos that make no sense, pictures that make no sense, conversations that make no sense, to try to create a fiction that does not exist. And this is, I mean, it's sad to watch. It's infuriating to watch. It's so many things all at the same time. So for me, it is.
Yeah. Same here. And it's just, it's so weird having to go through this again. This is the third time, and watching them lie over and over again, change the story, embellish the story, perjure themselves. It just is, and then make claims that they didn't claim in the first trial or the retrial. So then they start making new claims. And as Impala said, I should actually play the clip of him from yesterday. He says he's creating a story or something. I got to find the clip because it's so funny and so stupid that you wouldn't believe it unless I shared it. Like you wouldn't believe it. You think no, she's making this up. I will play the actual thing.
Yeah, I remember him saying that too. And it's those little gems, dude, where they say the quiet parts out loud and say what they're not supposed to. A little Freudian slip. I think I've heard at least one each day that I've been able to catch where they end up being pretty revealing. But, when it's a circus of lies, I mean, this dude, Heinrich Impala, that's getting up there for the FBI, this dude, I have lost brain cells listening to this man. I think his instructions at this point were, just go up there and say whatever you want, dude. Because that's what he's doing. You know, they ask him a question. This dude goes off in la la land in his own reality, like that makes any damn sense. You know what I mean? It's weird. It's weird to listen to. It's frustrating. It's infuriating. It's saddening. It's all of these things because, you know, I get it. You lost your two top agents on the case because of their criminality and getting caught and getting busted out and all of this. But really, Impala, that was your choice? Tell me that that was not your best choice. Because this dude, I mean, if I could just have a law license for a day, you know, and walk up in there and listen to that dude say the stupid stuff he does so I could ask him simple questions about his lies, that dude would be done. It would be over. It'd be a wrap. They'd never want that dude on the stand again. And your buddy Joe was saying, I don't understand why they're not objecting.
Yeah.
You know, well, if he doesn't understand and you don't understand, I for damn sure don't understand.
Yeah.
You know, I have no idea why he's not objecting. I'd have objected to the whole damn thing.
This was yesterday. Listen to how hard Michigan court is pressing defendants' counsel not to mention entrapment. FBI CHS started militia, paid for hosted training, drove to Whitmer's house, made plans to send shell casings as a threat. FBI agents sent governor pics to the CHS. And listen to the judge here from yesterday.
You didn't say the word entrapment, but there were a couple of times in my head where
You didn't say the word entrapment, but you told the truth about the entrapment, which could be inferred.
You said that the FBI did the training. You said that the FBI was the XO. You said that CHS Dan.
The FBI was the XO. CHS Dan was the commanding officer, the XO of the group. He said all these things that are the truth.
The one who organized these guys and did that. So if it didn't cross the line, it certainly got right up to it. But hang on.
Listen to this clown.
So, going forward, you are allowed to present facts. When you say that CHS Dan is the one who did the training, that is describing the FBI as having entrapped your client.
He says when you describe CHS Dan as having been the one that did the training, that is describing the FBI as having entrapped your client. That's what happened. The FBI admits he did the training and was the commanding officer. But the judge just said that you can't tell the jury that because you're not allowed to.
Entrap your client. That is illegal, not a factual. And entrapment will not be presented to the jury. Is that clear?
It is, Your Honor, but I would just respond politely here. Sure. My client.
Hey, you didn't say
Yeah.
the word entrapment.
Yeah. Michigan prosecutors tell judge that defense counsel is making entrapment legal defense, quote, poisoning the jury. He'll robustly object. FBI paid one CHS $54,000 in cash, gave him a new laptop, paid to have him moved, and house sale expenses. FBI agents are directing the plot, but you can't tell the jury that.
He's obviously arguing an entrapment defense to the jury. Okay. I have over 20 instances in my notes of him, you know, alleging entrapment arguments to the jury. I'm going to ask for two things. Moving forward, I'm going to tender a proposed curative instruction to the court tonight on that issue, and ask that the court instruct the jury that entrapment is not a defense. The rule is an issue of law for the court to decide. It's not a factual issue. And also moving forward, I'm going to be very aggressive on.
He's going to be very aggressive to protect the FBI.
Mr. Barnett, in objecting to these kind of questions during the course of the trial. It's unfair to try to pose what he knows is a legal defense to try to fact. And with
those
two
are
things
facts.
in mind, I don't really have anything else at this moment, but
So he's saying you can't tell the jury the facts. Then he says, this is the Fuller exchange. The FBI had over 12 informants, undercover agents, paid tens of thousands to create a plot to kidnap Whitmer that never would have happened if the FBI didn't run it. The CHSs kept it going. We know all this. This is the longer exchange. Yeah, here's the motion where they're not allowed to say the word entrapment. Let's see. He approved the motion. Yeah, elected to bench in November of 2022 after running unopposed, seated January 1st, 2023, Judge Hamlin. He approved the prosecution's motion to prevent the defense counsel from even saying the word entrapment. Impola was one of 2 agents handling a CHS who made hundreds of hours of secret recordings. Defense attorneys in 2021 Kidnapping case noted Impola was accused of perjury in a prior case and asserted he has a trouble telling the truth. He does.
Are you the first eyewitness?
I'm the first patsy.
That's Impola. You just see him joking about patsies. He's laughing because he knows they set Adam up as one. He thinks this is funny.
I'm the first patsy.
What a freak.
It's Henrik, first name, Henrik, and then Impola, Impola. Yes. I'm not very good at spelling.
Yeah, we know you're not good at spelling. You're not good at a lot of things.
Close.
Like investigating crimes. Not even good at creating them. He's such an embarrassment.
Yeah. Spread out. Yeah. Move this over. Figure I need the space for the.
Oh, I thought you were going to motion.
This doofus. He says that a CHS is a layperson who is acting on behalf of the FBI without any training. So if Dan trained militia and designed the plot, doesn't that mean the FBI did?
For confidential
Yes.
human source. So in the FBI and in the federal government, we've got an acronym for everything, and CHS is the acronym for what would be on the state side a CI or a confidential informant. It's the same thing. It's a lay person who is acting on behalf of the FBI without any training. It stands for
Yes, so that means the FBI ran it all and did it all. A federal jury found Harrison Caserta not guilty and trapped by FBI. This was from yesterday. The FBI agent dances around why they're not in the suspect lineup. This is hilarious. You guys have to listen to this.
investigation.
Where's Concerta's name and where is Dan Harris's name?
So I selected individuals here that relate to this story.
This
I
story.
tried to narrow it down.
This story, this is all one case. These people were supposed to be co-conspirators. He says, oh yeah, those 2 guys who were acquitted because they mounted a successful entrapment defense. He goes, well,
Not part
I
of the
just...
story.
Huh?
Not part of this story.
Yeah, just not part of the story. We're just creating and establishing a different narrative. It's like, what? He literally called it a story. Well, and remember, Special Agent Impola, this asshole, said to his own informant when they arrested him after burning him as a source, we have a saying in my office, don't let the facts get in the way of a good story. He said that December 10, 2020, in an interrogation room when he was interrogating the Wisconsin CHS and pedophile Steve Robeson. So we know that Impola loves to embellish things. He loves creating a story. And he says that at his office, that's the FBI Detroit field office, they don't let the facts get in the way of a good story.
Yeah. So, yeah, the defense counsel should definitely throw that quote in his face.
Oh, I would. I can't wait for Cross. I hope Mr. Barnett opens with it. And also, he said to Robeson in that interrogation, he said, if you were my informant, I would have slapped the shit out of you. Because it was actually Special Agent Baumgardner, I believe, that at that point was Robeson's handler. He had numerous handlers, Special Agent Long, who was Barry's assigned case agent, not associated with these people, who's Jenny Plunk's handler. He goes and drives a recording device to Robeson at one point and instructs him on how to use it. So there's all kinds of craziness happening. But yes, he says, well, Oh, well, that's a different story. I just want to create a different story. This is real. This happened yesterday.
Investigation.
Where's Concerted Name and where is,
And Brandon will join us tomorrow.
So I selected individuals here that relate to this story. I tried to narrow it down to the individuals that we'll be talking about who participated, that we felt, or that I felt, played a significant role in the case and that were involved in this county's charges.
Oh. This county.
so how many individuals?
Because people commit crimes by county. I'm only committing crimes and answer them. I'm not going to do it. And
It's so stupid.
So there's a number of FBI investigations. There's investigations out on the East Coast. There's investigations in different states that I wasn't part of, but there's quite a few individual subjects who were investigated
Right.
as a result of this this incident.
This asshole. I'm sorry.
You invested the case involving Jackson County, the Wolverine Watchman down there.
when was
Yes,
this?
sir.
This was at the
This
first
was
trial?
yesterday. This
Yesterday.
was just yesterday he's saying this
Oh, wow.
crap.
Wolverine Watchman was the genesis of how we got here, how Mike Null, Bill Null, and Eric Molitor were identified.
No, sir, it wasn't. Steve Robeson was made an informant in October of 2019. Tell the truth, sir. It does not begin with the Watchmen in March of 2020. You were investigating Barry. They admit at both trials since July of 2019. Stop lying.
But that's a separate investigation involving separate charges with different motives, different stories.
What?
So,
Different
clearly there's
motives
some
and
overlap in
stories,
some of the
but they're all co-defendants, and you arrested them all together and said that they were planning together to kidnap and kill her. Now it's different.
You would think that's the same story. Somehow, a little bit like it's like somewhat related.
I just don't understand what's happening here.
stories. But I selected the members of the Wolverine Watchmen who continued on with the plot, had some sort of involvement, and that I would be referencing throughout my exhibits.
So essentially, you've narrowed down pictures relative to this investigation, excluding those from the federal case in Grand Rapids, and excluding those in the Jackson County case.
No.
That transpired earlier. Correct?
No, because he does include them at some point. He brings in Adam and Barry from the federal case in Grand Rapids. He'll bring up Joe Morrison from the first state case in Jackson County. He'll bring him up when it's convenient for him.
That's a good part of the story.
Yeah, when it's a good part of the story that they can use when it's convenient, and then at other times, no. So they just do what they
So
want.
what I did is I selected individuals who are pertinent to the evidence that I'm going to be presenting.
My question was, have you left out the individuals from Jackson County case and federal case, yes or no? And how many of those individuals have you left out?
Yes or no?
Because Mr. Ralston had asked you the investigation. It was not confined to the Antrim County investigation. And so this just says subjects of investigation. It doesn't say subjects of the Antrim County investigation. So my question to you is, why have you left out names of individuals subject to your investigation in Jackson County?
Oh, because they've been acquitted and found not guilty.
I'm sorry, which individuals are you referring to?
I'm asking you.
Oh, judge has to run interference for impotent here. Special Agent Impotent.
Sure.
There are individuals that were involved in either or both of those cases that are not.
So for the Jackson case,
He
Joe
doesn't wanna
Morrison,
say.
Pete Musico, and Paul Bellar were charged. Those are members of the Jackson charges down there. And they're on the chart here. They're the lower three members of the chart.
So just three.
So for the federal charges in Grand Rapids, you've got Barry Croft, Adam Fox, Caleb Franks, Ty Garbin.
Everybody but the two guys who
Those
were
members
acquitted.
Were charged federally, and then Steve Robeson was charged federally in a different case in Wisconsin.
No, you burned him. You charged him on a gun charge, which you'd already given him OIA permission to engage in. Good God.
Harris were
He can't tell the truth. He's incapable of it.
The daytime surveillance that we heard about in all the articles.
I want to get you on defense counsel.
I'm sorry, who?
I don't think Impala would like that. Oh, that was embarrassing. He admits the quote subjects of investigation in Antrim County not present on the chart. Dan Harris, Brandon Caserta found by a jury to be not guilty because they were entrapped by the FBI, according to a jury. So you can see the chart here. And let's just laugh at this for a moment here, because you got Barry, Adam, Brian Higgins, who's best friends with the pedophile informant. And he's being told that by this informant that his fake charity is working with, well, I'll say that'll come out in the documentary. I actually don't want to give that away yet, because it'll be ridiculous. You guys think this story is absurd. It'll get worse. You have to watch the documentary, though, for that. Then you've got the Null brothers. He puts them in the middle as if they're now ringleaders. Jeremy was saying this. Every different trial, it's Adam and Barry are the ringleaders. Then when we get to the second trial, the state case, then it's Joe, Pete, and Paul are leaders. Now for this one, it's Eric and the Null brothers are the leaders now. It's like, what? Then he's got Caleb and Ty, the two clowns who took plea deals first.
By the
Ty
way,
Garbin. Yes.
That's something that should definitely come up on cross. If he's testified about other people being leaders, that's how you impeach. That's how they are legally able to impeach his
Exactly.
testimony. You're
And
now trying to say that, but you said under oath that Joe and Pete were the leaders in
Yes.
this other trial, and you said in this
On
other
this
case,
date.
right? And every time that you keep switching up and bring up every time that he's testified and identified different people as being leaders, to say that is everyone here who's not from the FBI a leader?
Yeah, right. Well, and another, thing to bring up too is that I have the transcripts, and I hope this happens on cross. I hope they go through the transcripts and bring up all of his lies, because he changes the story of how they started investigating these people, how the investigation, how Dan became an informant. The story always changes in so many different ways with Impala, because he's always embellishing things and adding more to it. You can easily impeach him as a witness. You can also bring in, as I pointed out, he was accused of perjury by a U.S. attorney, Brian P. Lennon, who used to be the assistant attorney for the Western District of Michigan. That man said that Impala committed perjury in the case he worked right before this case, the Kidnapping case. He committed perjury twice and engaged in gross misconduct in violation of 18 U.S. Code Section 1621 two times. And he was saying, I would like you to refer this guy to the FBI's OPR for an internal investigation. This was a U.S. attorney who said this and sent that letter to the assistant director of the FBI, Stuart Platt. He also sent it to D'Antuono, who was head of the Detroit field office at the time. We know they got these letters. They never investigated Impala, despite documented perjury in prior cases. They just said, oh, we're going to let him. Now, 1 month later, after that letter is sent from a former U.S. attorney for the Western District of Michigan, they make him a lead agent on this case 1 month later. That's impeaching him, goes right to that.
Let's bring in the most easily impeachable agent we can find, and try and make him our star witness.
Yes.
That's good strategy, FBI.
This clown. And then in their chart here, subjects of investigation, they include undercover FBI agent Mark. They include their informant Dan. And then they include their other undercover agent Timothy Bates. And then down here, they've got their informant, the pedophile Robeson. And it's like, you're investigating your own agents? This is nonsense. Why would they be subject to the investigation?
This is why it's a very curious thing about how you can't bring up entrapment, because obviously you have the right to impeach his testimony. How do you impeach his testimony without pointing out that he's lying when he's saying we investigated our agent? So essentially, and now you're going to have to start talking about all these different agents who were there. That invariably would lead a guilty towards considering, And you would have to ask them, well, just how many agents were there? This is all part of impeaching his testimony here. And then you're going to say that you can't bring up entrapment when everything about this case
Is
just
entrapment.
reeks of entrapment. It's a very bizarre, it's a very bizarre tightrope that these attorneys are being asked to walk through.
I don't know how you would even do that. Now let's look at this message here that Impala is talking about. This is from Mike McDonald. Mike is an unindicted co-conspirator. The night everyone got
Are we back to trial
arrested.
now, by the way? This is the trial going on
Yeah,
now?
we're back on.
Okay.
So Mike McDonald, this person who is the sender of this message, he was an unindicted co-conspirator. The night everybody got arrested, they raided Mike McDonald's house, but they never charged him with anything. He was going to testify for the defense. Then the IRS started investigating him and decided they were going to charge him with tax evasion, and he started facing 30 years for tax evasion, and then all of a sudden didn't want to testify for the defense anymore. That's Mike McDonald who they're talking about there, just as an aside, that man is, he got caught up in all of this for nothing, just because he happened to be at one of these events. He knew, Barry, he attended one government-sponsored event, and it's sad. That's what happened to Mike McDonald. The IRS investigated him.
Michael McDonald on the right here. Barry Croft. Barry Croft is on the left.
None of this is Eric or the Null brothers.
Okay. Acquired.
I'll be right back. I'm
search
running to the
warrant.
bathroom.
Yes.
This is they should be objecting, relevance, objection,
right?
objection, hearsay.
And if you could read the message into the record.
Sure.
This is all hearsay.
Starting from the top, Michael McDonald said, "Hey, bro, what part of Ohio are we going to?" Barry Croft replied, "Columbus."
This is ridiculous. I don't understand why this is not banned as hearsay.
Here. Michael McDonald stated, "Cool. I talked to Bill, and he said he will attend, maybe alone, or if not, he will bring his twin brother. I also invited my buddy Dave from Kentucky." And there's the second box here says, "LOL. But like I said, I trust these three dudes with my family's lives, and they are solid as it gets, and they also don't run their mouths."
Okay.
Oh my God.
What's on the right?
This is just a continuation of the same chat to provide context for later boxed quotes on the next page.
Okay. Go to the next page.
No one's heard of a plot to kidnap anybody.
All right, I'm back. Sorry.
Okay, what do we see here?
So on the left, it's continuation.
This is all hearsay. I have no idea
This
how
is all hearsay. And by the way, what is this are we looking at? What's the chain of custody for this? These appear to be screenshots from a computer. You even have a glare on it. That's not even forensically preserved evidence of a conversation. What is this even?
Even if even if it was forensically preserved, you can't. And just because the statement's in writing doesn't make it any less hearsay.
Exactly.
If anything, your chain of custody issues make it like a potentially a double hearsay thing because it's been passed to someone and then passed to someone else.
It's amazing. I don't know why
they're
this
not
isn't...
objecting.
Exactly. They should at least be doing that for the record, because hopefully these guys will appeal, because this doesn't appear to be fair to me. If you can't raise entrapment and you've been entrapped, how is this a fair trial? I've not heard one objection since this trial started. Not one. Except by the prosecutors over the, telling the truth about the FBI running everything.
When you're ready there.
All right.
Proposed Exhibit 35. Can you tell us what that is?
Sure. So that's a Facebook video posted by Barry Croft on his last Croft account.
Literally posted publicly for all and sundry to see.
Okay. And Generally, what is the topic discussed in the video?
If I could see the thumbnail there, it'll refresh my memory so I get it right. Thank you. This is Barry Croft wearing a tri-corner hat.
Most
addressing
likely
his
the
followers.
FBI. Oh, by the way,
How is it?
I want to
how
provide
is
context on this real
video
quick because
displayed or
this is
published?
something that Barry can't speak for himself. I'm going to speak for him because this is something I talked to him about. These messages he's posting on Facebook. Steve Robeson, the informant, he kept getting his Facebook page shut down. So he was telling Barry, throw this out there on your Facebook. You have a bigger platform than me. Throw this out there and see what people say. That's what this is.
It's worried about liberty for prosperity. Survivors of the fucking, we don't care. We don't care. I'd listen to my kids live free and be alive. That's fucking true. Y'all, man, hey, y'all keep doing what y'all doing. Listen, the separation that you're doing for me, I don't even have to work at. It's effortless. I appreciate it. Thank you very much. When your fucking stupid ass ends up hanging from a fucking tree because you live the fucking boots that we can't stand as Americans, I don't have no ride for you. I don't have no tears for you. Matter of fact, no fucks given. Fuck you in your throat sideways. Barry Crawl. Out. God bless the Constitutional Republic.
Fuck you with the broom sideways.
Agent Impla, you told us earlier today.
Laugh
there
at
was
this
the-
first of all.
you saw the-
None of this has anything to do with kidnapping Whitmer. He's on the rant because, correct me if I'm wrong, but this might have been right after his friend Casey Massey was basically murdered by the FBI.
Are you
And
familiar
he's
with that?
upset.
Yes.
What is it?
The tri-corner hat. It's
Not sure.
From Minutemen, from
Well,
American Revolution. It's something that
They didn't say the date and time of the video, which is strange because I would think that they would have had to do that they just admitted. I need to know the date because if it's November or if it's January of 2020, it is right at Casey Massey's funeral, basically, right around that time.
In that video clip,
Where he would have been
he's
very
talking
emotional.
about, he's willing to basically die for his children. Is that correct?
Yes.
So, lots of people are.
I mean, did you ever hear anything like that similar from any of the defendants here in court
That should
today?
be a badge of honor.
Tell us about that.
Right?
Eric Molitor said in a Facebook chat to Adam Fox that we've seen that he also wanted to and was willing to die on behalf of his kids. And Bill Null later in a coalition
Is this
chat.
hearsay?
said that,
Where is it? Where are
we're
these
It's
quotes?
all hearsay. It's
Yeah.
hearsay on top of hearsay on top of hearsay. There's so many levels of hearsay that
okay,
it's astonishing that there's not screaming objections of why the hell are you even thinking you can ask
In
this
terms
question?
of the defendants in
Right?
court today,
And there should be interjections from the
ever train
judge
with
of
Mr.
like,
Crowe?
aren't you going to
Yes,
object
they did.
hearsay?
Yeah, exactly. Like,
where
are
did,
we just going to
Eric
let him
Molitor
make these statements?
he trained with him in Luther in September.
Okay. How about Mr. Bill Null? Where did he train with him?
So he trained with him on 2 occasions that I'm aware of, Cambria, Wisconsin.
Oh, the
and
one
Luther.
you hosted, the
Okay.
FBI's
If
training.
you can,
We're
Exhibit
literally,
36, if,
Special
you
Agent
can,
Schweers had to
show
admit
again.
in the federal trial that he helped construct the shoot house that they claim these guys were going through and practicing to take out Whitmer's security detail. The FBI built the shoot house and then told them to run through it while they filmed them and then used it against them later as evidence. This is nonsensical. And I literally have his transcript. We went over it yesterday. I read word for word that he had to admit he constructed it. The FBI, that was undercover agent Mark Schweers at Cambria, constructing the shoot house prior to any of these people even arriving that day in Wisconsin.
Okay.
Via Facebook search warrant.
And the general topic of Mr. Fox's post.
He's talking about how tyrannical the government is.
Okay. Move for admission of 36, please.
Objection.
And I'll get all of these exhibits. I'll get you guys the links again for people
Objection.
just coming
This is
in.
all hearsay. It should not be admitted.
No, none of this should be, but it is. Let me get the links for people for all of these exhibits that the government is presenting. I want you all to have copies so you can go through this on your own because you can't see it. It's such poor quality. I have the PDFs. So here. We'll drop that link one more time. These are the exhibits that they're introducing here. It's about 375 pages.
We need to stop the misplaced anger and place the anger where it should go. And that's against our tyrannical fucking government who militarized all these police and put this shit in fucking place. Like, let's just go to the fucking top and let's start at the fucking top and then we'll beat our way down. How about that?
No, this is
When
If-
Mr. Fox there is talking about
that's the
think he's
backtrack.
starting at the top and weed our way
He's
down.
talking to BLM and Antifa. He's like,
Yeah.
instead of tearing up our cities, if you're going to
Yep.
do something good. You know, that's what he's saying right there. This isn't some call to violent revolution.
No,
He's saying there are
don't
people out
forget.
there burning stuff down, and if you're going to do something
Build
something
something up.
productive.
Yeah, and don't forget, Adam also had contacted sheriffs. He was after the Vac Shack meeting and after Dublin, he was trying to contact constitutional sheriffs that would actually serve a valid arrest warrant on Whitmer. He talked to one sheriff in particular who wanted to have a private meeting with him. The sheriff from what was it? Van Buren County was going to meet with him, and then the FBI informant told him, "Oh, don't do that. That's going to be a setup." Can't make this shit up if you wanted to.
That we're going to start with each state and start taking out governors.
What?
Court will agree that it does put away, obviously the jury can.
The FBI's case is these guys have tricorn hats,
Thank you.
shopped at Walmart, and are willing to die
Get
for
some
their
minutes, Judge.
children.
Thank you.
Airtight case.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Leo has some of the
Exhibit
best comments.
37, Agent Impla.
Beat Leo's comments. Give it a shot.
Why don't you come over here and look at the thumbnail, refresh your memory. Can you tell us what a proposed Exhibit 37 is?
Yes, so this is a Facebook video by Barry Croft using the Last Croft Facebook account.
Here we go
He's wearing
again.
his tricorn hat, and he talks
Bury
about
this,
patriots
Adam
in the
that.
United States.
Nothing to
Okay,
do
when
with
was it
Eric
posted?
or the No
May
Brothers,
29th,
who are
2020.
actually on trial
Was this
here.
Shortly before, it sounds like 8 days before the June 6th meeting in Dublin, Ohio.
Yes, sir.
Move for admission of proposed Exhibit 37, please.
Please stand on our objection.
37 will be admitted.
Sit there and tell me about be careful. You know they're wanting you to do this so they can pass laws. We can already hang motherfuckers, man. We worry about the dumbass law. You don't see these people erupted? Some of y'all don't recognize what it is. Men have been provoked to wrath. That's what's happening. Men have been provoked to wrath. Good men, honorable men, men that don't want to see nobody hurt. So all you stupid sons of bitches that got that dumbass soft ass fucking message, man, fuck you in the throat sideways. We don't even want you in our movement. You are what's going to get us freedom. Your bitch ass is going to sit there and kneel until you lose everything you got.
Your bitch ass is going to sit there and kneel. He's talking about people taking a knee for BLM.
Good men. Not faggots, not bitches, not pansies. Man, if you don't know how to do that, stay the fuck out of this fight. Don't even claim us. Because you ain't one of us. You suppose. Just like these faggot ass government officials that are out here posing as public safety and all that shit. You don't got no safety. Jackasses. Be careful. Be careful. Y'all need to learn how to be Americans and quit being
Is this guy even a defendant?
No, Barry was framed as a ringleader in this case. He's a truck driver from Delaware, father of 3. He does a lot of blustery talk like this. He's done it for years, going back to like 2005 or whatever on Facebook, constantly talking like this. But yeah, he's in Supermax in Terre Haute right now. And he literally did nothing, except he said some offensive things online.
I don't think y'all understand the Patriot movement has a.
But this is not a defendant in this current case, which is supposed to be Eric Molitor and then Bill and Michael Null, who are supposed to be on trial here.
It's just so
God bless, long live the constitutional republic.
objection, relevance, objection, hearsay,
The,
And the
objection,
timing
why
of
are you
that,
wasting our time?
people have to understand that that was during the riots in 2020 that were happening, and he was very worried about it and agitated, and he had informants hounding him, pressuring him, telling him he needed to defend his family. They're in your backyard, give them no quarter. That's what Robeson's in his ear telling him. So when you see these messages, like, you don't understand that the FBI has primed him with anger. There's the lockdowns, there's the riots, looting. And Barry, as a truck driver, by the way, was seeing this because he got stuck in his vehicle in Portland when they created the Chaz area, and he was horrified by what he saw. And he saw people getting pulled out of their vehicles and beaten, and police doing nothing. He's worried about his own family that's at home, his 3 little girls, while he's out driving trucks across the country, worried about what's going to happen to them. And these informants are in his ear telling him that, oh, they're in your backyard, give them no quarter, we got to do something, we need objectives, we need goals. It's the FBI telling him all this crap. Barry's a passionate guy. He gets emotional. He goes on these intoxicated rants, and that's all they have is just him ranting. Nothing he said there was about planning to kidnap Whitmer, though. So I'm not sure why we're being subjected to this. But this was, again, all they had in the federal case was the same thing. They play inflammatory clips out of context that have nothing to do with anything. And then they say, you should convict them because look how scary they are. And look at their opinions. That's all this is.
Perhaps the exhibits and some of their equipment in a secure room that the AG had. Is that correct?
All correct.
Okay. So once again, obviously, we're going to do that.
Yeah, that video is the smoking gun. Yeah, Barry never hated the government. He only believed people should have the obligation to regulate and stand in the way of governments hurting people. Yeah, he was against tyranny, but he's not against the government. He loves the Constitution. He loves all of this.
It's one of their stupid claims that they make about us is that they've printed this in newspapers around the nation for years that we're anti-government.
Yeah.
We're anti-corrupt government. You cannot espouse a position of a system of governance like constitutionality and, pledge your allegiance to the republic for which it stands and be anti-government. You don't put "we the people" on your arm because you're anti-government. It's just, they say really stupid stuff, man.
Yeah, this is silly. So everyone knows we're done for the day. So we're going to be trial continues tomorrow, picks up again tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. Eastern. We will be covering it live on the channel tomorrow morning, just so everybody knows. We'll be doing another full day of this. And hopefully Brandon will be able to join us at some point, which I think that everyone's going to want to hear his opinion on all of this. Yeah, so anyways, thank you guys for coming and hanging out. Joe, thanks for coming on.
It was awesome.
You're welcome to come back tomorrow. Jeremy, you too. For everyone who's listening, if they don't know where to find you, Jeremy is the Freeman Report on Rumble now. Joe is Good Logic here on YouTube and on Rumble. Where else are you at, Joe? Are you on any other platforms?
Goodlogic.locals.com.
There you go. Join the locals. And of course, you guys know I'm radixfair.locals.com. You can join there also. All right, everybody.
Having me, and thank you for sharing the digital space with me here, guys.
Absolutely.
Godspeed.
And you guys hang out for a second after we end this. Bye, everybody.